Hey Tyrannax. Hey Roxy. Hey Big Cheese Wheel. Hey people on Twitch. I just try doing that Twitch restreaming, see if it worked. I was also trying Big Cheese Wheel. You saw that I tried the event thing, which I have never done before, and I had no idea if it worked. And then you said I was late. Yeah, I also tried it on Twitch, so I don't know if anyone's gonna be over there, but figured I just turned it all on. Uh, Let me link. How are y'all doing? Roxy apparently is sick. Probably because they ate too many demon peppers. Live on Twitch for the first time in forever. That's true. I literally am live on Twitch for the first time forever. It is literally because of the peppers. Your stomach said, "Oh my god, fuck you." Uh, got the ping. Got wheat. We got the chatters. Incredible. All right. For one, I want to do another Israel-Palestine update, just because it is probably one of the most evil events going on in the world right now. And unfortunately, the polling pretty clearly seems to show that the American people are not slowly moving towards the Palestinians, but are pretty rapidly moving away from the Palestinians. In YouGov polling, here, let me pull up. I have some preliminary graphs. Teehee, graph, teehee. It's this one, just showing popular support for Palestinians. And in YouGov's survey, because YouGov provides some of the best data over the longest period of time, and they're one of the only pollsters who've done like decade before and also after the attacks. And they've actually done 3 polls after the attacks, and all 3 of them show a large decrease in support for Palestinians. So that suggests to me it's not one fluke, it's not one pollster. But let me pull this graph out. Save. Sure. E for Palestinian. Oh, that was for Palestinian. React. This is YouGov's polling, so it might be a little bit messy. This is a rough draft, but Israelis in red, they're below the 0 line. Palestinians in blue, they're above the 0 line, and this is also broken down by party. And just in overall support, this graph is intentionally scaled to be as large as possible to make it clear. Like, a lot of times people zoom in on graphs because they really, really want to show small changes. But even on this highest possible zoom, from every single person agreeing with the Israelis to every person agreeing with the Palestinians, it's pretty clear that this black line representing the attack, this is about a 20-point jump in support for Israelis in YouGov's polling. And it's less noticeable, but there was also about a 5-point decline in support for Palestinians. So it's real bad, is all I'm trying to say. It's really worrying, because it took maybe a decade to get to that point, and now it's gone. Bill the Dog asks, "That's not how it feels, though. Do you think people are already just moved on?" I think that if you're anything like me, you're in a bit of a left bubble, And you are getting like all the MSNBC stuff that's supporting the Palestinians. You're getting all of the like Hassan stuff that's supporting the Palestinians. You're getting Vosh supporting the Palestinians. You have all these left and center left figureheads, talkers coming out and supporting it. But that's very much not the case. Like once you get to like CNN or NBC or anything right of there, there is like 90% coverage in favor of the Israelis. It's really bad. So Roxvia says their coverage of it was bad. I mean, I do think so. I guess I want to frame this in two ways. One is that we know that terrorism in general is extremely unpopular, and actually, another way to frame these results is oddly enough as a positive thing. Just to give an alternate example, let me pull up an anecdote. In it. RF Abrams. So there was an anecdote cited in Abrams 2006. It is here, right? Where the hell is it? Oh, it's lower. Okay. It's from the Russia-Chechnya war, the second one, and the first one. And after some Chechens bombed buildings in Moscow, popular support for the war in Chechnya increased from about, like, call it 5% to 10% to around 70%, 70. So that's a plus 60% shift in favor of Russia by Russians after this series of bombings. Just to read from it, from the onset of military operations until the ceasefire in August 1996, 70% of the Russians opposed the war. Opinion polls rated the approval of Defense Minister Pavel Grachev at 3%, just a few points lower than support for Yeltsin in general, handling of the Chechen problem in general. Then, in 1999, a large bomb was detonated on the ground floor of an apartment building in southeast Moscow, killing 94. There was another on September 13th, killing 118. Another on September 16th in a truck bomb that killed 17. In response, 6 months later, 73% of Russians favored the advance of federal forces into Chechnya. So I guess I'm just trying to, like, it could be a lot worse. I guess is one way of thinking about this. The number of people killed by the attacks mostly led by Hamas was, let's call it 1,300. It's not clear the exact number, but 1,300. That's a lot larger than the number killed here. And yet, the international response has been far smaller, I guess is all I'd say. Paragon Affair says, that feel when average Americans aren't basing their takes off of Zizek and Rashid Khalid. I mean, I'm not like super surprised, I guess, is all I'm like. There's a lot of literature, a lot of scholarly literature, a lot of evidence in the past that violence really, really, really turns people off. So in that framing, this is a good sign. That support for Israelis only went up 20 percentage points. That support for Palestinians only went down 5 percentage points. On the other hand, that's still like a quarter of the American public that went from either being neutral or pro-Palestinian to pro-Israeli, and that's real bad. That's that's really fucked for the cause of Palestinian liberation. Because I mean, bluntly, I think the calculus is very simple. Unless America decides to stop supporting Israeli apartheid, Israel is going to continue apartheid. They have the political will, they have the means. That's it. Now, I will say one other thing that's worth considering is these polls that we're looking at on this right edge here are, it's only the course of 2 weeks. It's only been 2.5 weeks or so. So it's possible that it will change in the long run, that people will revert back to their original opinions. And, we saw some of that in other instances, like public support for Black Lives Matter declined by like 10 points after the first violent incident hit the news. And it kept declining, but it settled roughly near where it used to be before. So I don't know. The hope, I guess, is that the long run returns back to what it was. And Lithics, you asked, yeah, sounds like Netanyahu is getting booted next go around. He's probably getting replaced with actually someone either as right as him or to his right. Yeah, I mean, I the hope Neptune 32 is exactly what you said, that Israel's response is so bad, it's killed so many people, it's caused such a humanitarian crisis that people react to that the same way. But so far, they haven't. And I guess that's the really unfortunate thing, is that, like, I don't know, that there's been a lot of attempt on, like, the left to get out the news about how bad things are in Gaza, in Palestine, and it has not broken through. So, yeah. Bleak is all I gotta say. Hey there in Twitch chat, Mr. Lucario Master, Knowledge and Defense, and Stephen Thomas, possibly even including 1916 Revs. And hello to everyone in site chat, my beloved, my favorite chatters, in fact, the only chatters that I actually care about. There's just not a lot of mainstream coverage of the Israeli response. So I'm gonna show some clips later in this segment, from MSNBC, which I thought has been fairly good, like way better than I would have expected at covering the Gaza events. Israeli leftist here, just woke up from a coma. What did I miss? I can't tell if that's joking or serious. So I was going to start with Democracy Now! And there were a few things that Democracy Now! Mentions that I had a little more detail on. So this is a good overview, and it always does a good job putting faces to the horrors unfolding.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Just to be clear, it's not Amy Goodman, Amy Greatman, Amy Bestman.
At least 400 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli air attacks on Gaza over the past day, according to health officials. Residents of the southern city of Khan Yunis said Sunday night strikes were among the worst they've experienced. The death toll in Gaza has topped 5,000 people, with more than 14,000 wounded. Israel's intensifying assault on the besieged Palestinian territory included missile and artillery attacks on densely populated residential areas, including the Jabalia refugee camp. Israeli attacks also struck areas near Gaza's Al-Shifa and Al-Quds hospitals, with medical teams warning patients could be just minutes away from death due to shortages of fuel and electricity. The UN
just wanted to speak briefly to that. So the stats on the number of killed and injured, Amy's completely correct. It's abysmal. This is a graph of the issue. The number of injured is 14,025 by the Palestinian Authority Health Ministry. It's 4,651 killed, and Amy is citing 1 day ahead, but this will be confirmed by the UN the next day. So just thousands and thousands of people injured and killed. I can't update the graph. The UN hasn't confirmed the data. But in addition to that, there have been 26,000 housing units destroyed or rendered completely inoperable. And in addition to that, there were, I believe, 140,000 housing units damaged. So for an idea of how large that is as a scope, on October 19th, when they were reporting 121,000 houses damaged, that was 30% of the housing supply. And on October 21st, it was 43% of all housing units in the Gaza Strip. So again, 1.4 million Gazans are displaced. That is over half. It's, I believe, 60% or so, 60 to 70%. And of the people who aren't displaced, only 70% of the housing units are undamaged. The displacement here is massive. We bombed Serbia for displacing about 200,000 people. So Israel has displaced about 7 times more people than Serbia in about 2 weeks. So yeah, I think that it's appropriate to call this ethnic cleansing, because there is no instance in which you are displacing 1.4 million people as part of routine military conduct in like an incredibly dense place and offering them only one way out. Remember, Israel hasn't allowed civilians to enter Israel. Their concern is not, oh, you poor civilians, you might be getting attacked by Hamas. You might be getting kettled in by Hamas. We're going to let you through to Israel. Nope. The only way they're allowed to go is into Egypt. And when Israel has done that in the past, they haven't allowed people to get back in. So textbook ethnic cleansing. Yeah, they are literally trying to shoo them out of the country. And again, 1.4 million people in a country with either 2.2 or 2.3 million people. So, again, like, it's sort of hard the scope is immense.
UN says at least 120 newborns in incubators, including premature babies, are at risk. This is Dr. Nasser Bulbul, head of the neonatal intensive care unit at Gaza's Al-Shifa Hospital.
We call on everyone to send the necessary medical supplies for this critical department, or else we will face a huge catastrophe, especially if the electricity is out in these departments where there are 55 babies. We will lose all those who need electricity within 5 minutes.
Some parents
just wanted to give another context on that. When he says out of electricity, the only places with electricity in Gaza are hospitals, and that's only because they have backup fuel and backup generators. Israel cut off electricity on October 9th, and since October 11th, there has been no electricity, a full electricity blackout, except for those who have backup generators or backup fuel. So, again, when he says no electricity, it's not like, oh, we might get a few brownouts or whatever, as in, when the fuel runs out, the hospitals will shut down, the lights will turn off.
Parents have taken to writing names on their children's bodies for fear they will die and not be able to be identified. 2 convoys of up to 20 trucks carrying urgently needed aid started trickling into Gaza over the weekend through its border with Egypt. A 3rd convoy is expected today as humanitarian workers say much more aid is needed and much faster.
Just again, for context, not any of the trucks so far have carried fuel. So fuel is the thing required to run Gaza's single power plant, and it's off. That power plant is off. Electricity coming in from Israel is off. So without it, electricity will run out, and the hospitals will run out of electricity. Like, it's just a ticking time bomb. All the babies that are in neonatal units, all the people on breathing equipment, all the people on ventilators will die. Roxy wants me to post the chart about displacements. Yeah, one sec. So I just want to be like brutally clear here that there are going to be children. So currently 70% of the casualties, remember that stat, 4,500 killed? Of those, 70% were women, children, and the elderly. Only 30% were men, or like military age men. So just again on the whole, like, we're only bombing Hamas sites or whatever. Nonsense. We'll get into that again later, but. In addition to the people directly killed by Israel's military, indirectly, if this continues, there will be potentially hundreds or thousands of people dying in hospitals directly because their equipment shut down, or indirectly because they couldn't start it up due to lack of electricity.
On Sunday, Palestinian reporter Roshdi Suraj was killed when an Israeli strike hit his home. Suraj was the co-founder of the Palestinian company Ain Media. His killing comes 5 years after the company's co-founder, Yasser Murtaja, was killed by Israeli forces while covering Gaza's peaceful Great March of Return in 2018. At least 23 journalists have been killed since the war started on October 7th. The UN agency serving Palestinian refugees, UNRWA, reports at least 29 staff members have been killed in the past 2 weeks. Half of those were teachers. Meanwhile,
Yeah, so again, just to be clear, the UN is announcing that their number of killed is around 30. It's so fucking bleak. Here is the graphs, Roxy. Let me know if it doesn't work. Is there any strategic purpose behind Israel's actions? I mean, I think that the most comparable analogy is like the United States' willingness to invade Iraq, the United States' willingness to invade Afghanistan, right? This was vengeance. It was very much vengeance. The wife of Prime Minister Netanyahu did an Instagram story talking about how she wished that she could torture the people who kidnapped people out of Israel. like openly, just talking about how she openly wanted to torture the kidnappers. And I understand, like, that's directed towards Hamas at least, but there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of senior Israeli officials who have said something to the effect of, civilians, why didn't the civilians rise up? Why didn't the civilians leave Hamas? Why didn't they get rid of the terrorists in their midst or whatever? Trying to downplay it to like an extreme extent. So I think that the easiest way to understand what's happening is vengeance. There is some logic to it. Militarily, if you like, you could argue maybe Israel is trying to keep probably, the most neocon defense of Israel would be they're trying to keep civilian deaths down. So they're trying to force all the civilians to the bottom of Palestine so that when they do their ground invasion, the ground troops won't be shooting as many civilians because the civilians will be in the bottom of Palestine. But if they actually cared about that, they'd be providing humanitarian aid to South Gaza. Why aren't they doing that? Right? The civilian the idea that this is a pro-civilian military response falls apart in my eye on like any inspection. What would have been a fair response from Israel? So I think that what I said is that I think some amount of military response is probably inevitable just as a vengeance response. Like whether it be justified or not, it seems like that's something that humans will do. So I wouldn't justify that. I'm just saying that seems inevitable. But Israel didn't just say bomb Hamas encampments. They've destroyed 30 to 40% of housing in Israel. I'm sorry, in Gaza, right? They've displaced 60% of Gazans. They forcibly displaced 1.1 million people from North Gaza. So I guess I'm just trying to say like the whatever the feasible response is, we are like 2 orders of magnitude larger than it, It's the question isn't like, I don't know. I think that ultimately the problem here is that any military response before hasn't been effective, right? All it's done is prolong this. Like every time there's a war, there's another one the next decade, or there's a major incursion the next decade, or there's a major terrorist attack the next decade. It just goes and goes and goes and goes, and it never leads to a permanent lasting peace, right? And so, like, fundamentally, I think that the correct response is that Israel has to be building inroads to Gaza, inroads to the West Bank, and trying to show people that, hey, there's another path, that, like, that, like, a one-state solution is feasible, that we will treat you as equal citizens, we will provide jobs. Like, just for an idea of how Gaza is so poor, it has about $800 per person in GDP per person. The United States could send our funding to Israel of $4 billion and give every single person in Gaza that level of money every year. We could just do a UBI in Gaza, right? But that's not our solution. Our solution is the Iron Dome. Our solution is bullets. Our solution is artillery. So, like, bluntly, our solution is not give people jobs and hope for the future and equal rights. It's wall them in and bomb them. And hasn't worked before, and it's not going to work this time, even though we bombed them way more.
Palestinian human rights lawyer and activist Raji Sourani and his family are said to be safe following the Israeli bombing of his home in Gaza City. You can see our interviews with Raji Sourani at democracynow.org. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli warplanes bombed a mosque in the Jenin refugee camp Sunday, killing at least 2 people. Camp residents said the airstrike came in the dead of night without warning.
Most people were asleep and some were awake when we saw a light and heard a loud explosion. We rushed to the scene where we saw killed and injured people, and we moved them to the hospital. Thank God. This is what happened.
Separately, Israeli forces killed 5 more Palestinians in raids across the occupied West Bank overnight, arresting dozens of people. Similar raids this month have killed at least 95 Palestinians, while doubling the number held in Israeli jails to more than 10,000 people. Meanwhile, Israel continued to strike Hezbollah targets inside Lebanon. Netanyahu has warned any efforts by Hezbollah to join the war would be devastating for Lebanon. 2 American Israelis taken hostage on October 7th have been released by Hamas. Judith Raanan and her daughter Natalie, both from Chicago, were released by Hamas to the Red Cross Friday and returned to Israel from Gaza following a deal brokered by the government of Qatar. They're reportedly in good health. Over the weekend, a spokesperson for Hamas said the group offered to release 2 Israelis on humanitarian grounds, only to have Israel's government refuse the offer. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office dismissed the claim as mendacious propaganda.
I don't know who's right about Hamas claiming that they've attempted to release civilians. But to be clear, Israel has premised all of its most heinous actions on the argument that Hamas will not give up its hostages. It argued that the justification for the cutting off of water, cutting off electricity, all of the bombings is based on the lack of handing over of hostages. So I don't know the truth, and we probably won't know the truth for a week. But like, that's why it matters so much if it is true that Israel did turn this down, because it means that justification too is completely bullshit. And that turn means that a lot of what Israel has done is, by its own terms, a war crime.
Israel's military says it believes 212 people are being held hostage in Gaza. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has reportedly advised Israel to delay an anticipated ground invasion of Gaza in order to allow more time for further hostage negotiations. Protests are continuing around the world. In London, 100,000 people marched to demand a ceasefire in Gaza Saturday.
Today, I'm here today to show my love and my compassion for the Palestinians who are suffering in Gaza and all the innocent lives that are being lost. We've came together today. It's not about religion, it's about humanity coming together and fighting for what's right.
Here in New York, multiple protests took place over the weekend. In Brooklyn, police cracked down on peaceful protesters Saturday, giving just a 5-minute warning to disperse before assaulting and reportedly arresting 19 people. This is an activist speaking earlier in the day.
I believe at this rally, it was a lot of DSA people arrested, but I could be wrong.
Because I'm a Jew born in Jerusalem, and I'm horrified and enraged that my government here in the U.S. is sending weapons and money and never-ending unconditional diplomatic support for Israel as it ceaselessly slaughters Palestinians.
On Friday, a group of activists from Adala Justice Project, Jewish Voice for Peace, Dissenters, and Dream Defenders occupied the D.C. office of California Congressmember Ro Khanna to demand he sign on to the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. This is Sandra Tamari of Adala Justice Project.
Representative Khanna claims to represent progressive values, claims to care about his constituents. His constituents include Palestinians. His constituents include Muslims. We are dying. We're dying now. And we just need him to say the word ceasefire. That's all we're asking for.
Ro Khanna's political director resigned over his refusal to sign on to the resolution. As the activists sat on the floor of Khanna's office, thousands of others marched on the National Mall to demand.
I just wanted to give a little more context on the ceasefire resolution. So, from Ryan Grimm, 411 congressional staff, so that's a lot of the congressional staff, are circulating a letter urging their bosses to call for a ceasefire. It's anonymous, which means they can't get fired from their bosses unless there's a leak. And my understanding, I think it's the Congressional Staff Association, put out a harshly worded letter today saying that they are not allowed, like, you can sign whatever letter you want as a congressional staffer. You are not bound to support whatever your employer says, your congressmember says. Just to read the introduction. We are Jewish and Muslim staffers and allied staff across the Hill. Today, we write to implore our bosses, members of the United States Congress, to join calls for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Millions of lives hang in the balance, including the 2.3 million civilians, half of whom are children, in Gaza, civilians in Israel, and Jews and Muslims around the world. This is especially urgent with anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, and anti-Palestinian sentiment on the rise nationwide, which instigated the brutal murder of a 6-year-old Palestinian-American child, Wadea El Fayoumi. So, just very basic stuff. They're trying to argue for a ceasefire. That ceasefire is also what's being argued for by, my understanding is that Biden has allegedly been pushing for it behind the scenes, but clearly not to any significant degree. Only in public, the only people that are supporting it are the leftmost portion of the United States Congress. Let me move to that. This guy, Representative Maxwell Frost, was the first Generation Z elected to Congress. And initially, he did not support the ceasefire now resolution because he was a Zionist. Even though he's one of the youngest representatives, he's like a center leftist, okay? He is not the greatest. He is to the right of every single DSA member and like half of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Yeah, oop. But thanks to a shit ton of people calling him, one of the first 3 days of that DSA did calls, we did California, Texas for Greg Kazar, and Florida for Frost in particular. And on October 20th, he said, I think this was the day or the day after we did the Florida calls, the loss of Palestinian and Israeli civilian life has been unbearable. An immediate ceasefire is needed to save lives and establish a humanitarian corridor so that aid can get into Gaza and hostages can be safely released. I have co-sponsored the Ceasefire Now resolution to save lives. So, lib converted, okay? Maxwell Frost, welcome to the revolution. Not really. The Democratic Socialists on the 20th said that so far we have made 103,000 calls across 650 phone bankers, and that has caused 18 representatives, we think, based on our targeted calling, to sign on to our ceasefire resolution. And again, the whole point here is, we started this segment looking at like the poll numbers. The whole point here is that we have to change the conversation. We have to change it from, is Israel right to respond? Is this the right response Israel is making, to talking about the lives that are being killed, to talking about the people's, like, I just want to be clear, all of those, it's 700,000 children. All of those 700,000 children are going to be traumatized for life. The average person in Palestine drinks less than a liter of water a day. And for reference, the UN, the WHO says that you need, as a man, 3.7, and as an adult woman, 2.7 liters of water to survive a day. People are living on water that is very close to the point of drought and thirst and death from starvation. And that's water for all purposes, like cleaning, cleansing, drinking, whatever. It's really, really, really bad. And again, that's because the power shut off, and that's because Israel isn't providing fuel, nor is it allowing any significant amount of humanitarian aid. Only the last few days, you saw those trucks going in. Is there any significant amount of aid? Anyway, that's why these calls are really important. We have to change the orientation of the conversation away from, is Israel's response right? Or is it just going too far? Just talking about, again, what is the solution here? You need the ceasefire. You need the children to have a stable life. I don't know how, like, politely, we'll get to this later, but Barack fucking Obama said something to the tune of, this strategy is militarily shit for Israel. Because it's going to harden the hearts of, like, at least 1.4 million Palestinians against them as they are forced from their homes, as a third of their homes are destroyed, right? It's going to make all those people fucking despise Israel. This is not how you win over the hearts and minds of another country. So, Barack Obama is a fence sitter, and I'll talk about that when we talk about his letter, which was released today. But even Barack Obama can recognize that this is a really shitty long-term strategy for Israel. The only way that Israel can keep this up is if they keep bombing and they keep walling, which seems to be their strategy. It's just fascism forever. A speech from some Congress members, I believe. Here. This is, wait, 1 minute. No, we'll get to it later. This is Ilhan Omar, one of the strongest members in the House, who was asked about Richie Torres, who I mentioned a few streams ago. He's a centrist crypto bro. Like literally, he's like in the pocket of FTX, or was when FTX existed. And he was a big Bitcoin fan. So he's a huge centrist, and he loves to shit on DSA. Ilhan Omar is speaking to him.
Is enough for you? Is it 1,000 more?
Wake up, liberal.
3,000
I
more?
love
How many
you.
more Palestinians would make you happy if they died? Will you be fine if all of the people of Gaza were gone? Would that make you happy? Would that be the thing that makes you proud? And maybe that's the question you should ask Richie. Is he okay? How many more Palestinian lives is he comfortable with? Because I'm not comfortable with any more.
And I think that's the key point, right? Is that when we're talking about the lack of ceasefire, we're not doing this abstract discussion of, oh, what's the appropriate response? We're talking about one of the worst humanitarian crises in decades that we have the power to end. We are Israel's main sponsor. We could just fucking stop it. We could just demand a ceasefire. In fact, those aid trucks you saw earlier, the only reason they got through it all is because Biden put the tiniest weight on Netanyahu. The tiniest fucking weight on Netanyahu. And And we could do so much more, but we're not because of how pro-Israel our politicians are. And that's a stain on us as a country. Not maybe us as individuals if you fight this, but it's a stain on us as a country. And the last one was, I want to read from 2 DSA members, Layla, who is one of the, I always mispronounce the name, I'm so sorry. One of the sponsors of the PCRF donation. If you type !Palestine in chat, the link that they created for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund will pop up, and you can donate, and that'll give them a little bit of data on who's donating. Layla, I'm so sorry. I will be instructed this every time, and I will forget this every time. They wrote an article for Dissent, which is a socialist magazine that's been running for 50 years, and I just wanted to quote from it. Where should the left go from here? We are clearly outnumbered in Washington, but we are not voiceless. There are a few honorable members of Congress who have been calling for an immediate ceasefire and the release of hostages. A senior State Department official has already resigned in protest of the administration's total support for the Israeli military response amid low morale and growing dissent in Foggy Bottom. Representative Ro Khanna's political director...
I love you.
I'll talk about the subs in a minute. Representative Ro Khanna's political director publicly resigned after the congressperson refused to support a ceasefire. And a letter signed by Jewish and Muslim staffers on Capitol Hill demands equal recognition of Palestinian humanity. That's summing up all of what we just went over, all of the public support. Oh, is the bot down again? I'll post the links in a minute then. It should be Palestine, but the bot must not be working. Layla continues, public pressure of this sort must continue. This should be the case regardless of the administration's strategy. So, dilemma. If President Biden and his team believe that lockstep support will enable him to pull Israel back from the brink later, then mounting calls for ceasefire negotiations within his party will only strengthen his hand when the time comes to tell Netanyahu that his military operation must end. The argument there goes, maybe Biden is showing support to Bibi, he's showing support to Netanyahu, so that he can later say, wow, I supported you so strongly, but man, you've run out of room, you've run out of the, there was a quote he had, I think from 2021, where he said, you've run out of tarmac or something. Maybe that's the justification. If that's true, if that's the secret pro-Palestinian politics of Joe Biden that he's kept hidden for dozens and dozens and dozens of years, then it makes it all the much stronger that he's got all these people begging in Congress for a ceasefire. He can say, look, Bibi, I've got to do this. I got people in my party hounding me every day. I've got protesters in front of the White House blocking me getting in every day. I got to do this. If that's his strategy. Option number 2 in the dilemma. If President Biden plans to support Israel's stated objective of totally eliminating Hamas's military capability, which will also almost certainly mean a months-long ground war in Gaza that will kill thousands, then his policy must be opposed by the left on humanitarian grounds. And it's much more likely, to be clear, that Joe Biden, given his repeated past support for Israel, in the 80s, when Israel was doing something similar, Biden talked flippantly about how we would respond similarly to Canadians doing the same thing to us. So yeah, we should oppose this policy if that is his policy on humanitarian grounds. What does that mean? Our strategy should look pretty much the same regardless of what his machinations behind the scenes are. We should demand a ceasefire, as we've been doing. There's also a benefit to this, which Layla does not mention, of building up public support for this and trying to change opinion. Again, we saw that the polling was really, really bleak for support for the Palestinian cause, and it's our job to try and change that. We don't just follow public opinion, we have to try and change it. Reading subscriptions, I guess. Niem Reagan says, what are your thoughts on Ukraine, Dylan Burns, Vladimir Putin, YouTube, Hamas, the Netherlands, Zionism, cycle infrastructure, and Israel by chance? Yes to all and no to all. I like Dylan Burns. Ukraine should be free. Vladimir Putin sucks. He's a national conservative. YouTube is okay. Hamas is bad. The Netherlands is okay. Zionism is very bad. Cycle infrastructure is great. Okay. And then someone gave a tier 2 subscription, which I don't know how to look at. I think here. Okay. I gotta thank people for giving me money. Build a Dog has subscribed with tier 2. Thank you so much, Build a Dog. Israel doesn't care about Palestinian lives. For shrug. I have no idea what for shrug is, but I completely agree. Yeah, this has come up in every conversation I've had about this. Israel drops on the tune of 1,200 bombs a day. the Iraq war, the pace of the war there was over the full year, it was around 80 bombs a day. During the active invasion, when we were actively invading, full military, invading a whole another country, fighting a full other military.
Up, liberal. I love you. Thank
you for the subscription, Tyrannex. Back when the United States was invading Iraq in 2003 at a full military, right? It was then the fourth largest military in the world. We dropped maybe the same pace of bombs. That's how Israel is treating this. But they're hitting mostly civilian. They're mostly hitting civilian hospitals. They're hitting hospitals. They're hitting civilian infrastructure. They destroyed water infrastructure. They've killed journalists. I don't know. To treat this as anything other than Israel declaring war on Gaza, even though Gaza isn't a separate state, is absurd, and it looks more like an ethnic cleansing because there's no one really to protect Gazans. Bombs just fall and nothing happens. So, thank you again, Tyrannex. I really appreciate it. So yeah, I think Layla's completely correct. And if you want to get involved in DSA's phone banking, I think I linked it in the Palestine thing that Lithix copy pasted just a minute ago. It's the No Money for Massacres link. If you're a DSA member, and if you're not a DSA member, then you can call the Jewish Voice for Peace or JVP link. I will copy over Twitch and YouTube chat. Oh, it's too long. Done. And all right. Okay, so I just wanted to be clear. The ceasefire thing has made a lot of progress. It's one of the few hopeful things. The polls don't look great. The humanitarian response looks bleak as ever. Soroxvia is right. 51 healthcare centers in Gaza have been attacked. I think it's been raised to 60 recently, but I could be just messing up the reports. Build the Dog said, I saw people saying that Jewish Voice for Peace was sussy. I don't know how they'd be sussy. I mean, no organization is perfect, right? I strongly support the DSA. I strongly encourage people, even after all this, I strongly encourage people to vote Democrat. And compared to Biden, compared to Trump, I strongly encourage people to vote for Biden, even though he's leading some of the worst foreign policy. I think that the only question you have to ask yourself is, what leverage do you have? What ability do you have to change the moment, right? And Jewish Voice for Peace is one of the few ones that is doing really good work across the country, and especially in Washington, to try and change the conversation and change congresspersons' minds. So if they have some sus beliefs or whatever, 90% of what I've seen out of them, 99% has been great. And especially their phone caller too, there's nothing sus about that. I've done the phone caller. It is the least sus thing in any direction. Closing out the Democracy Now! Video.
And the U.S. back a ceasefire. This is Congressmember Ilhan Omar, one of 18 lawmakers who signed the ceasefire resolution.
Even when they interview people who are living under bombardment in Gaza, they do not ask questions that address their humanity. They do not ask questions that address what is happening to their psyche as they are living through this bombardment.
Ilhan Omar was standing in front of a podium that said, ceasefire now. Former Michigan Congressmember Justin Amash has announced...
Oh, this story is fucking terrifying that it's gotten so little coverage about this. Just again, Omar's completely correct. Even in the mind of centrist Barack Obama, the military campaign of the bombardment is terrifying. The psyche of people under constant bombardment, taken from their homes, not able to drink water, is going to be a psyche that despises Israel and is permanently traumatized. So what politics will that yield? Will that yield a stronger Hamas or a weaker Hamas 20 years down the line?
Announced multiple members. Former Michigan Congressmember Justin Amash has announced multiple members of his family have died in last week's Israeli airstrike on the St. Porphyrius Orthodox Church in Gaza. Amash posted a photo of two of his relatives, Viola and Yara, who were among the victims. Amash was the first Palestinian-American lawmaker to serve in the U.S. Congress. He was elected as a Republican in 2011, representing Michigan, but switched to independent in 2019. After backing the first impeachment of then-President Trump.
I want to be clear about that. Israel's military killed family members of the first Palestinian member of the U.S. Congress. Half a dozen. Where is the fucking outrage? Where is the demand for the ceasefire? This is why it's so, like, there was so much effort by mainstream media to personify the victims of Hamas's attacks. And it is disgusting to me that we have not seen any of the same level to personify the victims of Israel's response, of Israel's mass bombing, of Israel's mass displacement, of Israel's war crimes, of Israel's crimes against humanity.
Here in New York, the Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist Viet Thanh Nguyen says organizers canceled his appearance Friday after he signed an open letter condemning Israel's indiscriminate violence against Palestinians in Gaza and calling for a ceasefire. Some 900 people were expected to attend Friday's event at the 92nd NY for Nguyen's memoir about growing up as a refugee of the U.S. war on Vietnam. The cancellation came 2 days after Nguyen wrote on social media, quote, "The Israeli government and its supporters have sought to shut down any protest of Israel, including nonviolent ones like boycott, divest, and sanctions, which helps lead to the current situation where some can only see violence as a solution," unquote.
And I just want to be clear, he's, again, correct about that. In one of my previous streams, we talked about how the 2018 to 19, I want to say March for Justice, but I could be completely misremembering the name. There was a largely peaceful, like almost overwhelmingly peaceful march in which thousands of thousands of Palestinians were shot by Israeli troops. And there were jokes among Israeli soldiers of intentionally shooting out the knees of Palestinians so they would be wounded. It was just horrific. When the UN did a report on, I want to say it was 498 of the cases involved in that march, only 2 were found to have been a reasonable, only 2 were found to have been a reasonable case in which Israel could have used violence and shooting as a response. The other 496 of 498 were cases where no imminent threat was presented to Israeli soldiers. So when people say, like, why did they pursue violence? Well, one reason is that the options for peace keep getting shut off. In fact, Bibi Netanyahu has supported Hamas. He's openly said that they should support Hamas because it will divide the pro-Palestinian movement and it will make people turn away from the Palestinian movement because of how evil Hamas is. So I like the classic MLK quote here is that a riot is the language of, oh God, I'm going to mess this one up too. A riot is the language of the unheard. The point is that violence is a result of being unable to pursue peaceful options. It's one reason that democracies tend to have less riots. They tend to have less violent revolutions because it offers that people that peaceful alternative. Where is the democratic alternative for voters in Hamas to choose a one-state egalitarian solution? They can't, right? No matter which party they choose, Israel can just reject that deal. They could just reject 2-party state deals. And they have dozens of times, especially under Netanyahu's government. So I'll let Amy close out, and I had one last thing to note about on the, basically, I think this is canceled. This is it all for all the free speech wailing that we heard about for, oh, college campuses are shutting down freedom of speech. Where is the fucking wailing about this?
92nd NY is the former 92nd Street Y. This comes after scores of Palestinian American activists say their scheduled appearances and TV and radio interviews have been canceled this month, while hotels and other venues have canceled events featuring Palestinians or speakers who've criticized Israel's human rights record.
So there have been cancellation of speakers. There have been, as we talked about at the previous stream, there have been dozens of cases of people's full names being posted with, I believe, HarvardHatesJews.com intentionally created to try and get people to email Harvard to get those students fired and their organizations ejected from the Harvard campus. And I just wanted to read. So something that I've been reading about recently, trying to go through labor history. The second Red Scare began around 1948. And I just wanted to read a little bit of what happened to supporters of Henry Wallace. Henry Wallace was the liberal vice president of FDR in 1948. Scores of college professors and high school teachers lost their jobs. In Peoria, Illinois, the president of Bradley University flatly ordered his faculty not to associate with Wallace. The president of Western Reserve University in Cleveland warned faculty members who go out on a limb in supporting Wallace not to expect assistance from the university. An Ohio State University withdrew official recognition of a pro-Wallace student group. Its board demanded that faculty take a loyalty oath, and its president launched an investigation into communist activity by the campus YMCA. The YMCA is the same organization as the Y mentioned just a moment ago. So, like, I want to be clear. I don't think that what we're observing in, like, the shutting down of Palestinian protest is as bad as, like, the Red Scare. But it's as bad as the beginnings of the Red Scare. Reading from the middle of this. Newspapers happily piled on. Most notorious was the Pittsburgh Press, a Scripps-Howard newspaper, which throughout April published the names, addresses, and places of employment of more than 1,000 people who signed Wallace nominating petitions in western Pennsylvania, and suggested that the FBI should check them out. Newspapers in Tennessee, Ohio, Alabama, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts performed a similar service for their readers. This is exactly the same tactic that is being pursued by Harvard Hates Jews. It's, here's the name, here's the organization, and we claim they're against Western civilization, we claim they hate Jews, and you should fire them and expel their organization. So, like, I don't know, I just want to be clear that for all of the complaints of cancel culture, what we are observing now, France banning protests for a week in favor of Palestine, is so much more a violation of freedom of speech than anything that, like, the cancel culture warriors complained about back in the day. The fact that there is an organized effort to find supporters of Palestine, have them fired, and have them blacklisted from their jobs is so much worse. Just again, last stream, I showed a tweet from Dave Rubin saying that he completely supported France and thought that France banning the pro-Palestinian protests was the only way that France was saving itself. That it was a sign that France was siding itself with the West, and maybe France had a chance. Anyway, just cancel cultures that actually exist is mostly rich people using their money to fuck over poor people, which is partly what's happening in this case. It's those with establishment power and power via wealth destroying those who don't have it. I mentioned Barack Obama's statement. This one came out 5 hours ago on Medium. The president of the United States, former, is publishing on Medium. Which, you know, I guess in an era where Donald Trump is on Twitter isn't that surprising. I wanted to say two things. First, as you'd expect, Obama begins by condemning Hamas. Great. What does Obama do with the rest of the piece? He says, the world is watching closely as events in the region unfold, and any Israeli military strategy that ignores the human costs could ultimately backfire. Already, thousands of Palestinians have been killed in the bombing of Gaza, many of them children. Hundreds of thousands have been forced from their homes. The Israeli government's decision to cut off food, water, and electricity to a captive civilian population threatens not only to worsen a growing humanitarian crisis, it could further harden Palestinian attitudes for generations, erode global support for Israel, play into the hands of Israel's enemies, and undermine long-term efforts to achieve peace and stability in the region. For me, this is pretty tame. This is the former president of the United States, and all he's saying, this was written 5 hours ago. This is very, very new. So I just want to note, he adds maybe 3 words. Maybe you could say this sentence talks about the humanitarian crisis. The overwhelming logic throughout this paragraph and the piece is that Israel should not do this because it is militarily bad for Israel. His argument is that it is a backfiring strategy for Israel to do so. It will, quote, harden Palestinian attitudes for generations. And look, I know that he's a centrist, and I know that he's going to say this, but I just wish that you could get a little goddamn more while 1.4 million people have been displaced. I believe this is the only paragraph in the whole article which talks about the humanitarian crisis. There is more coverage of Hamas, their attacks, supporting Israel's right to defense, and then also saying that we should not attack civilians. It's difficult to do, but we should do so. That's it. and then you get a little bit of the humanitarian crisis. And overwhelmingly, his opposition to that humanitarian crisis is that it's anti-Israel. His argument is literally like, if I was pro-Israeli, I would be pursuing a different military response, rather than any critique in favor of Palestinian liberation. Which again, not surprising, it's Barack Obama. I just wanted to say, like, I saw a lot of people giving him way too much praise for this paragraph in the context of the overall piece. And in the context of his presidency, which we'll get to in a second. Obama very much pursues, in the end of the article, a both-sidesing. Some of it is good both-sidesing, I would say. He says that we should actively oppose anti-Semitism, as well as rejecting anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, or anti-Palestinian sentiment. Good. Glad to see Barack Obama bravely coming out against bigotry. Like, unironically, actually good to see him doing that in the context of Donald Trump being the other likely candidate for the presidency upcoming. But in the ending bit of his article, he very much pursues a both-sidesing proper. Obama says it means recognizing, like, what the right path of action means, recognizing that Israel has every right to exist, that the Jewish people have a claim to a secure homeland where they have an ancient historical roots, that there have been instances in which previous Israeli governments made meaningful efforts to resolve the dispute and provide a path for a two-state solution, efforts that were ultimately rebuffed by the other side. So Obama argues that this is the Israeli homeland. And I just want to be clear, at the time that Zionism as a movement started, there were about 4,000 Jewish people in Palestine. Yes, you could say it's their historical homeland, if you want to make like a blood and soil argument, Mr. Obama, but the thing that we care about ultimately is not displacing thousands and thousands of people. Zionism was partially peaceful through the purchase of land at like fair market rates, but also partially relied on the violence of the state. A lot of the land purchases required to create the initial Jewish settlements relied on the late Ottoman seizure of land from peasants. Basically, if any of you know what enclosure looked like in England, it was very similar to that in Palestine, that the local Ottoman authorities just kicked peasants off their land and then sold some of it to Israeli settlers. And that is clearly violent. So we're already talking about in the very early era of Zionism. What did I say? Early Zionism? I meant to say early Zionism. Whatever I said, replace. In early Zionism, there was already a degree of coercion. Then after the War of 48, 700,000 Palestinians were expelled from Israel into Gaza and the West Bank. That's part of the reason people talk about people being refugees in Gaza. Yes, Tyrannax is right. Lonerbox has covered a lot of this on his stream in very, very good detail. Yeah, Lonerbox has done a really good job on this. I guess I just wanted to point out that, like, to say that something is the ancestral or ancient homeland of a people is, like, very uncomfortably, not even uncomfortably close. It just is blood and soil rhetoric to me. I critiqued Hassan the other about 2 weeks ago for saying that Taiwanese and Chinese people are similar because they share a language and a cultural heritage. And that's dumb as shit. Like, the fact that people share a heritage does not mean that they share political unity. In the same way, the fact that the people historically came from an area, does not mean they deserve to rule that entire area. Indigeneity does not give you the right to kick out other people or the right to rule an area, right? So I don't know. The fact that this logic is present even in centrist rhetoric from Obama, even in rhetoric where he's trying, like you'll see at the bottom of the article, the links that he gives. Israel's about to make a terrible mistake. Gaza, the cost of escalation. He's trying to give an article that is like leaning in favor of a ceasefire. And even in that article, he still has to lean into the blood and soil type rhetoric of Zionism. So I want to critique that. So we start with, actually, Zionism is returning Jewish people to their ancient home. Second, it means acknowledging that Palestinians have also lived in disputed territories for generations. That is a euphemism, but fair enough. That many of them were not only displaced when Israel was formed, but continue to be forcibly displaced by a settler movement that too has often received tacit or explicit support from the Israeli government. That Palestinian leaders who've been willing to make concessions for a two-state solution have too often had little to show for their efforts. Note just the difference in framing. The Israeli efforts were rebuffed by the other side, whereas the Palestinian efforts gave too little to show for their efforts. Not a rebuff, just they didn't quite get all they wanted. I know it's a minor thing, just framing again. And that it is possible for people of goodwill to champion Palestinian rights and oppose certain Israeli government policies in the West Bank and Gaza without being anti-Semitic. So brave on Mr. Obama to reject, those of you who aren't aware, I think it's the IHRF definition, it's the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which basically lumps in 90% of anti-Israel rhetoric as anti-Semitic. Hey, Somniostatic. So I just wanted to critique this as like, this is the leadership that our country had for 8 of the past, 25 years, right? This is part of the reason that Israel did not meaningfully move. In fact, I want to talk a little bit. Obama mentions the illegal settlements. Forcibly displaced by settler movement that has too often received tacit or explicit support from the Israeli government. This was supposed to be Obama's big thing. Back when he came into office, he was supposed to, he literally, when some of you may recall that Obama had a red line in Syria, that if chemical weapons were used, Obama goes right into Syria, and we're going back into Iraq War III, but maybe slightly more justified Boogaloo. He didn't do that. One of his earlier red lines was the settlement movement in Israel. So, back in March 2009, so 2 months after he was inaugurated, he first gave his first demand that the settlements must stop. Let me see if I can stuff in here. 9. At a March 2009 conference, Obama pronounced the status quo unsustainable. Then 3 months later, so 5 months after his inauguration, he said that the U.S. continues to reject the legitimacy of the continued Israeli settlements. And Clinton said, Secretary Clinton at the time, said, the president wants to see a stop to settlements, not some settlements, not outposts, not natural growth exceptions. That is our position. That is what we have communicated very clearly. Okay, so you've got Mr. Obama. He's so based. He's finally demanding an end to the settlements. This is a real change in U.S. policy. But he puts no meat behind it. He puts no muscle behind it. Netanyahu says in response, I said that we would not build new settlements, nor expropriate land in addition to the existing settlements, that we were prepared to adopt a policy of restraint on the existing settlements. But also that oh my God, I am doing so bad at reading quotes today. I said we would not build new settlements, not expropriate land in addition. Oh my God, I'm pretty sure this is transcribed wrong. That's why it's so messed up. Not transcribed land for the existing settlements. Am I going insane? Am I having a stroke? I feel like this doesn't read correctly, but whatever. Not expropriate land for addition for the existing settlements, and that we were prepared to adopt a policy of restraint on the existing settlements, but also one that would still enable normal life for the residents who are living there. And he just lied. Like Netanyahu just straight up lied. The settlements kept growing. I believe in 2012, the settlement started being created again, like midway through Obama's term. So great job, Obama. You stopped the settlement growth for 3 years, except he actually didn't. Settlement growth stopped in 2006 after the Hamas takeover of Gaza. So Obama didn't stop any new settlements. He just came in at a time where settlements weren't being created. And then 3 years after he said, no new settlements, we must demand no new settlements, Netanyahu starts up another half dozen settlements. This Obama statement, this Netanyahu one, is 2009. And just for an idea of how bold and brave Obama was, in 2016, as he's leaving office, as he can do whatever he wants and voters can't punish him for it, the UN Security Council adopts a resolution 14-0-1. The statement says that the settlements in Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem, have no legal validity. They constitute a flagrant violation under international law and a major obstacle of the vision of two states living side by side within internationally recognized borders. Great, good job. So the United States voted for this resolution, which declared the settlements illegal, right? Which has been the official policy of the Obama administration for 8 years, right? No, instead, it got 14 votes and the US abstained. The Obama statement that I read earlier is from today. It's from 5 hours ago, maybe 6 now. Yeah, so I read this because, like, this is the epitome of I think, the weaknesses of the centrist approach is that Obama was willing to put no teeth behind his foreign policy demanding that the U.S. respect human rights. We didn't do shit. And just for an idea of how insane Netanyahu is, just for abstaining on this vote rather than voting no, because to be clear, any no vote sinks the resolution. So the United States abstained, which did mean it passed, so good on Obama for that. But Netanyahu got so fucking mad at this. Even though virtually every country on earth acknowledges that the settlements are illegal. Is this Netanyahu or was it another official? Oh, it was an anonymous official. I thought this was Netanyahu. My bad. Well, they speak in the voice of Netanyahu, clearly. The unnamed official, who I will choose to believe is Bibi Netanyahu, who's speaking behind a mask, said, President Obama and Secretary Kerry are behind this shameful move against Israel at the United Nations. The U.S. administration secretly cooked up with the Palestinians an extreme anti-Israel resolution behind Israel's back, which would be a tailwind for terror and boycotts. And all the resolution did is say that the settlements are illegal, which is the whole point. If Israel recognizes the borders that they have since 1967, the Israel settlements that they're building are illegal. That's it. That's all the resolution says. It's like U.S. policy for decades. Even Bush, I believe, said the same. So I just want to be clear, like, average Israeli who thinks that just acknowledging the fact that the settlements are illegal is pro-terrorist rhetoric. Why do we give so much to Israel? I mean, let me show you the poll again. Because this is the Republican Party. In the bottom right, there is less than 5% support for Palestinians in any year since 2011 among the Republicans. There is more than 50% support for Israel among Republicans every year since 2011. The Republican Party is so overwhelmingly pro-Israel that it is hard to describe. And evangelicals within the Republican Party are particularly powerful, and they are the most pro-Israel bloc. So like 1/2 of our political system believes that Israel is the key to bringing Christ back to earth. So yeah, I think it's a major factor. There's also Israel is a U.S. ally and a staging base for our operations in the Middle East, a bit like Saudi Arabia. We give way too much to Saudi Arabia. In fact, I don't know if we just closed it or we were closing it recently. Like we're about to close it. We're about to give nuclear technology, like nuclear reactor technology, to Saudi Arabia. Like that's the one thing we shouldn't be giving them. We should be like trying to get off of oil to force Saudi Arabia, this reactionary hell monarchy, to force them to do something else than oil, because that's the only way they're getting this wealth for free, instead of having a productive high education, high industrialization country. All they're doing is extracting oil and then giving out money to the people in their country, and we're giving them nuclear technology. We are giving them everything. Not like nuclear missile technology or like nuclear weapon technology, but nuclear reactor technology. They're our ally against Iran, and because they give us a military base to control things in the Middle East. And the same thing, to another degree, is true in Israel. There's like very strong religious ties. There's very strong geopolitical ties. And I will just say, and maybe some people like to say that Israel controls our foreign policy. And an odd example where that isn't true is Israeli leaders were very opposed to the Iraq war because Israeli leaders are not neocons. They're fascists. And there's a difference there. Neoconservatives, for all their faults, do genuinely believe that we can spread democracy by the sword. That's like, it hasn't worked out. It's a pretty evil ideology in the long run, but at least they care, at least in name and to some degree in practice. Like we did set up like a puppet government in Afghanistan. We did set up like a reasonably well-functioning democracy in Iraq. They at least care about democracy a little bit, right? But the Israeli government are realists, and they are fascist realists in addition to that. They don't care whether it's democratic or not. In fact, they almost prefer dictators over democracies because they think that democracies elect Muslim majorities, which end up supporting Palestine. But they can negotiate with dictators because dictators don't really care about Palestine. Dictators care about power. And if they get more power by allying with Israel, then Israel can get them on their side. So Israel preferred Saddam to democratizing Iraq. Israel was anti-neocon. Just as an example of where U.S.-Israel foreign policy don't line up, because Israel was, like, in some respects more evil. I don't know. iPod says, here's an unhinged mega pastor going unhinged for Israel. Sure, I'll watch this. Let's see what he says.
October the 7th, to butcher innocent children and elderly, to kidnap hundreds of Israelis and 20-plus Americans for hostage negotiations, and parade the naked bodies of murdered women through the streets of Gaza.
I'm going to 1.5.
To dishonor Israeli soldiers with their heads cut off, men and women who were burned alive with spare tires around their waist filled with gasoline, raping women permitted to live as the Palestinians and their supporters around the world cheered this madness. In America's Congress, the infamous squad, as we know them, were supporters of these demonic monsters who decapitated innocent children. Those of you who put these Jew haters in public office, be ashamed.
For reference, on the last stream, I went over the statements from every single one of the Jew haters in the Hamas wing in Congress, and every single one of them condemned Hamas and condemned violence against civilians. Anyway, average megapastor.
There are several things that the United States government can do to truly help Israel. First, they can shut off all financial aid to Iran of any kind. Do it now and do it forever.
The thing he's probably referring to here is that as a result of the Iran nuclear deal, we had to try and normalize relations with Iran, try and stop treating them as a pariah, stop utterly sanctioning them, and allow normal economic trade. And we had some funds in escrow from Iran that we had to return to them as a part of that. And to be clear, the Iran nuclear deal was like an unambiguous success. It moved Iran back from developing nuclear weapons. It normalized relations in Iran. It helped liberals within Iran get more power. It makes it more likely that we're going to see good things out of Iran. And Trump tore it up because he didn't like that Obama made it. Like, it's literally that dumb.
The $6 billion that Joe Biden gave to Iran for the liberation of hostages, in addition to the $80 billion in illicit oil sales that we allow, funded this horrific murder raid into Israel. Joe Biden must answer for this.
And again, just reading from chat, Paragon Affairs says, Iran openly stated that they are not involved with Hamas because they don't want a war right now. I mean, I'm sure that, like, I'm sure behind the scenes, and just tacitly, you know, Hezbollah and Hamas have a lot of, like, deep connections. So I'm sure, like, there's some level of involvement, but Iran has been, Iran's been busy all over the region. I don't know that they want, like, Israel to fucking bomb them and destroy their facilities like Israel was doing in the early 2000s.
It would be fantastic if America had a military base in Afghanistan to control Iran right now.
Guy who thinks we should have stayed in Afghanistan so that we could control Iran? How? Does he think that, like, Iran, when they're wiring funds to Hezbollah, has to send them, like, they send them over to a bank in Afghanistan, and Afghanistan's like, oh my God.
Never forget that America left a treasure trove of military weapons for the terrorists in Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the portrait of America's weakness and the betrayal of those who helped us in the years that we were there. Our retreat from Afghanistan created a vacuum that made this terrorist raid quickly effective.
That's true. The Taliban did the terror raid in Hamas, in Gaza. Hamas is the Taliban. There's no difference. This guy's just doing the standard stuff. I don't know who this guy is, but my bet, without knowing anything about him, is that he's a Dominionist or a Seven Mountains ministry type. That he thinks that a strong Christianity is the only acceptable kind. He never reads the Christianity verses about being meek. Never reads the Christianity verses about trying to lift up the poor. He only reads the stuff about how Christianity must raise up leaders and so on. Which is like standard conservative tripe for the past 40 years. It's why evangelicals are so fucking insane, because they are like a combination of, you have to have strong leaders, so they're authoritarians, and plus it's the idea of the prosperity gospel, that God is just, and therefore he gives good lives to those who do unto him and give him well. So therefore, if you're poor, you fucked up and you are sinful. And if you're rich, well, that must mean you're doing well. And that's why you should donate to this guy and give him your monthly social security check, because he's bringing God back to America. All right. We have a few more things in the section. I didn't read this during the Democracy Now! Bit when I wanted to read it, but you remember that journalist that Democracy Now! Was talking about being killed named Rashi Siraj? His last tweet was from 5 days ago. It reads, "A lack of media coverage from Gaza due to the killing of more than 12 journalists, the bombing, and the blackout of electricity." Remember, 11 days of total blackout and the internet. "However, we are still trying to withstand and continue coverage so the world can see Israeli crimes in Gaza, standing amidst the rubble." His last text message from 5 hours before his death said, "Thank you, Habibi, sending love and peace from Gaza." Everyone bombed, every civilian killed, on every side, has a story, and it's tragic. That's why we have to demand a ceasefire now. War cannot solve this. More tragedy will not end this tragedy. MSNBC, someone is asking about media coverage. I wanted to show 2 clips from MSNBC, which did fairly good. I thought coverage of the
things.
Here is AOC talking to Mehdi Hassan.
I think one of the things that's important to recognize about this situation is the asymmetry of what is going on, as well as the collective punishment of what is happening to the Palestinian people at this moment. Hamas has absolutely engaged in horrific attacks, and every single day there are more details that are released about what occurred on October 7th that shocks the human consciousness and shocks our conscience, our collective conscience. However, we do know as well that war crimes do not constitute and are not an appropriate response for other war crimes. Hamas's hostage taking, their hostage taking of children, of the disabled, elderly, civilians are a war crime. But when we are talking about the blockading of water, food, electricity to a population of 2.2 million Palestinians, when we are talking about dropping what we're seeing from Human Rights Watch, reports and confirmation from organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, the dropping and deployment of white phosphorus, which is also a war crime. It is unacceptable to think that 1,700 Palestinian children alone, that their deaths will somehow make up for or justify the violence of what we saw on October 7th.
I saw people in chat doing the standard, but does she condemn Hamas? Yeah, AOC is completely correct on this. I just wanted to add that the war crimes aren't just the white phosphorus. Amnesty International published the other day on October 20th an account of 5 war crimes done by Israeli forces. I'm not going to read the video comments. There is so much dumb shit. I wanted to read from the section titled Inadequate Warnings. In cases documented by Amnesty International, the organization repeatedly found that the Israeli military either had not warned civilians at all or issued warnings which were inadequate. In some instances, they informed a single person about a strike which affected whole buildings or streets full of people, or issued unclear, quote, evacuation orders which left residents confused about the time frame. In no cases did Israeli civilians ensure that civilians had a safe place to evacuate to. Evacuate where? Israel means evacuate out of your house. There's a bomb coming. We dropped it. In one attack on Jabila Market, people had left their homes in response to an evacuation order, only to be killed in the place to which they had fled. I wanted to read this case of a really, really shitty warning. Ismail al-Nakla, Mohammed's brother and the father of Abdel Karim, told Amnesty International that their next-door neighbor received a call from the Israeli military at around 10:30, warning them that his building was about to be bombed. So again, think about that. Israel doesn't call you. Imagine if you're in an apartment complex like I am, that some guy, maybe the floor down, gets a call, and it's his job to go inform everyone that the building is getting bombed. That's where the horror starts, right? You have to talk to a stranger. Then, you have to trust that that stranger is telling you things correctly, that the Israeli military told him things correctly, because, apparently, they got it fucking wrong. Ismail and Mohammed and their families left the building immediately, as did their neighbors. By 3:30 p.m., there had been no attack. 10:30 to 3:30 p.m., they went outside thinking their houses were about to be destroyed, and they waited there for 5 hours. After 5 hours, there had been no attack, so the al-Naklas and others went to collect their necessities. Ismail explained that they thought it would be safe to do so, as 5 hours had elapsed since the warning, though they planned to leave again very quickly. As they were returning to their apartments, a bomb struck the building next door, destroying the al-Naklas' home and damaging others nearby. Mohammed and his family were still in the courtyard of their building when they were killed. Ismail described seeing part of his 5-year-old nephew Yusuf's brain outside his head, and said that the 3-year-old Omar's body could not be recovered from the rubble until the next day. He told Amnesty International that Mariam and Abdel Karim, the 2 surviving children, were released from the hospital quickly, as Gaza's hospitals are overwhelmed with the volume of casualties. So, Israel calls one guy in a building, and then 5 hours later, with no warning, bombs the building next to them. And civilians died. They weren't given a place to evacuate to, right? It wasn't, oh, civilians, please evacuate. We're going to take you to our tent city that we set up over here, where you are definitely not going to get bombed. It's just evacuate. It's get out. And then they bomb you. And Build-A-Dog says, so basically, if the IDF really thought Hamas was there, they gave Hamas 5 hours to not be there, leaving only civilians to be killed. It's like the worst of warning and the worst of just bombing civilian housing. Anyway, Amnesty has dozens of other cases like this in 5 categories. And if you want to read it, I'll post it in chat. But it's really bad. Like, in addition to things which are just statutory war crimes, like bombing water facilities, which Israel has done, Israel has done a lot of attacks which very clearly violate rules of conduct to limit civilian casualty, which again is also a war crime. It's just a different type of war crime. But anyway, just evil. Let's finish the AOC clip.
You know, here in Congress, every single year we pass a defense budget. And every single year we hear about the precision, the sophistication, the technological capacities to meet targets with such precise strikes. And yet what we are seeing unfold in Gaza is an indiscriminate bombing campaign. We are seeing the dropping of white phosphorus, an indiscriminate weapon. We are seeing civilian centers being bombed. We are seeing churches. We are seeing thousands upon thousands of people being killed by these strikes. And it occurs to me, and I think a question that we all must ask ourselves is, what price of innocent life is acceptable in terms of targeting Hamas? And are we even receiving? We are receiving daily counts every day by the number of innocent people that are dying. We are not seeing reports on how effective this has actually been in terms of dismantling Hamas. I think it's very important for us to raise that point. And I think it's also very important for us to understand that this is part of a larger intergenerational cycle of violence.
So AOC, I would agree with 98% of her statement. I think it is important also to criticize even the ability of military responses to solve problems like this. But I guess she has consistently throughout her career done more centrist messaging than Ilhan Omar. So this is pretty typical of what she does. But 98% on target, I think. 98% on target. she's completely correct that the punishment of the whole civilian population of Gaza is evil, is a war crime in and of itself, or a crime against humanity. And it's not even fucking solving Hamas. Like, for reference, those 5,000 dead, only 30% of those are men of military age. And if every single one of those was a member of Hamas, that would mean that Israel has killed 1 in 30 Hamas members. Like, at this cost, right? At the cost of displacing 1.4 million people, of a week of electricity blackout, of killing dozens and dozens of journalists, was it, even if that was what, like, even if they managed to kill 1,000 Hamas members, which is the upper bound of what they could have possibly done, was it fucking worth it? Hamas won't be gone with the deaths of 1,000. Maybe they'll invade Gaza, and maybe they'll kill more then. But where's the fucking reports on that? Paragon Affairs says, it is cool that she has a mechanical typewriter. This is her streaming room. So if you want to see her, in addition to condemning Gaza, play Pikmin Park with friends, I think Hassan has a VOD on that. Thoughts on honing the messaging towards the destruction of residential... I'm not even going to read that pink mug, but that is funny in a deeply, deeply macabre way. Tyrannox says, I saw a figure going that Israel has only confirmed 13 kills. Do you know if that's all Hamas or commanders? I have no idea. But even if it was 100 confirmed kills, right? Even if it was 1,300 confirmed kills, that would be a high price to pay, right? 4 civilian deaths, give or take, for every Hamas kill. And for every Hamas kill, like tens of thousands displaced, right? It's worth, I think, taking a step back. And this is sort of the critique I was trying to give of AOC's statement, that taking a step back and saying, not just, oh, we aren't receiving reports on how well this is going, but it can't be going well. And that's because this type of military response is generally very ineffective at solving the root causes of violence, of terrorism, right? Ultimately, you have to provide a way for people to feel justified, provide a way for people to live a full life. And you have to, like, fundamentally, so someone in chat way earlier, 2 hours ago, got very mad when I said, why don't we give Gazans job? The #1 predictor of the amount of terrorists to come from a given country is the unemployment rate. I'm not even joking about this. That, like, the unemployment rate of 18 to 30-year-old engineers is the top predictor of terrorism. Because what are you doing when, in Gaza, for reference, between 47 and 80% of young people are unemployed? It is abysmal, right? You can find more young people not working than working. So, like, you give them no hope, no way to advance themselves. You show that peaceful protest is impossible. And Hamas is out there building community. They're giving supplies to your community. They're doing mutual aid. It's pretty easy to see how that gets you into a terrorist group. They provide you a sense of meaning, religious instruction, and something to do, right? You don't have a job, you've got a lot of free time, but now you've got something to do. Like, unironically, one of the most successful anti-crime efforts in the United States is summer job programs and during school year job programs. Just giving people shit to do and a vision of life that goes beyond no option of escaping the dirt, of escaping the struggle, is like one of the strongest ways to fight violence. Also, a great argument for at least social democracy. But whatever, no big deal. Another clip from MSNBC. And again from Mr. Hassan.
Eddie, it's great to see.
This is talking about the various dehumanizations we've seen. So over the past few streams, I've played like dozens of clips from Israeli officials, from American politicians, basically demeaning the humanity of Palestinians. And this is talking directly about that.
Good evening, Ayman. Hey, good evening, Mehdi. It's great to see you. I was going to say that interview with Congresswoman Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez was, I thought it was very revealing, and it's something you and I know we've talked about in the past, and that has to do with the dehumanization of Palestinians. I thought one of the moments that stood out to me in that interview was when the Congresswoman talked about arriving to Congress and just hearing the lack of interest or the lack of care, if you will, about the Palestinian issue, something that I have always said is at the forefront of the situation in the Middle East. If that is not resolved, other issues don't get resolved. But it was quite powerful, I would say, to hear her talk about how Palestinian voices, Palestinian lives are reflected in Congress, among other members of Congress and her party.
Yeah, and she said that, Eamon, in response to my question, pointing out that almost all of the 18 House Democrats who've called for a ceasefire are people of color. And I just wonder whether that's part of the equation, that you have more diversity in Congress and more empathy for people in the Middle East who maybe don't look like us or who we're not familiar with. But look, the media has a role to play in this too. Jesse Waters on Fox earlier this week said one of the most anti-Palestinian, even by Fox standards, racist rants I've heard. Have a listen.
This man sucks so bad. Oh my God.
I don't think we can have a Palestinian state at this point. I've had it with the Palestinians. I've given up on the Palestinians. If I was in Israel, I wouldn't be talking about a Palestinian state right now. I don't think Joe Biden should be talking about a Palestinian state right now. And I don't like how people tried to differentiate between the Palestinians and Hamas. To me, I see people with guns. That's Hamas. The people without the guns are the Palestinians. They believe the same thing. The Palestinians hire Hamas to run their government.
Just want to be clear, again, that is an explicit justification that if you think the Iraq war was a war crime, that you now have like just cause to attack random Republicans. Like that is justification, which leads you to accept violence against civilians because they are just the unarmed version of the paramilitary. Deeply, deeply evil, right? And to be clear, Jesse Waters isn't the only one saying this. The other week, former Prime Minister Bennett in Israel said the exact same thing, the same logic, very much, that, if these Palestinian civilians cared so much, why didn't they just overthrow Hamas? Clearly, they bear a little bit of responsibility.
Falsehood after another, one smear after another. Palestinians, one of the few minority groups left in America, on planet Earth, that you can say whatever you want about.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, again, not just Fox. We're hearing it as well from Republican officials calling Palestinians in Gaza anti-Semitic, whole host of other derogatory terms. Thank you very much, Mehdi. Always a pleasure. Take care, my friend.
Okay. That part of the clip was completely unnecessary, but yeah, thank you, my friend Mehdi, strongest soldier of the resist lib to social democrat pipeline. But yeah, I think it's worth thinking about that. Like, something I keep coming back to is I went on, I think, 3 or 4 panels about Israel and Palestine than the week after the attack happened. And there was more discussion on every single panel of this or that bad DSA statement, this or that bad, like, random leftist on the street statement, this or that bad thing that some anti-Semite at a pro-Palestinian rally said. That's Jesse Waters on primetime on Fox, the most watched cable news network in America. Fox is the most trusted news source for 50% of Americans. It is the most trusted for the rightmost fifth of our country. It is the most trusted for the next rightmost. And it is, I think, the third most trusted for the middle portion of America. Like, that guy's voice matters 10,000 times more than the worst DSA statement. When AOC in the clip we just watched talked about the difference in scope, right? That there's a systematic difference on one side and the other. I think it's important to talk about the difference in level of dehumanization on each side. The pro-Palestine side has morons, has people who will defend dehumanization, has people who will defend whatever Hamas did. Every movement has morons. The morons on the pro-Israel side hold the levers of power. The morons who defend whatever Israel does, who demonize the humanity of Palestinians, are Fox anchors, right? They are like some of the most influential people on earth. That guy, Jesse Waters, is probably one of the 1,000 most influential people alive, right? Anyway, just something worth thinking about when someone asks you, but do you condemn Hamas? Does that guy condemn everything the IDF did? Did Jesse Waters get asked to condemn everything the IDF did after he said that they don't deserve that the Palestinians don't deserve a state because they're just an unarmed version of Hamas? Speaking of people with power dehumanizing people, here's Hamas. Khalid Mashal is the former head of Hamas and one of his current leaders in exile because he can't go back to Gaza. But he's basically a senior in Hamas. His ideology is going to be likely very close to those of leaders of Hamas. And here is an Al Arabiya journalist from Egypt named Rasha Nabil, who is grilling him on the attacks on civilians. And also Arash Azizi has generally very good coverage of the issue in general.
عملية من هذا النوع تقوم بها حماس، هذه ليست عملية عادية، هذه بمثابة إعلان حرب، وبالتالي البعض يقول كيف كانت حساباتكم لردود الفعل الإسرائيلية؟ نحن نشاهد ما يحدث في قطاع غزة من مأساة إنسانية كبيرة صح عليها سكان غزة، لا تمت استشارة الفصائل ولا استشارة السلطة ولا استشارة سكان غزة، أنتم اتخذتم القرار وحدكم. هذه
So she ended that with, you made this decision by yourselves. And she's sort of asking, to what extent do you bear responsibility for the Israeli response? He says, that ingenious moment when the Al-Qassam brigades
اللحظة العبقرية التي استطاعت كتائب القسام أن تفاجئ بها العدو وكل استخبارات العالم هذا كان
managed to surprise the enemy, and all the intelligence agencies in the world had to be kept a secret known to only a small group of people.
في إطار ضيق، لكن نحن هنا لم نبتدع مقاومة جديدة، نحن في جو المقاومة، فحين تقوم بخطوة
When a certain measure is taken, it is in the context of the legitimate resistance.
هو في سياق مقاومة مشروعة شعبنا.
طيب أنت تتحدث في نقاط مهمة، تقول أن هذه مقاومة مشروعة من وجهة نظركم، ولكن ما شهده العالم على شاشات التلفاز في العالم الغربي كان انتهاكات من حركة حماس ضد المدنيين الإسرائيليين.
She says people in the West have seen on their TV screens Hamas attacking civilians.
حتى أن الحركة وأنت مسؤول عن صورة الحركة في الخارج أصبحت تقرن بداعش.
هذه تهمة طبعا افتراها نتنياهو.
He says that the comparison of Hamas to Daesh or ISIS is an accusation fabricated by Netanyahu.
هذا والغرب للأسف متواطئ. الشعوب يا أختي العزيزة لا تتحرر بسهولة.
He continues, dear sister, nations are not easily liberated.
الروس قدموا 30 مليون ضحية في الحرب العالمية الثانية حتى يتحرر.
The Russians sacrificed 30 million to liberate it from Hitler's attack in World War II, he says.
من هجوم هتلر عليهم. الشعب الفيتنامي قدم 3 مليون ونصف بني آدم حتى.
The Vietnamese sacrificed 3.5 million people until they defeated the Americans, he says.
هزموا الأمريكان. أفغانستان هزمت الاتحاد السوفيتي أولا ثم أمريكا بملايين من الشهداء. الشعب الجزائري.
Same thing for Afghanistan, same thing for Algeria.
6 ملايين شهيد عبر 130 عاما. الشعب الفلسطيني مثل كل.
The Palestinian people are just like any other nation, and given that every other nation he talked about, he said that the people were martyrs.
الشعوب ما في شعب يتحرر بدون تضحيات.
No nation is liberated without sacrifices. So, not great. We have Israel saying that all the Palestinians bear responsibility for Hamas's attacks, and we have one of Hamas's leaders saying that it will take, it took millions of deaths to throw off the American yoke in other instances. So does he take responsibility? No. Does he have any indication that he cared for civilian life? No. And we watched 2 streams ago a clip from one of Hamas's ideological leaders explicitly saying that Hamas had not killed any civilians. So I just want to be clear, like, this isn't just the thing where they've taken like the very like revolution brain where they're like, it might be a huge sacrifice, but we will make it in the end. We will achieve liberation. They explicitly think that they did not kill civilians. This is revolution. This is like liberatory violence, and that the Palestinian people, if they must suffer, it is acceptable suffering for liberation. So, average Hamas leadership. Let me see if I can find this clip. Oh yeah, this bit.
أنا قلت لك يا أختي العزيزة، حماس وكتائب القسام والأجنحة العسكرية تركز مقاومة.
Hamas focuses their resistance on the occupation forces, on the soldiers, he says.
مقاومتها على قوات الاحتلال، على الجنود. لكن في كل الحروب.
But in all wars, there are some civilian victims. We are not responsible for them.
يسقط بعض الضحايا من المدنيين، لسنا مسؤولين عنهم.
And I want to be clear, these are translations that come from Memory TV, but Arash has defended these as an acceptable English translation, so I'll take it. Memory can be a little bit Memory's pretty right-wing biased, but we get to, will you apologize for what was done to the Israeli civilians on October 7?
يمكن أن تعتذروا عما حدث باتجاه المدنيين الإسرائيليين خلال عملية 7 أكتوبر؟
والله اسمحي لي سؤالك، اسمحي لي مع الاحترام لك، الاعتذار ينبغي أن يطلب من إسرائيل. أنت سألتيني سؤال أنا.
In questioning, will you apologize for the deaths of civilians on October 7, he says, no, apologies should be demanded from Israel.
أنت سألتيني سؤال أنا أجيبك بوضوح. حماس لا تتعمد قتل المدنيين.
Hamas does not kill civilians on purpose, he says. It focuses on the soldiers, period. For reference, Amnesty International, that same organization that posted several instances of documented war crimes by Israel, is also investigating at least 5 instances of intentional execution of civilians by Hamas fighters during the, or not Hamas fighters, but Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters during October 7. So, and those are just the documented ones. Those are from like recovered footage. Just from interviews, if you're willing to trust the interviews of Palestinians who have been bombed to justify the war crimes by Israel, if you listen to the interviews of people who escaped the war crimes against Hamas, that happened dozens and dozens and dozens of times. If you like listened to the text messages that some people sent, there were some Hamas fighters who treated kidnappers kindly, but there were a lot of other places where people were just slaughtered. So
ركز على الجنود نقطة أول سطر.
أنت قلت أن ما يقوم به.
Let me one last quote. Is it here? Did I miss it? I could have sworn there was a quote. I have it transcribed, so maybe I couldn't find it in it, but it said, my transcription says, asked where Palestinians should go if Israel invades, Mashal said, Allah will protect them. So, look, we've got Fox News saying that every Palestinian deserves to be killed, and then we've got Hamas saying that if they must die for revolutionary violence, so be it. God will protect them. Yeah, Allah is slacking. God is honestly, okay, this is very much a meta thing, but I don't know how you can look at this kind of violence. This to me very much feels like a Holocaust type moment. If you believe in God and you believe that he is just and that he intervenes in human affairs, what is he waiting for? This is disgusting. I could use a little bit more intervention, Mr. Jesus Christ. I could use a little bit more intervention, Allah. Last bit. Hassan went on the British show hosted by Piers Morgan. And I thought he did mostly good coverage. This is Dexter Tonox. This is Hassan's editor, but restructured as a gaming news website. Lithic says, works in mysterious and maybe even genocidal, haha, weird ways. Yeah. Jesus, if you could come down and whoop ass, that'd be great. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. 1.4 million people displaced, man. It's a lot of suffering. Here is Hassan Abi talking to Piers Morgan. My understanding is that his big failure in this conversation was that he defended the hospital bombing as clearly done by Israel, whereas I think that the open source intelligence leans the evidence towards a Hamas, not Hamas, but a rocket fired within Palestine, probably Hamas, what was it? It wasn't Hamas. Was it the Palestinian Islamic Jihad? I just know that the evidence seems to lean in favor of a failed rocket fire instead of an Israeli bomb. If Hamas said that, if Hassan said that it was very clearly Israel bombing, then he might be wrong in that. But I will just want to note that being wrong about that in particular, this is a point that I made about in the previous stream, being wrong about the hospital bombing does not take away from the overall argument against the Palestinian occupation. I have not watched the Channel 4 report on the hospital bombing. I can't say build a dog. So all I wanted to say is, like, I think it's a reasonable heuristic when Israel is dropping 1,200 bombs a day that something explodes and you hear reports of hundreds of casualties from a hospital and you conclude it's probably Israel. I just want to be clear, like, this isn't some insane crackpot belief, I don't think. This is a sort of fog of war thing, and people are being too quick to stake out sides. Like, Israel, the moment that reports came out, was convinced that they didn't drop it, even though they had no fucking evidence either. They just happened, I think, they happened to be probably on the true side of things. But Hamas, I think if that's the strongest critique against Hassan in this interview, he's going to give good arguments against the overall problem, the statistical problem, the whole systematic repression of people in Palestine by Israel.
It's interesting that you call me a propagandist, because I want to play you. This was your reaction to when the hospital got bombed.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay. Well, then I want to
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you even play it.
Okay. I'm going to play the clip. This is your reaction.
Okay, small note here. This is very much a socialist in language versus out language thing. I agree. Hassan's a propagandist. I'm a propagandist. So is Piers Morgan. All media is propaganda. But that's the point that Hassan is trying to make, is that all media is propaganda. That, like, socialists have made the argument that everything from, like, advertisements, like everything you see that's made by Coca-Cola, that's propaganda. Everything you see from the State Department, that's propaganda. Everything you see made by some YouTuber who wants to make more money, like some streamer who wants to get you agitated and involved in the stream so they will subscribe and engage with the stream, that's propaganda. Like, everything is structured around trying to maintain people's power or get people's power ahead or get their views ahead. There is no, like, pure media out there. But without explaining that, it is a bad thing to say to the general public who is not aware of, like, the culture industry type critique, which is what Hassan is saying.
To the bombing of the hospital the other night.
While I was in the process of getting ready for the stream, Israel enacted one of the singular worst strikes they have done thus far, and an Israeli airstrike hit the Al Ahli hospital in Gaza City, where thousands of civilians were seeking medical treatment and shelter from the relentless bombing campaign.
Now, interestingly, when you were saying that, I was coming on air too. And I took a position based probably on 30 years of being a journalist, running major newspapers, working at CNN and others, of waiting, of just saying, I think we should just wait and see what is actually...
I'm sorry, that did make me smile, because that's so catty of a way to say that. You know, based on all the experience that I've had working for every major newspaper and being a generally pretty smart individual, I decided to wait, unlike you.
...happened here, get clarification, see who's actually to blame before we start passing judgment. You raced in to assume, as many people did, by the way, including the New York Times, BBC, mainstream media, and of course most of the Arab world then followed, that this was clearly, indisputably, an Israeli airstrike on this hospital. And yet all the evidence now suggests very strongly that it wasn't, that in fact this was a rocket that misfired coming from a terrorist group inside Gaza. So my question for you is this: why would you be so certain in what you said before you knew?
Okay, so first and foremost, before we get started on this conversation, let's understand something very important here. There's no electricity in Gaza.
I actually like the pivot he's about to do, probably, but it is a pivot. Just to respond to something in chat, Paragon Affairs says Hassan isn't doing this to reach out to Talk TV viewers. He's fishing for clips he can use on Twitter and for his Twitch audience. You might be right. If that's true, that's a failure on his part. I think that, you know, that there's a time and place for every type of argument, and the argument when you're on Talk TV is the type that applies to a Talk TV audience. Yeah.
So first and foremost, before we get started on this conversation, let's understand something very important here. There's no electricity in Gaza. Internet is patchy in Gaza. There's no food in Gaza. There's no water in Gaza. This is all by design. This is because Gaza is under a brutal blockade, a brutal occupation by the Israeli government. Okay? So that plays a role in the fog of war and the misinformation that gets spread. Having said that, however, you made it seem as though there is a certainty that this was 100% not an Israeli airstrike.
No, I didn't. And instead, I literally just said it's not a certainty.
Okay, sorry.
I said the evidence is increasingly pointing to this not being an Israeli airstrike, and that is expert evidence from people who have no skin in the game.
Here, there's.
Why would you wasn't an Israeli airstrike or missile? Mainstream media and of course most of the Arab world then followed that this was clearly, indisputably an Israeli airstrike or missile hospital, and yet all the evidence now suggests very strongly that it wasn't.
Quote Piers Morgan, all the evidence now suggests clearly that it wasn't. Now he's just saying, oh, the evidence is increasingly saying. So Weasley little lie. I think Hassan still takes I think Hassan still is wrong epistemically here, but I do want to be clear that Piers Morgan is not like the paragon of truth here either.
Okay, sorry.
I said the evidence is increasingly pointing to this not being an Israeli airstrike. And that is expert evidence from people who have no skin in the game at all.
Yes. Well, I don't know which expert you're talking about, because I think Channel 4 did a pretty good job. As a matter of fact, I would say Channel 4 did probably the best job so far in analyzing everything that the IDF has said. But the reason why I believed, and I still do believe, that the likelihood is that this was an Israeli bombing campaign wasn't only because of the singular verifiable video, the phone video from the balcony that had all of the markings of an airstrike, the fact that the Israeli Air Force was enacting a bombing campaign in the region at the time, according to the Al Jazeera live streaming footage that everyone is using but doesn't understand, the fact that the digital media person for the IDF immediately came out and said that this was actually an airstrike that hit a Hamas target, and that he was sad that there were, casualties at the end of the day, but this was a Hamas target and celebrated it. And more importantly, I guess, the fact that this hospital had been bombed by Israel. This hospital had been bombed by Israel on Saturday. 22 hospitals have, as a matter of fact, been bombed by Israel since this last saga in the occupation. And this hospital had been bombed directly by Israel, where the cancer ward was destroyed.
Hassan is presenting all the heuristic arguments to believe, based on the lack of evidence, that it was that before all the details came out, just based on circumstantial evidence, you would tend to think that it's an Israeli airstrike. But again, heuristics aren't truth, and I do think that, again, based on the evidence that came out the day later of some of the analysis of the explosion, the analysis of the very large fireball, which is more consistent with the fuel from a rocket going up. Gas explosions tend to be very, very large. The Israeli airstrike would not be a large gas explosion. I think the evidence leans towards it not being an Israeli airstrike. The harder evidence that came out in the full picture. But again, I do think that Hassan is correct here. There is a heuristic case, especially beforehand, to assume that it's an Israeli bomb. I do think I'll let him go.
Israel has been bombing all of these hospitals. Israel has been calling all of these hospitals to evacuate over and over and over again. The medical professionals at the hospital had been called by the Israeli government the day prior, and everyone on the ground assumes that this is an Israeli airstrike. They are the ones who experienced
But Hassan.
So just a note on that last one. When he says that the day prior they were called and warned to evacuate, remember, think of that in the context of the Amnesty International piece that we just read about how a lot of the evacuations have no clear timeline on them. Let's say you got called and you said the caller said you have to evacuate. They don't give you a timeline on that. It could be 5 hours. Maybe it's the next day. Again, heuristically, there's a lot of reasons. I think it's understandable why, looking at that, people would conclude this must be an Israeli bomb, and that had to be slowly walked back as the evidence came out and clearly showed that this and that couldn't have been the case. So I'm just I think to be charitable, I understand why someone would have started over there.
the situation.
Hassan,
so when you have
but the
every
truth
single,
is,
can I just finish this?
if you watch the
Can I just finish
BBC,
this?
if you watch the BBC account of all this last night, by their Verify unit, which was specifically set up by the BBC to be completely dispassionate in these investigations. And they reached a pretty clear conclusion based on circumstantial evidence, I'll make that clear, that this would not have been an Israeli airstrike, including, for example, the size of the crater, which bears no relation to the size of craters normally left by Israeli air. So, look, my point is, neither of us know for sure. But you took to your airwaves immediately because actually you're, I wouldn't even say unconscious bias, your admitted propagandist bias on your part was that you...
Again, that's why you don't want to say propagandist to the general public, because now Piers Morgan, who does not have to give a shit about the ins and outs of what propagandist means due to like the critical theory approach to propaganda, can just dunk on you with that. Oh, you're an admitted propagandist, unlike me, who's just an experienced journalist with 30 years of background.
You wanted that to be an Israeli airstrike. It suited your narrative. And I would say that that in itself, in its way,
wanted it to be
is
an
being a
Israeli airstrike.
stenographer. Well, you know, you accuse me of being a stenographer. I try and be fair and get to the truth. In your case, I don't think you try to do that. I think you appeal to your audience, appeal to your base, and you don't really care whether the facts are there or not.
This is entirely unfair because you just said circumstantial evidence favors that this was not an Israeli airstrike.
Yeah.
I gave you all of the circumstantial evidence that it does favor that this is an Israeli airstrike. The reason why, however, circumstantial evidence is not enough. And the one thing that I will concede to, because when more information did come out, and no, I do not mean when Israel said that they did not bomb this hospital and it was actually Hamas, and then they turned around and went, never mind, it's not Hamas, it's actually Islamic Jihad. And then they said, we have more evidence coming out in a couple hours. And then the evidence came out, and it turns out it sounded like the phone conversations that they were able to intercept, supposedly, sounded like, by experts at the very least, to be completely false and completely made up.
Yeah, but Hassan, I don't think... Listen,
Tiernax says, do you know why Piers Morgan was sacked as editor of the Daily Mirror? Because he faked reports of British troops torturing Iraqis when there were already documented real cases happening. Don't fucking talk to me about propagandizing Piers. Is that true? Wikipedia, Piers Morgan. I only knew him as a talk show. Oh my god. In the wake of the Abu Ghraib torture scandal, Morgan was sacked as editor of the Daily Mirror with immediate effect on May 14, 2004, after refusing to apologize to the head of the Trinity Mirror for authorizing the newspaper's publication of fake photographs. 30 years of experience, by the way.
Honesty. I don't think, even as you're saying all
this,
finish. I think you're a smart guy.
Piers, let me finish.
I think you've looked at all of this, and I think in your heart, you know this was probably not an Israeli airstrike. And I'm just curious why you would, instead of admitting that as facts change,
that is
your
not
opinion
what I'm
change.
saying. That is not what I'm saying at all.
I don't understand why you would double and treble down when the evidence is pointing the other way.
You're asking me to be on your show. Do you want to talk?
Yes.
If you're asking me to be on your show, and I want to be on the show, thank you so much for having me on your show. Let me explain exactly what I said, and let me explain to you why I think still, to this very moment, until there is a third-party investigation that is concluded by the UN, the International Criminal Court, or specifically a forensic analyst that looks at the situation, is allowed to be on the ground. This is not just my perspective. This is B'Tselem as well, which is an Israeli organization that has also demanded a third-party investigation occur. I am not going to conclusively say that this was not Israel's fault.
Okay, I thought that I did not expect all of this to be just about the hospital. I thought that that would be a minor thing, and then Hassan would move on. But it must have been another part outside of this clip. Yeah, I mean, so this is one of the arguments I would give is, so I think Hassan is wrong on the evidence. I've defended the heuristics that he got there with, but I do think that you can't trust the heuristics over harder evidence, like the daylight photography that came out. All that said, one of the arguments that I've long given is that it's bad to base any justification or a political belief on individual cases. This is why defending, say, gun control in the context of school shooting, or defending the opposition to the Israeli attacks on Gaza with the example of this anecdote being bright in people's mind, is a big problem. Because when you're talking about statistics, when you're talking about regularities and large numbers, you can prove things and you can show, hey, like, there's no way that this is taking out a reasonable portion of Hamas. There's no way this is being a very judicious attack on only Hamas targets. But with an individual case, you can get proven wrong. You can have your facts be turned around. Like, new information can come out and destroy your case. This is why I try not to comment on things which are like one-off instances. I think it's really important to think about these things as literally doing the quote, we live in a society, and issues which are societal level tend to be statistical, huge issues that can't be ever approximated by one anecdote. Even if Israel had conducted this one war crime, that wouldn't be sufficient for or against to demonstrate the problem with this war. You need that broader social evidence. That's why I wish Hassan just stayed on the blockade of Gaza, stayed on the total removal of electricity, water, fuel, and general imports into Gaza. Because that's the case where it's clear as day, where it doesn't matter what the individual case is. You don't need to get into OSINT. You don't need to argue about the veracity of like Hamas reports versus Israeli reports. You don't need to get 7 layers deep into the epistemic quagmire. I don't know. That's, I think, the general case for... I'm getting boring again with my nuance. That's so true. I don't know. This is, I think, just the general argument for not using anecdotes and focusing on... And this is sort of a more boring approach, but trying to stay study pilled, trying to stay like UN report pilled, trying to focus on the big picture. Like, the reason that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is bad is not simply because of the Bucha massacre, but because the Bucha massacre was one of 100 war crimes. Because there's a pattern of war crimes by the Russian army that's 50 times larger than the pattern of war crimes by the Ukrainian army. Because the Russian army has similarly to Israel shown a total disrespect of not targeting civilian infrastructure. Like the dam burst, which plausibly should be considered a war crime. That the attacking of that dam, which flooded set towns, is sort of the exact reverse of Israel starving water to millions of Palestinians. Najwin says, UN reports are not good here. They're notoriously biased. Look, I think there's truth to what you're saying. What I'm trying to get at is that when you're talking about bias in, like, the number of people dead, there's a difference there, and bias in the reporting on one instance, where bias can make or break the case, whereas bias in UN reports might mean that the numbers are too high or too low, is the argument I'm trying to give. There's a difference between being 100% wrong or 100, like, if you point in an anecdote, you might be 100% right or 100% wrong. But if you point to a statistical reality, it's very hard to be completely wrong. But yeah, I don't know. That's Aaron Lopez. Statistics and data has its limit. You can't put it against human nature. Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, one of the things that I've tried to do all throughout this is give a statistical story, or start with a human story and link the two, because it really does help people to know that, like, there's a story behind this number, that every one of the Gazans bombed is a journalist with a story, with text messages, with a name and a face and a mother that loves them. So I think, you know, I'm not purely data pilled. I'm just saying that I tend to think the anecdote is the flourish you put on top of the data. Anyway, that's much beyond the Israeli conflict. Okay, that's the end of all the stuff that I want to cover for Israel and Palestine. There was also some major news coming out of Argentina. But I was going to read chat a little bit because I have been reading nonstop. In Twitch chat, MyDolphin69 asks, what should have been the response from Israel after October 7th? I mean, this is what I was arguing before with chat, that there is no response which would have satisfied those who wanted bloodthirst and those who want a long-term solution to the war. No solution solves both of those. Because what I've argued is that, you know, every time Israel has done something like this before, just go in and bomb, just conquer territory, just defeat its enemies, just use its military to plow over or build a wall, it hasn't solved the security problem. If Israel's only goal is a world where there's no bombings, they haven't built it, right? And so the solution requires a change in how conditions in Gaza are constructed, which requires the removal of blockades on Gaza. It requires the lifting up of the economic and social situation in Gaza and the giving of rights to people in Gaza. There is no long-term solution without in a world where 80% of Gazan youth are not employed. That world is always going to have plenty of recruitment for the most extreme factions of any movement. Philip asks, why are you so hot and awesome, and why don't you stream more often? Because I get nervous that I'm not covering things in well enough depth, and I get on a research tangent for 2 days, and then I'd never actually do the stream about the event in question. Also, Lithics says the employment argument is very compelling, and shockingly, I haven't heard it given outside of here. Okay, let me give you another interesting anecdote. Who founded the Ku Klux Klan? Answer: Confederate soldiers who were disemployed after the war into the broken Southern economy, which couldn't employ everyone. There were 100,000 men who had just fought a war for a slave state, and now they didn't have a job, but they still had a lot of fucking hate. And what did they do? They found a way to translate that hate into something to do. They got together with the boys and they did terror. KKK was a terrorist group of unemployed, radical reactionary soldiers. I think the analogy, and another example would be Iraq's civil war. The 2008 Iraqi civil war was in part created by unemployed members of the Iraqi military. That we came in, we cut the manpower of the Iraqi military by 10 times. And so again, there were 200,000 people unemployed who previously had a nice public job and nothing to do in the destroyed post-invasion Iraq economy. And so they turned to radical groups, some of them turned to Iran, some of them turned to radical Shia groups, some of them turned to radical Sunni groups. And that's part of what happened as the cause of the Iraq civil war, is that we led 100,000 young men with nothing to do to join radical groups. Unironically, I'm convinced that full employment is one of the ways that you avoid radicalization. Unironically, if the government had the make work job of going outside and just we train every single person in Gaza to become a talk therapist, okay? And we just send them all talk therapying each other and solving each other's trauma. Unironically, it's 100 times better than what Israel is doing right now. I'm barely even joking about this. Yeah, Fudge Smith says we fired 500,000 battle-trained men and gave them no alternative employment. Yeah, it's a story we see over and over and over. Actually, final story would be the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, after the Russian Civil War, also had millions of men that they didn't immediately employ in new jobs. A lot of those men became bandits. When Stalin justified his purges in the necessity of killing bandits, a lot of those bandits were ex-Russian army soldiers and ex-white army soldiers who didn't have a job and just went around pillaging and looting as if the war never stopped. And that went on for 10 years. Even conservative accounts of the Soviet Union will say that those people went on doing basically terrorism for 10 years. And that's because the Russian Civil War was one of the largest civil wars, millions and millions and millions of men, given nothing to do after the war. Yeah, and iPod has the final note on this one, that why gangs are prevalent in areas deprived of jobs and opportunities. Yeah, it's unironically unemployed people with nothing better to do and no hope. Is the cleanest way to get men into a group that radicalizes them to do violence. Over and over and over again, across history, across cultures, everywhere. Yeah, My Dolphin 69 says, gotta give people things to do during the day. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but one of the most effective anti-crime policies is youth unemployment, youth summer camps, etc. Yeah, Fudge Smith is right again. A lot of mercenaries came out of the 1990s after the Soviet Union collapsed because they couldn't find employment, so they became private military contractors. Yep. It's I don't know if there's some nice solution to this, but it just unironically seems like you need to give soldiers a pension for 10 years or something if you don't want them to do some fucked up shit. If Weimar Germany had done make work jobs, then Adolf Hitler would have stayed a painter. That's probably stretching it, but unironically, there's a decent chance that if the soldiers in Germany had been fully employed after World War I, if the economy hadn't been broken by the Treaty of Versailles and the war economy and the takeover of the creation of the new state, it might not have happened. So it's I don't know. I think it's unironically, unemployment is a cause of so much tragedy. This is we're moving from like international relations to post-Keynesian theory, but like unemployment is so bad. It literally traumatizes people. It literally permanently reduces your wages. It increases depression, increases self-deletion, and it creates terrorism. It's like unironically one of the worst things in society. And it's a policy choice. We can choose not to have mass unemployment. Tyrannax says, have you seen Jonas Saika's, or I believe their name on YouTube is Cuck Philosophy's videos on the German Revolution? Yeah, I've really enjoyed them. They did a really good job of summarizing a lot of stuff I'd read across disparate sources. Are you saying the Freikorps was bad? Yes. Do you condemn the Freikorps? Yes. Yes, I do. All right. Wait, I should have done the big camera. Too late. Lithics says 2020 absolutely showed the post-Keynesian W in terms of how we now know how to mostly avoid long-term unemployment. I mean, the thing is that, okay, excuse me. Whew. Sorry for that. This isn't like some forbidden knowledge that the post-Keynesians are digging up. We're not going to some ancient temple of employment to dig up this information. We know how to solve this, and we've known how to solve this since the 50s. This plan of full employment was literally the policy of the Swedish Social Democrats going back to the 1920s, okay? We've had a century of knowing how to solve this. A century! And the answer is money. It's, here, let me see if I can find it. I bet Medlock has posted it, but let me see if I can find the meme. No. All right, one sec. We're gonna make an edit on the fly on stream. Oh my god, that's not what I wanted to do. And we are look, I know this is so stupid. Look, our Lord, our Savior, in good times and bad, fiscal policy. Fudge Smith says, I think another thing is education. There is a correlation between religious extremism and lacking formal education. I haven't actually investigated that. There is a cross-country trend of higher education leading to lower religiosity, but I haven't examined that for extremism in particular. Because it's possible. One of the things that we observe in the United States is that more educated people, they do shift left, but more right-wing people who enter college tend to end up even more right-wing. Like, if you're a fascist going into college and you don't move left, you don't change your beliefs, you'll end up as a super fascist leaving college. So it's possible that there's a mixed effect where education might simultaneously de-radicalize some portion of people of reactionary extremist beliefs and also formalize and harden those beliefs for others. I don't know. Move over Jesus Christ and make way for fiscal policy. So true. All right. Let's go to Argentina. I briefly wanted to copy y'all in on the election in Argentina. There's a guy named Javier Milei, and we'll talk about who he is. He did not win the first round of the two-round presidential election in Argentina. He got 29.9% of the vote, and the Peronist, which you might not know what it is, but we'll talk about in a second, the Peronist candidate got 36.6% of the vote. Why am I mentioning this? Here is a brief summary of the results. For those of you who haven't seen this type of graph from like Asia Elects before or America Elects, Massa is a center-left type person, so he's coming out ahead. Nice. Milei is, there's a reason that they're using yellow and black here. He's an Ancap. I don't know how else to describe it. He's an Ancap and a fascist. Yellow for Ancap, black for fascist. He is literally a Hoppian. I don't know how else to describe it. He's literally like the racist authoritarian version of anarcho-capitalism. And polls were suggesting that he might win outright, that he might get 50% of the vote. I think some ANCAP was coping that in some polls, like 6 of 12 polls or whatever, he was about 50%, that he was going to sweep to power, and Argentina was finally going to have someone who just got rid of all the lefties. And we'll talk about why that's so frightening, because he's fucking insane. I will say that this is less good than we'd like it to be. The center left got 37% of the vote. The far right, because Milei is far right, got 30% of the vote. The center right got 24%, and the center got 7%. So if Milei gets all of the center right voters, he still wins in the second round, right? He still gets 53% of the vote. The big question, the overwhelming question is, do all of the left voters turn out for Massa? Do some of the center voters turn out for Massa? And do some of the center right voters turn out for Massa? And it's not clear. Massa only needs, say, 4% of the center-right voters to turn towards him. But it'd be something like, I don't know, 4% of Yang voters voting for Hillary Clinton or something. I don't know. That's a bad analogy. That was a complete garbage analogy. Destroy that analogy. Delete that analogy. Who is Sergio Massa? He is a stock standard Peronist. One of the things that you'll notice whenever you click onto a Wikipedia profile of a Peronist is that it doesn't actually describe any political stances. It's not like, and he's a big supporter of gay marriage, and he loves this, that, and the other. Peronism is, it's just like the legacy of a very popular politician in Argentina. Perón is the reason why Argentina has such high inflation, in part because his policy pursued very, in my view, bad monetary policy, trying to prop up welfare programs with high inflation, which allows the government to get more money through seigniorage, basically creating money out of thin air and using that to pay for benefits instead of doing it through taxes. And that seems to be a bad way of doing things. That's why Venezuela has inflation of 11,000%. It is not a good way of doing welfare spending. But Perón's legacy lives on in Sergio Massa, who is center-left and hopefully less insane than Perón. And other benefits, he's not completely fucking insane. Here is how Wikipedia politely describes Javier Milei. Politically, Milei has been variously described as far-right, ultra-conservative, and right-wing libertarian. While Milei himself identifies as minarchist or liberal libertarian, he adheres to the philosophy of anarcho-capitalism. Regarding economic matters, he is described as an ultra-liberal, aligns with the Austrian school, and contends that Argentina is a tax hell. I'll have to talk about the Argentina school in a second, but anyone who says they agree with the Austrian school is insane. Like, the Austrian school is so right-wing on economics that they reject empirics. And I'm not exaggerating there. I like Disco Elysium reference. I need to pull that quote up. One minute. I do not contend the use of this word in other contexts.
The more they say.
Disco Elysium, greatest game on earth.
Stake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be a retard.
I do not condone the use of the R word, however, extremely funny. In context, an ultra-liberal is basically a neoliberal in the alternate world of Disco Elysium. Millet gained widespread recognition through regular television appearances where he criticized the leading administrators. Great. Why else did he gain controversy? Several of Millet's political positions have caused controversy, such as his opposition to abortion, even in cases of rape. So he is more right-wing than most Republican leaders across the US states. He rejects sex education in schools. Again, that's more right-wing than most Republicans. Skepticism about COVID vaccines. So he's got the Jimmy Dore vote. Support for the free possession of firearms by the civilian population, which is so right-wing that only non-Americans, like, that sounds totally normal to an American, but it is insane in almost any other country. Promotion of the far-right cultural Marxism conspiracy theory. So he's got the Nazi vote. And climate change denial. So he's got the oil vote. He also denies that torture occurred under the military junta before Argentina became a democracy in the 80s. So, when I say this guy's a fascist, like an anarcho-capitalist fascist, that's why. If you fused Pat Buchanan, if you fused like the worst parts of Donald Trump with the guy at the Libertarian Convention who thinks it's a government imposition to get a driver's license to drive, okay? That's the fusion you're getting here. How do you be a libertarian and anti-abortion? Because Hoppians are just fascists. Like the key to understanding a Hoppian is this. Hoppians think that we live in a meritocracy, the successful rise up, and the unsuccessful fall down. And therefore, the unsuccessful are morons and idiots, and they don't deserve any state assistance. And that's the same way that justify like black people being subhuman. Black people, like, that's why they justify anti-immigration stances, because we can't let these subhumans into our country. It's like the most racist ideology because it gets you to fascism by libertarian logic. So, yeah, they're really bad. Let me briefly, before we get on to the onto some of the election results, let me pull up the fact that Austrian School of Economics denies the necessity of empiricism. Here's a quote from Friedrich Mises, who is one of the founders of the school. What's up, Bill the dog? Is Hoppian the same as objectivism? No, objectivism is more like standard anarcho-capitalism, plus a lot of bullshit that Ayn Rand believed. Objectivism is just Ancap, but they'll say the word A to A, and they'll claim that they can ground everything they believe in fundamental, like, epistemic priors. And it's even dumber, I think, than Hoppianism, but it's way less evil than Hoppianism. So, reading from Mises' book on human action. This is one of the foundational texts of the Austrian school, by the way. Our economic schools, statements and propositions are not derived from experience. They are, like those of logic and mathematics, a priori, meaning they are not subject to verification or falsification on the grounds of experience and facts. They are both logically and temporally antecedent to any comprehension of historically facts. So, explicitly telling you that whatever conclusions he comes to are just true, don't need any justification, are true by natural law. Like, I don't know how to... Najwin says, you can verify a priori facts, moron. I understand that's part of why the Austrian school is so fucking dumb. They think they found an end run around doing actual economic works by just saying that this guy solved all economics and I'm going to cite his work like dogma. Like, unironically, the simplest way to understand the Austrian School of Economics, this wing of the Austrian school, is imagine a Marxist who only believes that you need to quote Marx to determine what's economically true. And that Marxist thinks that poor people deserve to be poor. That's it. That's literally all it is. That's the school. There are a bunch of other Mises quote I could get to you, but just for an idea that they don't reject this in modern terms, here is Geom. Here is a publication by 3 leading Austrian economists from 2010. Okay, so half a century after Mises published. For the Austrian economist, the most fundamental problem we encounter is that apodictic economic theories, which means their type of economic theory is proved by a priori truth, our economic theories cannot be empirically tested at all. Rather, they are aspects of praxeology and can only be illustrated, not tested. So, by any standard definition of science, Austrian economics is not science. Like, it is not testable, it is not falsifiable, it simply is. It is on the same level of religious truth. For praxeologists, economic theories are equivalent to mathematical or geometrical claims, such as the Pythagorean theorem, or to the assertion that the 3 angles of a triangle sum to 180 degrees. One can illustrate such declarations, but it would be meaningless to attempt to test them. I want to give some credence to Austrian economists that modern Austrians, some of them do engage in testing, but they are abandoning the classic program of Austrian economics, and their testing usually sucks. Like main Austrian economic theories, there's like 2 or 3 of them, are like, as my understanding is that the empirical testing that has been done, and I've got like a list of the tests that have been done, they're like, one has been disproven outright. One of their business cycle theory is possibly useful, and a lot of their theories about how humans should behave are like objectively wrong. That the whole field of behavioral economics is like a rejection of what Austrians think people should do. As an aside, one thing that Austrians will tell you all the time, if you say that people engage in irrational behavior, is they will tell you actually all human behavior is rational because everyone is pursuing their own self-interest. And whenever someone is pursuing their own self-interest, they must be engaging rationally. So, to be clear, a lot of their arguments literally depend on the definition that all human behavior is rational. Shooting up heroin, that's rational. Robbing a bank, that's rational. It's all rational behavior. There's no way to morally judge behavior, good or worse, because there's no way to decide that some behavior is or is not rational. I wish I was exaggerating. They are so dumb. Me as I smoke crack, I'm rationally engaging right now. So true. Anyway, to return to the church of post-Keynesianism, please do not listen to Austrian economists. That's true. Watching SDL is rational. I completely agree. How dumb are they? Okay, I don't think I can play the music on this one. 1 minute. No, it doesn't matter. It's not good. There are Austrian economists who do empirical tests. I don't want to say this is like the worst of it. This would be sort of like pointing to the dumbest Trotskyist or something and being like, this is what all communist theory looks like. There are smarter versions of this, but the way they get smarter is by abandoning the key tenets of Austrian economics and just becoming increasingly neoclassical, which is like the school one step to its left. So like, I don't know. I sort of take the view that the good Austrian economists are non-Austrian economists. Do we hate Austrians on this school or just the econ school? Yeah, I'll be down for both. That's true. 2 big L's from Austria. I think that's enough. That's enough to decide. Okay. That's the school that Javier Milei believes in. That school, which is anti-empirical. Javier Milei, again, just a reminder how dumb that school is. He got 30%. 30% of the vote as a fascist, non-empiricist Ancap. So that's terrifying. There's been a little bit of joy, okay? We've got Dark Brandon neutralizing Mr. Millet. We've got attempts to explain what Peronism is. Yeah, it's a mess. There's an anecdote that I read the other day that a student of international studies, of comparative international studies, asked his professor how to define Peronism. For example, a sentence beginning with Peronism is, and the professor rejected that approach because he said that it was such a mess that the best way to study it is simply to see what Peronist politicians do. That, like, you can't define the ideology because it's such a cluster. Milton Friedman is not an Austrian economist. He actually gave a speech back in the 1990s explicitly shitting on Ayn Rand and A to A and Austrian economics from first principles. He's like he's a right-wing neoclassical, but he's not an Austrian. They take some inspiration from the Austrian school. I can send you that speech, or it's also my fact sheet. If you type fact sheet or doc or whatever, I should pull it up. The command. Friedman is Chicago. Yes, that's correct. And Chicago is one of the right-wing schools of the neoclassical tradition. So, what was Javier Milei like before the election? Some conservatives really, really liked him. They described this headline from The Guardian as a kino, meaning a good headline for Milei. Bad and dangerous. Argentina's Trump on track to be president. Some of his positions. If elected on Sunday, populist Javier Milei vows to abolish the central bank, loosen gun laws, and legalize the sale of human organs. Finally, Argentina will have an export industry. We have just an idea of what the environment, the atmosphere was like. There was a lot of support for this guy. Again, he was doing really well in the polls, and much like Trump, he was pulling a packed crowd. I believe this is the party convention. So there is, unfortunately, a real movement behind this guy. And my bet is that that movement is not going to go away, even if he loses. Argentina is going to have a real risk of some sort of libertarian fascism or libertarianism, but probably libertarian fascism in the next 10 years, just based on how well this guy's doing. Peronism is socialism in the streets, fascism in the sheets. That's kind of part of it, yeah. Here's him talking to Tucker Carlson about Trump, socialism, and climate change.
Donald Trump is running for president again in the United States, as you know. What advice would you give him?
Que continúe con su lucha en contra del socialismo, porque es uno de los pocos que entendió cabalmente que la pelea es contra el socialismo, que la pelea es contra los estatistas. I
want to be clear. Biden is Trump's opponent. Javier Milei is describing Biden as socialism.
Comprendió perfectamente que la generación de riqueza proviene del sector privado. Es decir, el Estado no crea riqueza, el Estado la destruye.
The state creates wealth. The state does not create wealth. It only destroys it. Cringe and L, take the post-Keynesian pill, Mr. Milei.
El Estado no puede dar nada porque no produce nada.
He said fighting the statists. Ancaps love to say that they are opposed to statists, which roughly translates to anyone left of Ronald Reagan. And even that, honestly, like left of like Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher's libertarian baby.
Quiere hacer, además lo hace mal. Entonces, me parece que si yo, desde mi pequeño lugar, lo único que podría decirle es que redoble los esfuerzos en la misma dirección de defender las ideas de la libertad y de no darle tregua ni un solo segundo a los socialistas.
So, the reason I mention this is in part because this is the rhetoric of fascists. I think part of the reason that libertarians and fascists come together is that they portray all of their opponent as dyed-in-the-wool socialists. And as a dyed-in-the-wool socialist, I can tell that's bullshit. Biden is not a socialist. He's not trying to bring about socialism in America. But fascists and ANCAPs and libertarians love to portray all of their enemies as communists out to destroy the state. And the reason why that's so key is that gives them the justification for the torture that Argentina's government did, that Milei is a denier of. That gives them the justification. Like Trump said that he wanted to kick every socialist out of US government, wanted to ban any socialists from coming into the country. He wants ideological controls on the government, just like we had in the Red Scare. Like, the justification for government coercion is portraying all of your enemies as an ideological enemy that deserves suppression, or else your state will be destroyed. It is, you give them a label and you portray them as civilization ending. And that's what Javier Milei does. That's what Trump does. They are very similar. Yeah, you're not having a good time, Juliet. I'm so sorry. I mean, we might get Trump elected, right? I'm not going to say it's a lot better up here. And it's even fucking worse because we're one of the world powers, and Trump, when he's elected, will do evil fucking shit all over the world.
Do you see the climate change movement as part of the same socialist agenda?
Sí, es parte de la agenda socialista. De hecho, el posmarxismo lo que viene a tratar de hacer es que, dado el fracaso en lo económico, que se hizo evidente con la caída del muro, aunque en realidad el socialismo fracasó en el año 61 cuando tuvieron que construir el muro, en rigor, ellos frente a esa derrota trasladaron la lucha de clases a otros aspectos de la vida.
So his argument here, just in case y'all weren't looking at the screen, is socialism failed economically, so they had to move on to cultural Marxism. That was the only way they could win. And now the post-Marxists, he wants to say like postmodern Marxists, are all about cultural engagement. And that's why what Trump is fighting is socialism, because Biden implicitly represents a post-Marxist tradition to take control of the state. Yeah. And someone said, this is a great SDL stream because I've learned of a new political position within 15 seconds of joining. Yeah, Javier Milei, again, is if you combine Jordan Peterson with like a guy who thinks the age of consent should be 0 with a guy who thinks that we should imprison all socialists. It's like that weird mixture of like conspiratorial brain dead thinking, extreme like economic libertarianism and extreme authoritarianism.
Entonces, por ejemplo, la lucha entre negros y blancos, o sea, Black Lives Matter.
He gives Black Lives Matter as an example of a post-Marxist movement. I wonder who else has done that.
Todo, digamos, el lobby LGBT, todo lo que tiene que ver con el feminismo radical, porque hay que recordar que el feminismo como causa original es una causa liberal.
He also gives feminism and liberalism as examples of post-Marxism.
El primero que impulsó esto fue Jeremy Bentham, a mediados del siglo XVIII. Como parte de esa agenda, también está la agenda del hombre contra la naturaleza, donde el hombre es el que daña a la naturaleza, cuando en realidad el mundo ha tenido otros picos de altas temperaturas.
I don't know why he's going back to Jeremy Bentham. I think he was just like, I choose to believe that a lot of reactionaries just have like an ideological ADHD where whenever they're talking about something, they have to link it to some random historical figure for no reason. Because this happens all the fucking time. You see, like, it's literally that whenever there's a modern movement, you have to find some past thinker that's the real cause of that movement. It can't just be an organic movement, a grassroots movement of the moment. It has to actually be that feminism is rooted in Jeremy Bentham's liberalism and post-Marxism in the 1960s, which, like, yeah, but by that definition, basically everything is. They think Marx invented communism. I am Marx's strongest soldier. I'm so glad he invented communism.
Temperaturas como tiene ahora es un comportamiento cíclico independientemente de la existencia del hombre.
Okay, I have to... He's saying that there were previous spikes in temperature, climate change isn't real, and then he says, if prices were truly free...
Y que si los precios fueran libres, esos problemas se arreglarían sin ningún tipo de problema. No...
These problems would be resolved easily. Yes, what's your plan to solve global warming? I think we should get rid of carbon taxes and all regulations on products. For reference, when we did that in the United States, you got the Gilded Era. You got like massive oil spills all the time. You got acid rain. The only way we ended acid rain was a tax, more or less, on sulfur dioxide and the other acid rain causing pollutants. The only way that we closed the ozone layer was a ban worldwide on it. The hand of the market. This is like the problem with libertarian economics, is that they assume, because people are rational, that the market will lead to the solution of all problems, that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, what's good for the individual is good for society. And that's just not true. Like, that's in fact one of the central premises of post-Keynesianism, is that oftentimes individual incentives are very much aligned against society. Like, as a worker, just as maybe a dumb example, but as a worker, you want to be paid wages as high as possible, but you could want wages that are too high for society to sustain. Even in a society where everyone was a worker, your incentives are still to demand higher wages no matter what. No matter if it is above what society is sustainable. And a capitalist, even in the current society, has interests that are against society. Capitalists want workers to have as low wages as possible, but that results in workers having less money to spend on consumption. And less consumption means less products to be sold. And less products to be sold means less profit, less growth of businesses. That's like the central post-Keynesian argument, is that over time, we observe again and again and again that markets drive themselves into depressions because they aren't run for the good of society. They're run for the good of many, many, many individuals. And that's a big difference.
Necesitamos al Estado regulando, porque cada vez que el Estado regula las cosas empeoran más. Y además, esa agenda, tiene una parte mucho más oscura, que es una agenda asesina, que es la agenda del aborto. Porque como consecuencia de que los humanos le hacen mal al planeta, entonces promueven el asesinato de personas en el vientre de la madre.
All right, I'm going to end it on this bit on his argument that the reason people are having abortions is because of climate change. And it's all part of the insidious post-Marxist agenda. You wonder what Tucker's face looks like? It looks like it always does. It looks like it always does. Earlier in the interview, he also had some choice words to say about gender ideology.
I didn't fully appreciate the degree to which the Argentinian government had embraced fringe, academic, American-style social justice. A businessman told me at lunch today that people who identify as transgender pay lower taxes. 2019, you had a ministry of...
Okay, look, that could be true. Like, it's anything is possible, okay? Through fiscal policy, anything is possible. But like,
women and diversity created in this country for the first time. What does that ministry do?
Bueno, supuestamente se dedica a ocuparse de los temas vinculados a las mujeres. Sin embargo, cuando uno mira los resultados, no han logrado ningún resultado. Es decir, hacer canciones...
Are women happier here?
No. No, porque en realidad no hay resultados. Es decir, pintar un banco de plaza de un color rojo o hacer una canción, eso no modifica las condiciones o los problemas que pueden estar padeciendo las mujeres.
I don't know anything about the Argentinian women's ministry, so it could be true that they aren't doing a good job of solving women's problems, but that wouldn't be justification for. And to be clear, I'll show this in a minute, he wants to destroy all federal ministries. He's not like, this women's ministry isn't really solving women's problems. I think we need a reform approach. We need to focus on different women's problems and different approaches. No, he wants the whole thing gone. Like, and that's true of every fucking ministry.
De hecho, probablemente uno de los mayores logros del liberalismo es la igualdad ante la ley. Y este tipo de ministerios, o sea, porque la pregunta es, entonces, ¿por qué no hay un ministerio de hombres?
Yes, why isn't there a ministry of men? Good point. Why isn't there a ministry of men? Probably because the overwhelming majority of problems in virtually every society on Earth are faced by, disproportionately, women, over men, and often because a lot of ministries of women also aim at resolving those men's problems. Like, a lot of men's problems relate to inability to get access to sufficient psychological care because men are socially conditioned not to see their problems as deserving of external emotionalizing, as deserving of treatment, but to see them as personal failings, as something to keep inside. That's part of the reason that men are much more likely to off themselves, to do self-deletion. This is the exact same thing you hear in the United States, and it's very, very silly.
No solo eso, sino que además, digamos, si tenemos igualdad ante la ley, lo que necesitamos es que la ley se cumpla, no que haya un Ministerio de la Mujer. De hecho, es más, parten de premisas que son absolutamente falsas. Ejemplo, dicen, no, el techo de cristal para las mujeres y que las mujeres ganan menos que los hombres. Y al mismo tiempo sostienen que los empresarios son unos cerdos malditos.
Okay, I just have to note the irony of an Ancap saying that business people only care about making money. That is your ideology. That's the whole point of Austrian economics. Like, if you don't think that businesses are profit maximizing, your ideology does not work. Like, even neoclassical economics requires businesses to be profit maximizing to reach a good societal equilibrium, basically where, due to competition, bad firms die, good firms rise, and prices fall for the average person. If businesses don't care about profit maximizing,
¿Sí? Que lo único que les importa es ganar plata. Entonces, si los empresarios son cerdos malditos que lo único que les importa es ganar plata, la pregunta es ¿por qué si yo entro a una oficina?
He's doing the standard argument of, if women get lower wages, why don't all the firms just hire women? And you know what actually happens in the United States? The low-wage firms do disproportionately hire women. Women are way more likely to be hired in low-wage fields. Women are way more likely to be hired in a lot of sales jobs. Like, this does actually happen. God fucking damn it.
No está plagado de mujeres. ¿Tendría que estar lleno de mujeres? Y sin embargo, cuando uno mira, la distribución es bastante pareja y en línea con la población. Por lo tanto, lo que uno ve es que cuando sale de los valores promedios y que tiene que ver con las decisiones en agregado de hombres y mujeres respecto a qué profesiones elegir, uno ve que cuando hace la corrección por el tipo de profesión y tipo de trabajo y demás, las remuneraciones están arriba.
Okay, final note on this one is, this is the classic MRA argument. His argument is, if you simply adjust for the choices of profession and education that people make, the gender gap doesn't exist. But the whole feminist argument is that the gender gap is not just down to bosses being sexually discriminatory within the individual firm. It's that the whole of society is being discriminatory, and it results in biased choices by women, that women get shunted away from high-wage fields, that women get shunted away from high-wage professions. Like, this is the exact same argument that they raise in North America, that they raise in the United States, and it's just as dumb here, because our argument is that we want more women in STEM. Our argument isn't just that, oh, all the bosses are sexist pigs. In fact, if you got rid of sexual discrimination, the wage gap might fall by about 5% or something. Most of the rest is employment, is choices of profession, and we critique the argument that that choice is fully free, because women are not raised in a vacuum. They are raised in a culture which discourages women's mathematical performance. All across Western Europe and societies created by Western Europe, women perform something like 10% worse on mathematical scores than men have for decades and decades and decades. And it's not because they, I think I might be misspeaking. They perform 10% worse on the mathematical testing, but when women, oh my God, I'm totally forgetting the exact argument here. When we look at Eastern European countries which value women's mathematical performance way better, and we look at Nordic countries which also value women's mathematical performance way better, these gaps disappear. In the Nordic countries, the gap is about half of what it is in Western Europe, and in the post-Soviet countries, the gap is almost nil. Women perform about as well as men, and in post-Soviet countries, women are about as likely to enter into STEM professions as men do. This is a social choice. Gender inequality is not it is, to some degree, millions of individuals making choices, but all of those individuals make a choice in a society that sets them up to choose certain professions, and that fucks women over. That's our critique. It's not just that bosses are sexist. It's that plus discrimination in employment, discrimination in which fields women go into. I don't know, I know this argument's been had a million times over, but it just bears repeating that this guy is literally identical to Donald Trump. Like, all of his policy prescriptions as an ANCAP are identical to Donald Trump.
Arbitradas. Y la realidad es que todas estas regulaciones y restricciones que impulsan este tipo de organismos como el Ministerio de la Mujer, lo único que hacen es crear una discriminación positiva, o sea, una affirmative action, que es discriminación, que además a mí me parece absolutamente ofensiva para las mujeres, porque implica tratarlas como seres inferiores, lo cual me parece verdaderamente aberrante, pero además genera comportamientos opuestos a las mujeres que terminan perjudicando a las mujeres. Pasa lo mismo de siempre, toda acción estatal genera un daño más grande que lo que quiere corregir. Ejemplo, en Argentina quisieron corregir el problema con los alquileres. Pusieron una ley de alquileres, ahora estamos muchísimo peor. Quieren corregir los problemas del hambre, hay más hambre. Quieren corregir el problema de la pobreza, hay más pobreza.
Okay, so we end this discussion with just a generic, all regulations bad, the state always fails. Reference in the United States, the rate of elder poverty is 6 times lower than it was before Social Security. The rate of extreme poverty is something like 10 times lower than it was before poor programs. The rate of poverty in general is something like a third of what it was before the war on poverty, when you use actually good statistical measures. The idea that the government can't solve these things is like just at the macro level wrong. You can argue things that it's counterproductive, that like, hey, maybe if we taxed less, then there'd be more growth in the economy, and a bigger growing economy would lead to better off people in general. That's like the classic libertarian argument. But he's just straight up saying the government can never solve problems, that whenever the government tries to solve hunger, it actually increases hunger. Whenever the government tries to solve poverty, it increases poverty, which is like, I don't know. You live in a society right now, viewer. You live in a society that has more welfare than any time period in human history, and also has lower poverty than any time period in human history. Part of that is due to economic growth, and part of that is due to being a more redistributive society than has ever existed on Earth. It's just worth thinking about. If it was true that welfare led to like the destruction of all society, that we should be watching the destruction of all European society, the destruction of American society. So I don't know. It's just, at the macro level, it's like so dumb. You can argue efficiency, but his argument is not efficiency. It's like an absolutist, that the government always fails. Yeah, it's so dumb. Okay, that's the Tucker interview. I wanted to show what he's like in terms of what ministries he wants to defund. One sec. Why didn't he win? Well, here's him deciding which ministries he'll cut.
Ministerio de Cultura, afuera. Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, afuera.
Ministry of the Environment, destroyed. Ministry of Women, destroyed. Ministry of Public Works, destroyed.
Aunque te resistas. Ministerio de Ciencia y
Ministry of
Tecnología y
Science,
Innovación,
gone. Ministry of Labor, gone. Ministry of Education, gone. Ministry of Transport, gone. Ministry of Health, gone. Ministry of Social Development, gone.
Se acabó el curro de la política.
This guy is like, no, ironically, as Fudge Smith says, bro heard socialism or barbarism and chose barbarism. Like, everything about modern society that is redistributive, he wants to destroy. And here's him on TV, as promoted by the excellent Ian Miles Chong, who is a fascist who is not in America but loves American politics. For his birthday, he went on TV and smashed up the central bank. He started missing it. Maybe there's some kind of analogy here. I'm sure this guy has some very informed monetary policy views. Wanting to abolish the central bank is one of the most reactionary. It's so reactionary. It goes back to like Andrew Jackson levels of approach to monetary. Like Andrew Jackson level of monetary control was no inflation, period, 0% inflation, and that level of inflation actually hurts the economy. Like standard economic theory demands a level of inflation above 0 because otherwise it discourages savings because of deflation. Sorry, not that. It discourages consumption because of deflation. Your dollars grow in value over time in a period of deflation. Which leads to people consuming less, which leads to more deflation as the economy contracts. It's like really bad, actually. One of the reasons the Great Depression was so bad is that the central government in the United States pursued a policy of deflation under Hoover. He actively tried to reduce the money supply. And that led to an increase in the value of dollars, which led to a decrease in consumption. Like it actively worsens depressions. Anyway, average Ancap monetary policy. Here is what he's like on his podcast.
Pelotas, zurdos, hijo de puta, ahí tienen. Las pelotas voy a pedir Estado. El Estado metete en el orto, la concha puta de tu madre. ¿Sabes qué? Me lo paso por el orto el Estado. Tomá, ¿sabes qué es esto, hijo de puta? ¿Sabes qué es?
Okay, could be the president of Argentina, and he is about as professional on his stream as I am. He's taking out the Ancap flag.
Bandera anarcocapitalista, ¿sí? La bandera de los liberales libertarios. El amarillo tiene que ver con la capacidad de generar riqueza, es decir, el oro, ¿sí? Y el negro tiene que ver con la anarquía. ¿Sabés dónde voy a pedir Estado? En la concha de tu madre, zurdo.
Really excellent political theory from Javier Milei. I think that sometime I'll bring out. Look, I mean, I everyone gets the do dumb moment sometime, but like, this is like rage bait, rager streaming approaches, and he wants to be the president of Argentina. He wants to completely remake Argentina's government. He is an Austrian economist who rejects empirics. Yeah, and someone said in chat, this is Alex Jones. Yeah. So I wanted to show some cope. Here's a cope from some random Ancap. This is the third election this year where right-wing populists had a substantial lead in the polls, only to end up losing. Either all these pollsters are lying or the liberals are cheating. And I love this because like when Trump beat the polls, it was nonstop. This must be proof that the pollsters, they're bullshit, okay? The red wave is rising up. The real silent majority in America loves Donald Trump. But the minute it goes the other way, it's the exact cope on the other side. It's nope, the pollsters are lying and the liberals control the deep state. I love this shit. I love that it's universal too. I love that everyone, everywhere, always likes to blame like the pollsters or the deep state for all of their failures. Every conservative just can't take responsibility for their own actions, their own shitty campaigns, their own wanting to like ban abortion, allow all guns, allow organ sales, like be an insane fucking ANCAP. They can't imagine how that might lose them voters. Before the election, oh no, sorry, this was the day of the election. This is them trying to spin the election results positively. Bitcoin magazine with 5,000 likes, though given what Bitcoin is like, those are probably all bots. Argentina's pro-Bitcoin presidential candidate Javier Milei forces a November runoff election. He won over 30% of the national vote. Again, he was supposed to get 50. He was supposed to win outright in the first round. So he did real bad. He did so bad to comparison. This is sort of like when Republicans tried to take the W off of the red wave, even though they won like 2% of seats, when they should have won in the median election like 10% of seats. It is so bad. Yeah, and of course he's into crypto, right? How could he be an ANCAP and not also be a fan of Bitcoin? One of his plans, my understanding, is that he wants to move towards Bitcoin and the dollar instead of having the Argentinian central bank and its own currency. Which is working great for other places that have adopted it as their national currency. Everyone loves using Bitcoin, which takes 3 minutes to process your transaction when trading with other people. It's really useful for people making lots of trades, like business people. They love it. They love all the upfront cost of it. I mostly just looked for random. I wanted to just find like organic cringe. Was it the bankers or the CIA that won't let Milei win tonight? Or both? Ancap's everywhere, man. It's always one step away from JQ posting. Anyway, what does this all matter? Well, he still could win. With all of that I put out the way, I started this with, well, he did really, really fucking shit. In the first round, he was supposed to do way better, and he did way worse than expected, which is like a W for us, for like sane people and Argentina. But if he gets the center-right votes, he still wins. 4% of the center-right, 4 percentage points, have to vote for Massa, or else that guy becomes president. Excel says, honestly, the Argentina peso is something very negative, but censored out. Obviously, it's bad for them to give up their own sovereign currency, but I get it. I will say, dollarization is one of the least insane ideas on his agenda. Like the idea that the peso is going to have consistent problems with high inflation, and maybe they should consider an alternate monetary policy that basically one of the emergent theories in inflation is very expectations based. That if the investors in a country, if the consumers in a country expect high inflation, they will tend to consume in a way in line with that. They will tend to invest in a way in line with that. And that creates a cycle of inflation. And so if you can't escape that cycle of expectations, it's very, very hard to get inflation down. So I tend to think like dollarization is one of the least crazy things that he believes, but he just doesn't just want to dollarize. He also wants to abolish the central bank and every ministry in the government. Like he doesn't just want to get rid of monetary control. He wants to get rid of fiscal control. He wants to have no levers over the economy at all. And that doesn't fucking work. Like there have been some attempts to take away monetary control and do everything through fiscal only, and that seems to have some efficacy. But that's not what he's doing. So like I did mention the dollarization thing, but that's like I don't know. That's like a standard right wing thing in Argentina, is my understanding. But that's where he starts. That's the top of the slippery slope of Javier Milei. So to all my Argentinian comrades, I really hope you enjoy the free market in human organs, Argentina's first export industry. Jesus fucking Christ, that's terrifying. Holy shit. I wonder what impact Argentina dollarizing would have on the US and global economies in general. The US economy is so much larger than Argentina that I don't think it would have much of a major impact. And the US dollar is already used as a reserve currency in virtually every country except between, I think, like Russia and China. Like it's transactions that have to be made in like a final settlement are, I think, like 90% or something in the US dollar. Like all the crap that people spew about BRICS rising up, unfortunately, I mean, not unfortunately, just doesn't seem to be reflected in like the economic data. The US dollar still is king. And that, you know, that's good in one sense for US leftists, because it means that if we seize control of the state, that we could tolerate slightly higher rates of inflation to finance our welfare programs without spiraling into permanent high inflation because of its role as the reserve currency, which would mean that we could pursue like slightly more welfare programs, we could pursue slightly more aid for other countries. But it's also bad in the sense that it gives America more power, and if America does not hold, if America is taken over by fascists in the form of Trump, then it gives Trump even more power to do insane shit. So it's just sort of like more reserve currency in America does generally give America slightly more control, for good and for bad, right? China tried to change it to the yuan, but it didn't really take off. Is it yuan or yuan? I should know that. 1 minute. Yuan. Yeah, yuan. I don't know how I was pronouncing it like Juan. Yeah, China has tried to move towards the yuan, but it has not had a lot of success. The take-up has been really low, and a lot of that's partly because, again, money is trust. Even back when it was gold, money was trust. And if you don't trust the government that controls the money, then you don't trust the money that it produces. So part of the reason that the US dollar is so trusted is because the US government has been a relatively stable economy and a relatively stable government for like a century plus. So it has like a lot of positive baggage. I mean, that's like broadly, that's like the left theory of what money is that like money just is the ability to purchase things from other people. It's a power transaction. $5 is the ability to get 2 burritos at Taco Bell. And if that changes, like if the cost of a taco goes up, then the value of your money changes in relation to that. It's just a power transaction. And because it's based in power, it doesn't work if the power that's behind that money, the United States, just disappears or can't guarantee it anymore, right? It's sort of like in a feudal lord or something, the power relations are very clear. You follow your lord's orders because he's giving to them to you, and he has power. But money is just it's a one-step removed vision of power. And just like you wouldn't follow a feudal lord's orders if he had no power, you wouldn't give a shit about monopoly money because monopoly money has no power over the economy. It's capital is power. Money is power. It all comes back to social relations of power. Something Marx. All right. I wanted to do, since it has been, how long have I been streaming? Since I have been streaming for 3 hours, I want to do one last thing. Paragon Affairs says, I follow Bitcoin even though it has no power. I mean, so that's Bitcoin and more broadly, crypto is an interesting example of that, because think about NFTs and like the craze that it took over. When NFTs had power, it's because they had social power. People believed in the power of NFTs, and so they were worth something. And then people stopped believing in NFTs, and I want to say Justin Bieber or something bought like a $6 million NFT that's now worth $6. And it's because no one cares anymore. No one believes in them. It is that simple. It's like, you know, there's complicated stuff related to like the interest rate and the money supply, but at the core of it, money is just a power relation. Yeah, it's power notes, as Fudge Smith says. So that's part of the reason that like, anyway, okay, moving away from this. I wanted to briefly review a debate by one Benny Carollo, because this one's been on my mind for a few days. And I've been a very good boy, and I haven't done any left infighting. I get a little treat. It's the one versus Charlie Kirk. So I wanted to review this debate between Benny Carollo on the right, who is was a TYT contributor and trans woman, I believe she, her, so try and use that chat. Use that chat. And she is a tankie, like pretty bluntly. You'll see it in the context of this debate. She's debating Charlie Kirk, who is the founder of TPUSA, a reactionary moron, and a really, really bad interlocutor. I guess one thing that I'll say going into this is that my take here is that I want to basically argue I can be way more tanky than Benny Carollo. I was frustrated with this debate in 2 respects. One is that Charlie Kirk never shuts the fuck up. He literally never stops talking. Like he speaks, he takes 5 seconds of a pause, and then he starts speaking again. It is so bad. Like he like if this were a debate with a perfectly sincere, perfectly reasonable person, he would be a terrible person to debate against. At the same time, Benny had like the worst responses to almost every single question. They laughed at accusations of atrocities. They couldn't answer details about atrocities. They didn't know basic details about some of the people who alleged those details of those atrocities. All I'm saying is, as a real tankie, okay, as the #1 Stalin stan, I can do way more apologia for the Soviet Union and Maoist China. And I was sort of surprised. Something I see over and over and over again is that tankies defend these countries, but their historical knowledge about them is so limited that they can't actually get into the weeds of it, even with someone as dumb as Charlie Kirk. That's true. I am the excuse king for Mr. Stalin, okay? Keffel said the same thing. Ow! I totally believe it. But with Keffel's background, all right. I have to look at a DM from Miss Roxy, and then I will start the debate. The AI made me so fat. I guess that's kind of fitting. Anki is a tankoloid. So I guess as a preface to all this, I think that the crimes conducted by Stalin and by Mao are a very solid sign that authoritarianism leads to mass violence. Over and over across society, we find that democratic countries have way, way, way lower, on the order of 100 to 1,000 times lower deaths from repression. I do not think that virtually any of the deaths caused by Stalin and Mao intentionally, like mass repression, were examples of like socialism failing. In the same way that we generally wouldn't say, I don't think that like repression by Pinochet is proof that capitalism can't work. There are capitalist countries that don't do mass repression on the scale that Pinochet did, that don't disappear people, that don't kill people in stadiums, that don't torture people in stadiums. So the argument that I've always given is that the failure of the Soviet Union, the failure of Maoist China, was deeply tied to authoritarianism. At the same time, knowing how large that death toll is pretty important to giving a reasoned critique of that authoritarianism. When Tankies say, as Ben does in this debate, that the Soviet Union and China were democracies, it's bullshit. And understanding why it's bullshit and how it enabled that mass repression is key to critiquing that from a socialist perspective, you know? So that's the general framework that I come at with this with, that like mass death is not innately a blow against any ideology, but it is a major critique of certain socialist countries. Final question before I start. Econoboy asks, do you think Mao and Lenin were committed to socialism but pursued authoritarian ends? It's a hard question. I would say mostly yes for Lenin and slightly less so for Mao. I think that it is it's complicated. I think that they were birthed, that Lenin succeeded in part because he adopted an autocratic response to the revolution. And he did like write a lot of socialist theory. He did engage with a lot of socialist theory. I think it's more fair to take him as a socialist who came to believe that socialism could only succeed through terror. You see this in a lot of his writings where he's defending all the crimes that the French Revolution did. And he defends them not just as like, historical accident, but he defends them as historically necessary for the building of the French Revolution. And so I think that the context of the war and his ideological context built him into a sort of autocratic, repressive socialism. And I think you see this over and over again, that revolutionary movements which emerge in violent contexts where you need a central leader tend to become authoritarian and kill people. Like that's what happened in the French Revolution very much, is that the French Revolution felt extremely persecuted by foreign, like the minute the French Revolution killed the king, they got invaded by like 3 countries. The minute that they tried to raise up an army, the southern half of the country revolted. And in response, the French Revolution killed like 200,000 peasants. In response, the French Revolution executed urban workers who didn't sign up in the army. In response to basically feeling that they might lose power, they killed and killed and killed and killed. And so we see this over and over and over again, that violence begets violence. In a revolutionary situation, in a peaceful situation, whatever. This picture makes me look like a Boogaloo boy. Thank you so much for creating this, Roxy. I hate it so much. It is terrible. Okay, I'm going to play the debate.
On the role of the state.
Welcome to another episode of Debate Night. We're joined by founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, and contributor for the Young Turks, Ben Carallo. Tonight's topic is Marxism in America.
The actual topic of Marxism in America pretty much never comes up. Like, it immediately goes off the rails.
First question. Ben, please provide your best definition of Marxism and what you believe about the topic at hand.
Yeah, most definitely. See, when it comes to Marxism, a lot of people have a misunderstanding and think that it's about particular policies. But the reality is that it centers on the role of the state. The belief that the state is an institution that exists to suppress the interests of one class or another, right? Either under capitalism, That would be the dictatorship of capital, where capitalists suppress the interests of workers to the benefit of their profits. Now, under Marxism, the state serves the purpose of basically serving the interests of workers to the benefit of, to the benefit of the workers to suppress the interests of the capitalists. Because, obviously, the very nature of capitalism is to lower wages, increase prices, and this has an inherent contradiction that basically squeezes the working class and inevitably squeezes the capitalists themselves by leading to things like inflation and market crashes. So really, the central theory of Marxism is the belief in a state that works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, and eventually get to the point where the need of the state itself is irrelevant.
Okay, I saw that Keffels sharply critique this, and I actually felt that this was a decent, rough sketch of what Marxism is to a general audience, with a bad focus on the state and the bad focus on repression as key elements, rather than bringing that up as the end. The volume's a bit louder? Okay. So I think that if you wanted to explain Marxism, you want to start with stuff like historical materialism and exploitation. Benny starts with the state, I think, because they are a Tankie, and so they want to justify the repression of capitalists by the workers, the sort of Marxist-Leninist view of the state, that the transitory state between capitalism and socialism, the state exists to be run by the workers, fuck over the capitalists, and build true socialism. That's to some degree of a revision of Marx. It's not exactly what Marx believed, but I get where she's coming from. I don't think it's like, I think that for a general audience who isn't attuned to Marxist theories, where she didn't bring up like dictatorship of the proletariat, she didn't bring up any verbiage that was like beyond what the general public would know. It's an odd framing, but I get where she's coming from. I feel like any definition of Marxism has to include his theory of exploitation, his theory of crisis, and his historical materialism. Historical materialism is just the view that the economy is driven at its base by the means of production, the technology of production, that there's a reason that slave society develops different politics, different culture than does a society which has the steam engine. That the reason that societies develop differently is in large part because the base of society, the economic engine of society, the locomotive of history, Marx calls it, is different between these countries. There's a reason that democratic countries emerge in industrialized countries. Industrialization requires centralizing workers into cities, requires educating those workers, requires having them on fixed timetables that enables political activism to a much greater degree than does, say, feudalism, which allows workers to be dispersed over the countryside and largely illiterate. So that's historical materialism in a nutshell, is that the economy drives society. That's a bastardization of Marx too. But for the sake of argument, that's historical materialism. Then you have his theory of exploitation. Well, capitalists force workers to work because if they don't work, they either starve or they beg or they die. And as a result, workers don't get paid the full value of what they're producing. They produce surplus value that goes to the capitalist. The capitalist takes part of this as profit for his own personal consumption and invests part of this back into the production process. The Marxist view is that when under socialism, that surplus value would, rather than going to capitalists, going to a small part of society, would go into the common fund and provide for the benefit of all. The third argument of Marx is his theory of catastrophe. I feel like this is worth mentioning. How do we get to socialism? One of the central ideas in Marx, and especially in Luxemburg, is that capitalism has periodic crises. That every so often there's a depression, and that depression is caused by an inherent problem in capitalism. It's not caused by government doing stupid shit. It's caused because of an inherent crisis or contradiction in capitalism. For example, Marx had the crisis of overproduction, it's overconsumption. The crisis of overconsumption. Wait. Okay, I literally always fuck this up when I mention it. I'm pretty sure he called it the crisis of overproduction, in which factories produce more than workers can consume. Nowadays, we would call this a crisis of effective demand. The Keynesians would call this a crisis of effective demand, that there is not enough demand for the products being produced, so factories have to reduce production. But factories reducing production means that the factories reduce workers, reduce employment, and reduced employment in turn means less demand for products, which leads to a cycle downward and downward, downward into the Great Depression, into the vast majority of depressions over time. So Marx's argument is that these crises will get worse and worse over time in capitalism, and eventually that will lead to a catastrophe of some kind that lets us take over in a final socialist takeover. That's Luxemburg's argument of Marx. Marx doesn't get super clear on this, but just giving like the Luxemburg perspective. That's one of the crises that Marx elucidates, and the reason that those crises are so key is that, again, beyond exploitation, one of Marx's arguments is that capitalism actually fetters the production of society. That if the engine of history is our means of production, is our economy, then having these periodic crises fucks over workers and fucks over society. That society would be better, would have solid growth over time without these crises, and that we can only do so by socialism. That's one of Marx's central arguments. Again, I think a lot of this is a bastardization, a simplification, but it's good enough for the purposes here. The point is just that Marx very clearly has a theory that there's something wrong in capitalist society. It's not just that the capitalists are fucking over the workers out of greed. It's that capitalism itself is flawed. That even in a society where everyone was virtuous, in a capitalist society, there would still be crises. There would still be exploitation of the worker just because of economic relations, because workers have no capital while capitalists do, and just because capital naturally leads to overproduction and underconsumption. Without that, his critique of capitalism is just not there. So I know Benny didn't have as much time as I did. I obviously had like a bunch of time to ramble, but she also had the moment to prepare. And I feel like this is a really key part of capitalism. And also, this is the parts of capitalist theory that won't upset conservatives. If you're talking to a conservative audience, please do not lead with how cool it is to repress capitalists, which leads to what happens here.
Okay. How much of that do you believe?
Oh, 100%.
All of it. So you're just like a full-fledged Marxist?
100%.
So everything Marx wrote?
I mean, not necessarily every single word.
Well, just so I can understand, just so we can make this constructive. Like, just tell me your political philosophy when it comes to Marxism.
Well, I think that really is my philosophy, and we really have to look at like not necessarily Marx, who's the theoretician, right? Not even necessarily Engels. We also have to look at the practitioners of Marxism, right? So those people being like, obviously Lenin, Mao. Today.
Oh, you're a big fan of Mao.
Okay, again, big strategic error. Do not begin your argument with conservatives about why capitalism is bad with a Lenin defense. This is never going to be a W. Like, literally, you're never going to go on Fox News and be like, okay, let's have a reasoned debate about Lenin.
Mao's a pretty interesting character.
How many people did he murder?
How many people did he murder?
We are 2 minutes 12 into the video. We are about 1 minute into the debate. And we are already at the question of how many did Mao murder, because Mao was cited as an example of communism.
I mean, how many people do you think he murdered? How many people did George
45
Bush
million,
murder?
more or less.
And what are you getting that number from?
How about the Chinese people themselves? Rough calculations of international organizations.
What
Mass graves.
What do you mean, the victims?
Okay, laugh, not good. Do not do a Joker laugh when someone asks you how many people Mao killed. Step number one to become a conservative debater: do not do any Joker laughs. I just wanted to note, brief thing, I actually don't know where Charlie Kirk gets the 45 million number. There are two big sources that conservatives cite. And because I am way too autistic, I know that neither of them line up. Here is the introduction of the Black Book of Communism, which is the overwhelmingly, like 90% of conservative lists of how many communists killed comes from the Black Book of Communism. What you'll note here is that they list 65 million deaths from China. Charlie said 45. The other big source that they'll cite, this is the other 10%, is Rudolf Rummel. This is from his book on democide, in which he asserts that the PRC did about 35 million killings, and that that the Soviets, when Mao was in control, did about another 5 million. That gets you to 40, but not 45. So I have no idea where he gets this number from. And as an addendum to this, I want to be clear, the Black Book sucks as a historical source, and the Rummel sucks even more as a historical source. And we'll talk about that later in the debate. But like, even if you were to trust these sources, I don't know where he gets this number from. When he says mass graves, that's not where any of the numbers come from. There was no accounting of dead bodies. That's like literally nothing. That's maybe how some approaches to the Nanjing massacre have been made, but that was a massacre by the Japanese people. That had nothing to do with any of Mao's instances. The main estimates, like, just to be very clear, the killings that were done by Mao, overwhelmingly the number that we get comes from official data or census data. Those are the two methods that we get to it. That's it. And the third type is emigre testimony. Mass deaths are not at all involved. It's so dumb. I know he's just saying this, but like, it frustrates me because if she knew, then she could just dunk on him. The
communism fund that literally puts out
organizations, mass graves.
What do you mean, the Victims of Communism Fund that literally puts out Nazi propaganda on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, wait, the Victims of Communism Fund is a what group?
Puts out Nazi propaganda. They literally have a statue. I mean, you have to be joking, right? You realize in the USSR, they list Nazi war deaths as victims of communism.
Hold on a second, you're pro.
This, as far as I can tell, is not true. While it is true that the introduction numbers, the 20 million here, is about 5 million larger than the number listed in the center of the book. And Tankie's then spin this to say that the 5 million must be the number of Nazi war dead. And let me pull up the number in the center of the book just to make sure, just so I'm not crazy. Minute. Back book. That in the Soviet section, about 12.7 million deaths were listed in particular. So there's a gap here of either 5 or 8 million, and Nazis say, sorry, not Nazis, Tankies say that the gap must be the Nazi war dead. But there's actually nothing in the book to suggest that, and there's nothing in interviews of the authors that suggest that. It's just like a myth that seems to have emerged among Tankies that all of them have repeated. I have literally never seen a single person making this argument reference back to the Black Book of Communism. Here is the provisional balance sheet that's cited in the Soviet section, and if you tally it up, which I've done, it comes out to about 12.7 million.
Lenin too?
Yeah, I mean, Lenin did a lot of really great things to the USSR. They literally brought what was a feudal peasant society to be a major world superpower.
How about the Ukrainian famine? How was that?
What about the Ukrainian?
Again, we are 2 minutes 55 into a debate about Marxism, and we are already defending the Holodomor. We have defended Mao, Lenin, and the Holodomor in the first 2 minutes of our debate with 300,000 views on a huge conservative channel.
Like the 6 million people Lenin intentionally killed through forced starvation. And
okay, I have to let him finish. But
that.
What about the Ukrainian famine?
Like the 6 million people Lenin intentionally killed through forced starvation and famine.
I mean, it's
the 6 million people that Lenin killed. It was Stalin, first off, just maybe a slip of the tongue, and forced starvation. I don't, without getting way too deep into the mass deaths in the Holodomor, it was not a forced starvation. He was not like, without getting way too deep into the lore, I think that the strongest evidence on this shows that there's not a single document. Like, this is what I'll cite from Wheatcroft. There's not a single document which makes clear that there was a plan to starve any person as a result of the 1931 to 33 famine. The most that's been argued is that Stalin intentionally allowed the famine to be worse in Ukrainian areas to hurt Ukrainians more. That is like the extent of the argument. There is no argument that it was an intentional starvation of people. Lucy's going to prove me wrong. Well, to my knowledge, there's not a single document on this one. And what I will note is that Wheatcroft, Tyrannaxi say SDL and Bad Empanada sharing a source, very troubling. The funny thing there is that Bad Empanada did the whole video on Wikipedia's Holodomor genocide question article, and I actually helped write that article. So part of the reason that he's citing Wheatcroft is because I put those citations to Wheatcroft in the article. Anyway, the reason that I cite Wheatcroft so much is that I think he comes the closest to the data on the question. He relies the least on exile testimony. Exile testimony has been really, really, really bad on this. Exile testimony routinely estimates like 10 times higher death tolls than does the data proper. And since 1991, since the Soviet archives opened up, the estimates have hugely fallen from the exile testimony, like 20 million, 30 million, just hugely down to the accepted estimate of like 6 million or so across the entire Soviet Union, 3.5 million of which in Ukraine. And I take the view that like Stalin was brutal, but he did not intend this famine. He very much thought that collectivizing the country would increase agricultural production. He was very fucking wrong. It hugely decreased it. The food produced was about, I think it was 15% less than the previous year. And the regions that saw increased mortality as a part of the centralized rationing system included 70 million of 150 million people. The reason I'm mentioning that is that the way that we estimate the mortality of the 1931 to 32 Soviet famine is by elevated mortality. Those elevated mortality rates roughly appeared in 1/2 of the Soviet Union. That the rationing system didn't just hit Ukraine, it hit the cities too. Moscow was starving too. And so it's just the reason that I tend to take the view that this is unironically, the view that I have is that it's actually more of a critique to say that this was a genuine failure of socialist planning than to say that this was like an ethnic cleansing or whatever. Because if it's an ethnic cleansing, then all you have to say is, well, Stalin was a racist. Next time we won't put a racist in charge of food policy. Problem solved. But if this is actually a problem of, hey, our socialist planners, they're too big for their britches, they don't know what they're fucking doing, and they try to plan the whole economy as if they can just collectivize everything, and they don't know the stats are lying to them, they don't know that they have to actually build up state capacity to monitor, they don't know that they have to build up good statistics systems, they don't know that they need to be able to trust their underlings, they think they can just build utopia, and utopia will come over to them, because they ordered it, and so it was. And that happens over and over again. Something very similar happened in the Great Chinese Famine. Mao thought that he could just do policies that would increase yields by 10, 20, 30%. And then when the statistics came in from the field saying, yep, yields have increased by 10, 20, 30%, he totally fucking trusted them, and 30 million people died. And I actually think that's a much more tragic, that's a much actually bigger indictment of the socialist system than is the idea that it's just ethnic bigotry. That like, holy shit, actually, central planning of things can mean you put all your eggs in one basket and really fuck you over. Like, that's actually a stronger critique. In my opinion, I don't think that like either of these stories is very nice for Mr. Stalin. Like doing an ethnic genocide or an ethnic cleansing is not particularly positive either, but failing to plan so badly that you kill 6 million people is a really big fucking problem, right? Like Trump's COVID policies killed maybe 500,000 people. Imagine that 6 times more, and with food in a starvation that affected half of the fucking country, right? Anyway, Comrade Lysenko, thank you for your services in lying to the Soviet Union.
It's pretty ridiculous to frame that as intentional, right? Like, let's be real, right? There was a famine, and we can argue about the mismanagement of famines, but capitalists have mismanaged famines all the time.
Hold on a second. What is a
Okay, we do a little whataboutism. We say, oh yeah, there were some famines in the Soviet Union, but you know, there's famines in capitalism too. The bar should not be as bad as the starvations of capitalism. Oh my fucking god.
Potato famine.
What's a kulak?
What do you think a kulak is?
I know what a kulak is. You tell me. You're the Marxist.
No, I want to know what you think
a kulak is someone that owned a certain piece of land that was not allowed to own that same piece of land because of Lenin and Stalin's government. And if they owned more than it, what happened to them?
And do you know what? Okay.
That's actually wrong. And this is interesting because this is a point where Kirk is wrong in a direction that should have helped him if he knew better. The amount of land was not the key element of being a kulak by Soviet definitions. It was mostly just defined by whatever people in various villages wanted to define as a kulak. So a lot of people took out revenge on families they hated. And they would just report a slightly richer family down the road, which had slightly more food, slightly larger land, slightly more like tools, slightly more animals, whatever. It's just the slightly richer peasantry. But when we're talking about slightly richer here, we're talking about the top fourth of society, give or take. When you look at the people that were taken in the kulak mass deportations, we're not talking about like the top 1%, this super rich peasantry that Lenin and whatnot were trying to do. It was fucking witch trials. Yeah, it's closer to fucking Salem witch trials and mass like lynch mob type behavior than it is to like a top-down authoritarianism, which is actually, again, more terrifying in a sense. It's like, oh, we built socialism and people are reporting on their neighbors to kill them because the government is willing to kill anyone that they class as a class enemy. That's like really fucked up. That's like, again, that's not just simple authoritarianism. Like Stalin was like, I'm going to kill the peasants. It's like, oh, you built a social system where people report on their neighbors to kill them to get their land. Like, even worse.
Just answer the question. I'm curious.
What did happen to them?
They went to a gulag. Do you believe those exist?
Yeah.
The kulaks overwhelmingly did not go to the gulag. They were resettled in Central Asia.
Yeah, 100% gulags.
How many people
exist.
died in the gulag?
Do you know what a gulag is?
No, just like more or less. I just want to know.
Do you know what a gulag is?
About 2 million people, 1.7 million, died in the gulags.
Yeah, a forced labor camp, or it could be a forced death camp.
You mean like the
There were no forced death camps in the Soviet Union. There were some camps, essentially temporary camps, that had very high death rates. However, again, there's just no documentation to show that the gulags were intentionally trying to kill people. Instead, what we see is that the early Soviet mission, like the very early socialist mission, was abolish a lot of the criminal justice system because they want to reform people through labor. That's literally the ideology, both of the Chinese system and of the Soviet system. We will reform people through labor, and they will become productive members of society. But very quickly, after after Stalin takes over, it becomes all about production. The gulags don't become about fixing criminals and returning them to society. It doesn't become about fixing capitalists and returning them to society. If you even think that's that's like the most justifiable thing they could be doing. But they just turn into, here's forced labor that we can use for our projects. And so they dig canals, they build railroads, they dig mines. They do the worst labor in the Soviet Union because they have to, because it's a gunpoint. Yeah, they're not death camps, but really fucking bad. Like it's the worst. It's so much worse than America's private prison industry. It is deeply evil. It's forced labor. It's state. I would quibble over calling it slavery, but it's very close to it. It's one step better than slavery. It's really fucking bad. It's state mandated labor, or corvée labor, which was a polite term for one step better than slavery back in feudal times.
Forced labor camps we have in the United States of America, which, by the way, the United States has more people in forced labor than any other country.
Where?
In our federal prison system.
How'd they get
and
to
our state
wait, hold on.
prison
How'd they get to
system.
prison?
They committed crimes.
Oh, okay, so it's not forced. They made a choice.
Are you familiar?
Thank you, Charlie Kirk, for defending America's mass incarceration. Very cool. So glad that this whataboutism got us to the point that we have simultaneously defended Mao and defended mass incarceration in the same conversation. Very cool.
Well, no, that's a phenomenal red herring argument you made. I'm just curious.
it's not
Just,
a red herring.
I just want to know, how many people died in the gulags?
No,
more or less. I'm just curious.
How many people die in American prisons?
Hold on a second. I'm just curious. Gulags, how many people died? I'm just curious. Give me a number. 10 million, 15, 20, 25 million, 30 million?
You know, there's this really amazing...
Okay, before Benny refuses to answer the question, the answer again is 1.7 million. All of those high numbers come from emigre testimony, and the testimony fucking sucked. Let me give an example of this. We talked a little bit earlier about Rummel, and Rudolf Rummel basically entirely relied on emigre testimony. Oh, here's Charlie Kirk. I have to show the meme. This is an unironic meme that he did for Turning Points USA. If I had 100 million fingers, it still wouldn't be enough to count the death toll of socialism. Moving on, here is Rudolf Rummel. So, to consider why poor sourcing matters, consider Rummel 1990, Lethal Politics, Soviet Genocide and Mass Murder since 1917. This is the second most widely cited article by conservatives to defend the death counts that they use. Rummel claims that the Soviet Union killed 61.9 million people, 40 million of which in death camps. Lovecraftian Nightmare Kirk and his millions of fingers, and they're just counting up the bodies. Jesus Christ, right? So here is Rummel's graph, which shows 40 million dead in Soviet labor camps. In reality, nearly all modern historians estimate that just 19 million people were ever imprisoned in Soviet forced labor camps. Those camps killed about 17 million people. Or, and I want to emphasize this, the number of people ever imprisoned in gulags was about half the number that Rummel said died. So Rummel said 40 million dead. The actual number of inmates was 20 million. This is why, like, a lot of conservative sourcing on this is so fucking garbage. Like, it's actually a disgrace to the cause of critiquing authoritarianism in the Soviet Union that these fuckers have a near monopoly on it, because they do such a bad job of it. Rummel's absurd numbers come from excessive trust in weak sources and selective sourcing. Below, I provide Rummel's table of estimates for deaths in forced labor camps and Rummel's citation. So this is the minimum, this column here, minimum, median, maximum on the right. And what you'll notice is that, and here, I'll just read it from here because it's too small. Rummel takes the Soviet exile Alexander Solzhenitsyn's testimony of 70 million dead, and I want to be clear, 70 million dead directly from Solzhenitsyn, and counts it twice. He takes another exile named Mikhail Makarenko, who testified to the who testified to the U.S. Senate that 52 to 67 million had died in the camps. And again, he counted that estimate twice. And then he just adds another conservative historian named Robert Conquest. Robert Conquest was literally an agent of the British CIA, just as context for how, and he was an anti-communist agent in particular. His job was anti-communist propaganda. And then he became a historian. Rumble takes conservative historian Robert Conquest's estimates of 12 to 20 million dead, which are themselves mostly based on exile testimony, and counts Rumble 4 times. So why does he arrive at the number of 40 million? Because he's using garbage fucking sourcing. That's why. So I just want to I bring this up because, like, again, I feel like if you just knew this, if Benny even just came in with this and just was like, at least if they were a proper Tankie and they actually defended the shit, like, at least the audience might have learned something. They might have, like, had some doubt of conservative academia and the bullshit that it produces. The bullshit that it produces about socialist countries. Because it is bullshit, right? The fact that these authors produce death counts like this means that they're lying about a ton of other shit too. And I think, like, I don't know. I think that's worth considering. It's just like once you realize that Tankies are lying to you in the other direction, that Tankies will put out estimates of deaths in the Soviet Union of like 0.5 million. And you start realizing, oh my God, these people will lie about anything, right? The sourcing, the academic integrity here is nil. Yeah, Akana Boy's right. You don't have to mislead to point out how awful the Soviet Union was. That's what fucking kills me about this, is like, you don't need to say the Soviet Union killed 60 million people. It could have killed 6 million people and it would still be atrocity, right? Anyway, all that was to say that the Gulag numbers that Charlie is stating of like 20 million is absurd. The only way you could believe that is if he was citing sources from before 1991 when the Soviet archives opened up and we got access to all of this information, which showed that the old conservative historians were lying out of the seat of their pants. That's a mixed metaphor, but you get the point.
Anecdote. It's really interesting. You see, and
100,000, 5 million, 30 million.
You know, there's this really amazing anecdote. It's really interesting. You see, and
100,000.
No,
just I want a number, like
listen,
more or less.
Listen, because let's talk about how they get these numbers, right? This is a perfect example. There's this really great story, right, where you have Winston Churchill talking to Stalin. He asks, he's like, hey, how many people died in the famine? And Stalin, obviously not wanting to talk about it, they had bigger things to deal with, like World War II. He puts his hands up. And Winston Churchill walks away and says, oh, yeah, that means 10 million. He must mean 10 million. Now, we can obviously talk about mismanagement of famines, but if we're going to talk about mismanagement of famines, why don't we talk about the people in India that Winston Churchill killed? Why don't we talk about the people
Okay. So, unironically, this is like, and I say this with full sincerity, this is one of Benny's better moments in the show because they got to speak without being interrupted, and they make a point. It's like they actually make an argument, which is the sourcing in some Western claims is bad, and capitalism also has mass death, and like that's some of the strongest arguments they're going to raise in this whole debate.
We're not here. I'm happy to do a whole defense of the greatest man of the 20th century, Churchill. I'm not going to actually do that right now.
So, in the context of Benny bringing up that Churchill starved 3.5 million people in Bengal, Charlie Kirk says, I'll defend the greatest man in the history. Jesus fucking Christ, dog.
So, was Alexander Solzhenitsyn a liar?
As just discussed, yes. And what fucking kills me about this is, because I look into this, like, because I've researched this, I know who Solzhenitsyn is. But you know who doesn't?
I don't know who that is.
You're kidding me. You're a Marxist that you do not know who Alexander Solzhenitsyn is. He wrote a book called The Gulag Archipelago, which was a first-person account. He actually was in a gulag.
Come on.
So, and you don't even know who he is.
You know that people that worked on that admitted that they just made up a lot of those numbers, right?
Okay, the laugh is bad. Not knowing who that is bad. And then only knowing it once you hear The Gulag Archipelago and then saying the numbers are wrong, but not having anything to prove it is real bad. It's like... I don't know how else to say this, but like, if you've ever listened to Jordan Peterson critique communism, you have heard the word Solzhenitsyn. There is no way that you have not heard this word, and then immediately followed by the Gulag Archipelago. And if you're going to defend these countries, you should know what the people on the opposite side are. Solzhenitsyn is easily the most cited conservative source on the interior of the Gulag. It's like, I don't know. I think... I can be way more tanky than you, Benny. I know who Solzhenitsyn is, and I know why he's lying, okay? I can be way more tanky than you.
He lived in one, my friend.
There's a lot of people who lived in the gulags. In fact, there's a really great...
yeah, and so they're liars?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people that lie about communism on a daily
let me get this
basis.
right. Let me get this straight. So the pastor who spent a decade in a forced labor camp with 1 hour of sunshine a day, Joseph Bondarenko, he lied about that?
Okay, So I just want to be clear. The argument isn't necessarily that Solzhenitsyn is lying. It's that Solzhenitsyn's experience. So what Solzhenitsyn did is he took his anecdotal experience and multiplied it by the estimated population of the Gulag, which he got way too large, and he estimated it by the entire time period of the Soviet Union. So he's not necessarily lying. He's just dumb. That's how I'd put it. And that's like, I want to be clear, that's like actually in fairness to Solzhenitsyn, is that he's working with limited data and he used that data to come to a conclusion, but at least he was basing it on something. I don't think you have to be a liar to be misinformed, I guess is how I'd put it. Yeah, welcome back, Neptune.
I mean, because you wanted to just spread the gospel. I'm curious, just kind of like what your belief is on gulags, so we can just have like a similar.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll give you a really great example, right? And you see, the CIA actually ran numbers on this. This is really interesting. So somewhere around 10% of the people, right, that like were in the gulags during their peak, which by the way was after a civil war in Russia, right? Obviously with the white army that they had to deal with, right, and then the World War II with Nazi Germany, right, were political prisoners. But this is really interesting, right? I believe it was in the Gorbachev years, they tried to do a big reformation and granted a huge amount of amnesty. To like tons and tons of people that were in those gulags. And do you know what happened, Charlie? Do you know what happened after that? This is something that the CIA documents literally
You mean after the
reported on.
liberalization of the USSR?
No.
Or
What happened to the people that were let out of those gulags?
They wrote books like the Gulag Archipelago that brought down the USSR.
Most of them.
Solzhenitsyn was not a Gorbachev release, I don't think. I think he was like 2 or 3 decades earlier, but I could be wrong.
Actually ended up right back in those same gulags because
most
of them actually ended up right back in those same gulags because, this is to be very, very clear, that's their normal prison system. That is the normal prison system that they had, just to be clear. Because who do you think set up the gulags?
Okay, so I actually think this is one of the most evil things that Benny argued in this video, and it might not be immediately obvious why. What Benny argued is that you can't do mass decarceration, you can't just let people out of the prisons, because they'll go right back in. They'll recarcerate. That's the exact same argument that conservatives make in the United States for why we have to maintain mass incarceration. Those criminals got in there, it's our normal prison system, and if we let them out, they'll do it again. Not only is that like an evil thing to believe, it's false. Here is the rate of incarceration in Soviet gulags, sorry, not in Soviet gulags, in the entire Soviet Union. So this includes, without getting to the details, the Soviet Union had 3 prison systems: the forced labor camps, which closed under Khrushchev. They had the labor colonies, which were more akin to like the private prison type labor system in the United States, and the prisons proper, which were just like urban prisons. And labor colonies, to be clear, could be like on a spectrum from almost gulag to basically a prison. So the reason I mention this is what you'll notice in the year 1953 and afterwards is that after Khrushchev takes power, there is a massive fucking decarceration. The Soviet Union goes from incarcerating 1.4 out of every 100 people to incarcerating 0.4 out of every 100 people. The Soviet Union released 1 in 100 people in their country under Khrushchev. That's how big the Gulag system was. That's true. You are literally looking at a French tableau. Sorry, this is all in French, but I can explain it. This is the rate of incarceration in the Soviet Union. URSS means USSR, and also the etats unis is the United States. That's the dash number at the bottom. This gray number at the top, Soviet Union, bottom, United States. So the 2 things I want to show is, 1, after Khrushchev let people go, they didn't go back in. So that should immediately tell you, maybe decarceration didn't mean that all the people went back to prison because they weren't all natural criminals. Maybe Benny is fucking wrong. And then look what happens. So in 80, this is when I think Andropov takes over, and he goes for a tough on crime policy. I'm not exaggerating here. He literally talks about how we need to return to order, maintain order. There's a crime wave. We need to bring people into prisons. Andropov comes in. Incarceration rate goes up, right? It goes up from 400 per 100,000 to 600 per 100,000. So he incarcerates an additional 1 in 500 people. Gorbachev comes in, liberalizes the country, goes right back down to about 300. He decarcerates about 1 in 300 people. And they didn't get reincarcerated. You'll notice that this line does not go back up. Gorbachev, the second decarcerator in Soviet Union history after Khrushchev, there's no increase afterwards. And the reason I think this is so important, Khrushchev's decarceration wasn't just an isolated thing. Khrushchev came into power in the late 50s and did a lot of decarceration in the 60s when America was also having a burst of sociological literature on how incarcerating people does not reform them. And Khrushchev actually took a lot of that to heart. Like, unironically, part of the reason that he supported decarceration is that he didn't think that it could reform people. And he had to be persuaded to recarcerate people by conservatives within the party. That's why the line went down and then back up in the late 60s. So the reason that I'm actually actually a little bit disgusted by Benny's defense here is that Benny's defense is implicitly a defense of mass incarceration. It's not just a defense of the gulags, it's a defense of all mass incarceration. And Benny might not know that. I don't think that would have been communicated to the audience. So I don't think this is like a contaminating the minds of the audience question. But like, it's actually really important to defend that you can run a country without mass incarceration. You do not need gulags, actually. And in fact, the gulags were abolished in 53. Sorry, not 53. The gulags began to be abolished in 53. They were fully abolished in 56. Let me see. I think I have a little page on that. One sec. It is... Okay, this is an article about something else, but at the end, it talks about Khrushchev's decarceration. Here's how Hardy 2016 Gulags After Stalin concludes their book. The reforms of the Khrushchev period had an important lasting effect on the Soviet penal system. Although certain inmates' privileges were reduced or eliminated in the early 60s at the culmination of the, quote, camp is not a resort campaign, many of the most important prisoner-friendly reforms of the 1950s, such as parole and the 8-hour workday, remained. De-Stalinization in the penal sphere was a real and enduring legacy of the Khrushchev era. Although economic concerns continued to play an important role in penal facility operations, no longer did central economic planners treat the Gulag simply as a source of labor power. Some commentators from the period, and this is the reason I'm drawing the tight comparison between Benny's argument and the West. Criminologists globally in the post-war era promoted a variety of penal measures that avoided incarceration or that placed inmates in open institutions. And the Soviets were very much engaged in those efforts. Yet no country, East or West, was able to displace incarceration as the backbone of their penal system. From Western Europe to the United States to apartheid South Africa, prisons and their equivalents remained the punishment of choice. These were not liberal institutions, but ones in which compulsory labor, corruption, beatings, and prisoner-on-prisoner violence abounded. Moreover, they were places of severely curtailed rights and arbitrary rule. Some commentators from the period, and this is the keynote, some commentators from the period poignantly noted that the prison systems in the West were in essence totalitarian islands in otherwise free societies. And I guess that's the thing that I want to take home, is that we do have prisons here. We do force people to work here. We do take away people's rights here. And that's evil. We should oppose that as we opposed in the Soviet Union and oppose it here. In fact, it is good to condemn the authoritarianism of the Soviet Union to better condemn the authoritarianism of the United States. We want no gulags. We want as few prisons as possible because those are totalitarian islands. Anyway, that's why I think it's really fucking evil, on like a much larger level, to defend the failure of decarceration in the late Soviet Union, which is why I got really mad at this. I don't know if this is something that Benny said off the cuff, or if this is something they truly believe, but either way, bad thing to say. Penal peepees, hee hee. So true, chat. Strongest anti-incarceration warrior.
So you're trying to tell me that the people that were put in the prisons were not political prisoners?
No.
So what happened to the Mensheviks?
Most of the people...
I will say, Benny is actually correct that most of the prisoners were not political, but that's mostly because the gulags were so enormous as a system. This is a rate of, in the late Stalin period, political prisoners in the gulag. Political is this light gray at the bottom. There were 600,000 political prisoners in the Soviet Union. It doesn't have to be a low rate for it to be evil, right? Imagine if the United States incarcerated, this to make it comparable, it'd be about 1 million political prisoners. That would be equivalent to, like, the only way I can draw an analogy, that'd be something like if we had 1 million prisoners incarcerated solely for their speech, solely for signage, solely for statements they made in university. It's like It's deeply evil, is all I'm trying to say. It's not just a massive incarceration system. It's also a system that incarcerated 500,000 people because of their beliefs, and virtually nothing more. And so, like, I don't know. Again, that's evil. In America, we have, there's some estimates that we might have 10 to 100 political prisoners in America today. And I think that calling out the political imprisonment in the Soviet Union is a sign of why we should not allow it here. We want there to be 0 political prisoners. It is always unjust. People should never be incarcerated or unjustly imprisoned or imprisoned for too long because of their politics. But we do that in the United States, and that's evil.
What the forced imprisonment of the Mensheviks? So tell me how did Trotsky die?
What do you mean,
who killed Trotsky?
Look.
Okay, I know I'm unpausing it every fucking second, but Jesus fucking Christ, how did Trotsky die? Like, the whole point here is that Stalin's authoritarianism didn't even stop at the edge of the Soviet Union, but he chased the guy to Mexico to kill him. Like, again, evil. Trotsky was a political assassination of the Soviet Union.
What do you mean,
tell me how did Trotsky die?
What do you mean,
who killed Trotsky?
Look.
No,
tell me who killed Trotsky.
Are we gonna talk about economic theories?
We will. I'm just curious, because I'm just trying.
Okay, that line actually made me mad too. We are 7 minutes into the debate, and Benny asks, "I thought we were going to talk about economic theories. Why did you start the conversation by first defending communism as the state repressing capitalists, and 2, pointing to the practitioners of Marxism as Lenin and Mao? There was the only way that it was going to go. This was never going to be about like a polite discussion of inequality in America."
I'm trying to understand. You say you're a Leninist.
I mean, who killed Salvador Allende?
So 66 million people died in the gulags. Rough estimation.
Just for reference again, 66 million is higher than Rummel's numbers, and it is 3 times the total population of the gulags. So when I say that Charlie is citing shitty statistics from before 1991, like, there's literally no other way that he's arriving at that number. It is absurdly.
Salvador Allende.
So 66 million people died in the gulags. Rough estimation.
Again, just to be very, very clear about this, that's 33 times larger than reality.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, most of those numbers are inflated. Like, you gotta really understand this. Like, the reality is that was their normal prison system. If you look at the mortality rate in the gulags compared to the mortality rate in American prisons at the same exact time.
So let me ask you this. So how many people died?
Oh, this is another dumb Tankie argument. So I've seen, this is the reason that I wrote this blog post actually. Tankies like to claim that the gulag mortality rate was really, really, really low. And if you look at this graph, you would think so. Here's the gulags, very low mortality rate. Here's the Tsarist prisons, very high mortality rate. What it turns out is that the yellow numbers got inflated by 10 because someone failed to interpret a comma as a decimal. It's literally just a failure of translation. When you look at the actual mortality rate, it's the same as it was in Tsarist times. The like deeply evil Tsarist katorga, which were these forced labor camps in far off Siberia. The mortality rate was almost exactly the same. Which is again why they were so fucking evil. By my estimate, so the scholarly estimate, the average is that the gulags killed 1.7 million people. The most charitable way that you could defend the prisons is to subtract the civilian mortality rate. And to give you an idea of how elevated the gulag mortality rate was, they still would have killed 1 million people if you subtract out the civilian mortality rate. Like, it was that much higher than civilian mortality, that 1 million excess deaths occurred. Deeply evil places. Anyway, classic lefty misinfo from Miss Benny.
Died in the Holocaust, would you say?
Same exact
time?
So
let me ask you this. How many people died in the Holocaust, would you say?
I don't know. I'm not a Holocaust expert.
How about like 8 million? Would you say that's fair?
So I know at a minimum there's 6 million Jews that died.
Okay, so why are those numbers accurate yet the gulag ones aren't?
Well, it's very interesting that you bring that up, because the truth of the matter is, if you look at the people, right, if you look at the denazification of Western Europe, what you end up having is you have a lot of people like, for example, right, like Nazi government officials that
I don't know why this is like the only Tankie tactic. Why does Benny always pivot? Why can't they just say the evidence for the Holocaust is in the train records? It's in the records of the Gestapo. It's in the records of the SS. Like, that's literally where we get the numbers for number of Jewish people killed from. Where do we get the estimates of civilians killed from? Census data, and again, SS estimates. To be clear, maybe I don't expect them to be a Holocaust expert. I'm sure a lot of people couldn't answer that, but like, the answer is data. We didn't just make it fucking up. And that's the argument they should be giving of, hey, where's the data on the number killed in the gulags? 66 million is literally fucking impossible. If Benny even knew how many people ever went to the gulag, they could disprove it like that. All Benny would need is one stat, 19 million people in the gulag, and 66 million could have been destroyed. I can be so much more tanky than you. Why are you so bad at this?
Get put in charge of West Germany, right? Then you have Nazi officials that get put in charge of institutions like NATO, and then you have a lot of these Nazis that quite literally set up institutions, right?
Like
put out information.
What are you talking about?
Okay, it is pretty typical of Charlie Kirk to not know what Operation Paperclip or any of the Nazi personnel employed at NASA are. Like, literally one of the head of our space program was a captured Nazi scientist. Classic like American exceptionalist history. Tyrannax asks a question about Holocaust history. Aren't there even some records in the camps themselves too? They didn't manage to destroy everything. Yes, but the records are not sufficient to the simple way of putting it is this. In Holocaust death camps, there were two categories of prisoners. One was registered and one was unregistered. Unregistered prisoners were simply taken to the gas chambers and destroyed. So we don't have the data from them. We don't even have an estimate of how many of the people there. But for the registered prisoners, there is a tally of the number of people and the number of deaths. And that has led to some useful information. For example, it shows there's a common neo-Nazi claim that typhus was killing lots and lots and lots of people in the camps, but it wasn't in the registered data. So the Nazis kept records on their camp inmates and what they were having them do and what sicknesses they had. And the typhus explanation, it completely bullshit based on the registered data. So it is a useful historical source, but does not give a good estimate of the overall number of those killed in the camps. Instead, because the Nazis, and here, this is actually, this is an interesting comparison between the Nazis and the Soviets. Let me read again from Wheatcroft, actually. This is Stephen Wheatcroft writing on the mass repression in the Soviet Union as against Nazi Germany. Quote, "The nature of Soviet repression and mass killing was clearly far more complex than normally assumed. Mass purposive killings in terms of executions were probably in the order of 1 million and probably as large as the total number of recorded deaths in the Gulag." So Wheatcroft is saying maybe about 1.5 intentional executions by the Soviet state and 1.5 million dead in the Gulag. In this narrowest category of purposefully caused deaths, the situation is exactly the opposite of that generally accepted. Hitler intentionally killed at least 5 million people, largely because he did not like Jews and communists. And actually, modern estimates on the number of executed would be more like 10 million. Wheatcroft is working on very bad data, which we'll talk about why in a second. The purposive deaths caused by Hitler fit more closely into the category of murder, while those caused by Stalin fit more closely the category of execution. Stalin undoubtedly caused many innocent people to be executed. Again, something like 1.5 million. But it seems likely that he thought many of them guilty of crimes against the state and felt that the execution of others would act as a deterrent to the guilty. He signed the papers. He insisted on documentation. Hitler, by contrast, wanted to be rid of the Jews and communists simply because they were Jews and communists. He was not concerned about making any pretense at legality. He was careful not to sign anything and was equally insistent on no documentation. The Nazis had bone-crushing machines. The Nazis burned photographic evidence. The Nazis did not keep records of most of those they killed. They intentionally tried to cover up the size of their crimes. The Soviets were so good at record keeping that our estimates on a lot of these numbers killed come from their archives because they did individual trials for almost all of those they killed. It was an individual sham trial, but they still held the trial, they took photographs, and they kept a record. And I call this legalism. The Soviets were legalistic. They truly believed, in some sense, that they were killing the guilty. And without getting to the details of it, that's partly because Stalin created this insanely paranoid state where there were perceived to be enemies on every fucking side, and so that justified mass killings. Because if there's enemies on every side, then surely there's enemies that deserve killing. But there wasn't. That was all a fiction created by Stalin's government and the insane paranoia and the insane security state. And again, this is an argument against the security state, against the authoritarian state. We need a democratic free press. We need a government that is not just driven by insane conspiracy theories about enemies on all sides. This is one of the reasons that fascism is such a threat, because fascists see threats everywhere. That's why they killed so many people. Anyway, democracy is good, fascism is bad. Back to the debate.
Like, name one person.
Look at the first commander of NATO, literally. Look at the first NATO commanders. They literally brought in people from Nazi Germany. Are we going to pretend that Operation Paperclip is not a thing that the United States did?
Operation Paperclip was in conjunction with Operation Mockingbird, which was a CIA propaganda campaign, which I don't quite answer the question of the accuracy of gulags. Anyway, that's a little bit of futile. I'm just trying to understand, though, like, maybe we're just on different planets here, quite honestly, because I've actually met countless, thousands of people that were in these gulags, and their stories and their firsthand perspectives, and they did nothing wrong to be put in there, except they had the different political viewpoints, or they were pastors. And then you embrace a political worldview that does that.
Well, let's take this for example. Let's imagine.
Yeah, just to agree with Tyrannax, Benny needs names. If you want to show Operation Paperclip, you have to name like head of the NASA program, head of the NATO program, and here's the name. Because otherwise it sounds like you're bullshitting. Yep.
It's a political worldview that does that.
Well, let's take this for example. Let's imagine that you're a serial murderer in the USSR, right? Let's imagine, and then you go to the Gulag, right? What's the
Well, no,
easiest
I'm not imagining.
opportunity?
I'm talking about pastors. I'm talking about
No.
people
'cause,
that
like,
have.
This is the reality. Because like if you want to
No,
talk
it's
about,
not the
like,
reality.
There's
I'm talking.
plenty of documentaries. Like look, for example, right? For example, okay.
So I'm just want to make
Radio Free Europe. Radio Free Europe
So-
did this really great interview session where they literally went to people that were in these gulags, and it was so funny because when Radio Free Europe puts out this video about these people who used to live in the gulags, they asked them, what did you think about Stalin? And they basically said, because remember, right? You remember that the USSR was invaded by the Nazis, right? And you also
Yes,
remember
and then
that
they deterred the invasion.
You
But what
also
happened
remember
before
that the USSR
they wiped out.
had
They
a
almost wiped
civil war,
out all
right?
of Ukraine.
You also realize
Wait,
they
hold
have
on.
Okay, this is part of the reason I said the debate is garbage also as well from Charlie's perspective, because there's just constant over-talking and interruption. I don't know why Benny Carollo is using the Operation Paperclip as like a response to how many people died in the Gulag, but Charlie is literally unable to follow down any line of logic other than that which he has in his little notebook. Like Charlie's unironically on like an NPC thought process, and if you aren't following one of his lines, he will get you back to one of those lines. It's very frustrating as well. It's one of the reasons that I think that this approach of like starting with Lenin and Mao was never going to fucking work. You have to start on an area where you can say things that can cut through the bullshit that he's talking about, like economic inequality, like exploitation, like healthcare for all. Because that audience won't have that high level of a knee-jerk to you defending fucking Stalin, you defending Lenin.
Civil War.
The Civil
right?
War was between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks because they couldn't determine what blend of communism they wanted.
Okay.
After they overthrew the Romanov dynasty, right?
But you also have the White Army. Do you know what the White Army is?
I'm very familiar.
Okay, this is one of the things that got really frustrated me. Charlie Kirk's history is so bad. The main civil war was between the Reds and the Whites. The Reds were mostly the Bolsheviks. The Whites were mostly monarchists and right-wing elements of the previous government, like generals, and a lot of anti-Jewish people. Charlie Kirk loves the White Army. Charlie Kirk probably would defend a lot of people in the White Army, just given his defense of Churchill, even after told that Churchill engaged in a mass famine. The White Army was really, really, really evil as well. The White Army was responsible for the deaths of something like 100,000 Jewish people in pogroms. It was really, really bad. And the fact that Charlie does not know that is embarrassing. Again, this is why I say conservatives are... It's one of the reasons that actually frustrates me. I feel like I have very well-founded reasons to oppose like the type of authoritarianism in the Soviet Union. And then Charlie Kirk comes along and just completely shits over all historiography, shits all over all scholarship, knows nothing, and acts so confident and speaks to an audience of 300,000. Oh my God. Lithic says the Mensheviks were restoring the Tsar thing. I actually don't know what the Mensheviks' positions was on the monarchy, but the Mensheviks were certainly leftists, and the main elements of the White Army were not leftists. They were very much right wing, to the degree that some have argued that what was his name, Danilovich? Is that just the name of Bosch's cat? Am I just replacing that in my head? There was an effort in very early on in the Russian Revolution for one of the generals to come back and seize power, and his politics would have been almost identical to fascism. He was super anti-Jewish, super nationalistic, wanted to reconquer all the territory that Russia had lost in World War I and other wars. Classic revanchism. So yeah, just like Very right-wing people who love killing Jewish people. Not a good side to be on, and Charlie Kirk doesn't even know they existed because he hasn't bothered to read the fucking Wikipedia for what he talks about. Oh my god.
Familiar with the White Army.
You know the royalists, the people that were trying to...
Yes, of course, but
okay.
we'll close on this topic.
Civil War,
but
are you going to put
I just want to reinforce for the audience here,
if they start a civil war in your country? I know the United States doesn't like to jail insurrectionists.
Remarkably,
but that's what they did in the U.S.
Just made an argument that was pro-Gulag, and
yeah, they had a prison system. That's correct.
It kind of does explain some of your other views because we're just living on different planets, like Team Reality, Team Narnia.
So how is our prison system better?
Wait, hold on a second. For example, you got a lawyer. We have an independent judiciary. You have a jury of your peers. You know what a show trial is? What is a show trial?
Judiciary?
Hold on, what's a show trial?
What's a show trial?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ask Stephen Donziger.
Who is General?
So again, this is so fucking frustrating. Every time that a critique of the Soviet Union is raised, Benny has to be like, well, you know that there's problems like that in America. Yeah, but that's not good. If you want to defend the Soviet Union as like a good thing to do, you should be like, yeah, that was a bad thing. I wish the Soviet Union did less of those. It's also bad that America does it. Like you don't just get to say that America does it and it's bad, and therefore we don't have to talk about it in the Soviet Union. Like it's bad everywhere. If you think that Stephen Donziger, who for reference, let me just pull him up. Stephen Donziger, who was this attorney for various indigenous people in South America who were getting dumped oil on, something to that tune. I don't actually recall, but it was something to do with either industrial waste or oil drilling. And he sued Chevron or some other oil company. And allegedly, the UN, I think actually, the UN has a tribunal on arbitrary detention, and it ruled that his detention is arbitrary by their standards. So it like, not a show trial per se, but certainly an arbitrary and biased trial because Chevron has been like suing him and really trying to fuck him over. He is one of the people who's like a potential political prisoner in the United States, though he was freed in, I think, like 2022. Anyway, point is, there are actually really bad legal proceedings in the United States. And if you want to condemn them, you should condemn what happened during the Great Purge of the Soviet Union. There was literally, the reason that Charlie's mentioning show trials is because of the Moscow trials, which were this infamous series of trials of very, very high up Bolsheviks who had testimony extracted via torture and via basically other coercive methods like threatening their family as admitting to crimes against the state, which therefore justified their execution. And something like half of them recanted their testimony immediately, some of them in public. The reason he's mentioning these show trials is because they were really public and really, really, really bad. These were really bad for the publicity of communists in the West as well. Like they really, really contributed to making people hate communists in the United States and in other Western countries because it was so obvious, not so obvious, it was reasonable to believe that Stalin was fabricating charges against these people when they recanted almost immediately. So I don't know. It is possible to say that Stephen Donziger was unjustly incarcerated and also that the Moscow trials were bad. Why not do that?
General Tukhachevsky that Stalin took up.
Stephen Donziger, you think the United States doesn't do show trials? Look at Guantanamo. What are those
Hold on a second.
doing
What
in
you're trying to do is
Guantanamo
indict the entire Western legal tradition and conflate it with the Leninist, Stalinist, we're going to kill half the population we don't like. Look,
no, what you're trying to do is you're trying to take a country that had to deal with a civil war, that had to deal with an invasion, and compare that to the United States today.
I'll close with this. You are defending genocide, which is quite honestly a remarkable thing to see in real time.
Stop right here,
you are defending genocide of Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Lenin,
clear.
The intentional destruction and killing of 65 million people.
This is what I'm talking about.
And no, there's no.
Okay, the 65 million number is funny to me for two reasons, and it's sort of darkly funny. He already said that 66 million were killed in the gulags, so now he said that the total killing in the Soviet Union is 65. It's very clear that he's just throwing up random numbers, and that 65 number comes from the Black Book of Communism for China. So I don't know what he's fucking doing. The 61 million number comes from Rummel. I'm just mad at this guy. He is like the worst critic of the Soviet Union. You can't trust him on literally any of his criticisms of the Soviet Union. He just says shit. And to speak briefly on the Donziger thing before we get too far off on it, I included Stephen Donziger on this list of political prisoners in the United States because the Working Group on Arbitrary Detention by the United Nations found that his trial was unfair on all three of their main categories of unfair trials, that there was no legal basis for the suit brought against him by Chevron, that the trial was unfair, and that his charges were higher than they should have been due to discrimination. So, like, yeah, it was very clearly an example of major legal bias. It's a really big issue. In fact, like, there's dozens and dozens of these. These are all really, really bad, and you should condemn them just as you condemn crimes in the Soviet Union.
No, there's no middle ground in genocide? That's your opinion?
Moving on.
Charlie Kirk, do you oppose genocide? Benny Carollo, the moderator. Next topic. Just there's something like cosmically humorous about this. I don't. This is literally like what I imagine a cartoonist would draw for a mock. Like this is how Ben Garrison would draw a debate between a capitalist Chad and a communist moron. Like it's so bad.
Has there ever been a successful example of Marxist theory in action where the workers are truly empowered?
Yeah, 100%, most definitely. Like, so first and foremost, we have obviously the brave Vietnam soldiers that defended themselves.
The Viet Cong?
Defended themselves against the invading American army, which was basically there to punish them for daring to free themselves from French colonial rule.
Wait, so hold on. How did that work out?
And what do you mean, how did that work out?
So, I mean, no, seriously. The Ho Chi Minh City under communist rule, better then or better now?
What do you mean, better then or better now?
Was Ho Chi Minh a better place under Viet Cong rule or better now under more kind of Western?
Who do you think is in charge of Vietnam right now?
I mean, it's a generally much freer country than it was 50, 60 years ago.
Oh, that's weird. When did the Communist Party lose power in Vietnam?
Well, hold on.
There's something so funny about defending Stalin and defending the modern Chinese government and the modern Vietnamese government. Like, Mao would have had Xi Jinping killed. Mao Zedong was to the left of the party that Deng Xiaoping took a step to the right of, that Xi Jinping is like a further step right of. It's... I just genuinely, I do not get how you can be a Stalinist and a Dengist in the same breath. Stalin would have killed you for supporting markets. Like literally would have sent you as a political prisoner to the gulags for advocating for socialist markets, which he did because the main advocates for socialist markets in the Soviet Union had to have their books published posthumously. Like, I'm literally not exaggerating here. Dengis would have been jailed under Stalin. I do not know how you can simultaneously defend him and defend Deng. It is the dumbest... I don't know. I don't know how else to interpret this type of approach other than US bad, red flag good. It is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. If you're going to defend Dengism, why bother defending Stalinism? It was a completely different theory based on completely different approaches to building up the means of production. If you're going to defend Stalin, then you shouldn't be defending the NEP, because what modern Vietnam is doing is supposed to be more or less the NEP. So is what Xi Jinping. The NEP was a period where I would call it like beefy social democracy or something, where the state owned central portions of the Russian economy. It was implemented by Lenin after the Civil War, and they said, we have to build up capitalism in order to build socialism. We need to allow competition to flourish. We need to allow capitalists to flourish. We need to allow investment into our country so we can build up the means of production, and then we'll nationalize them. And that's supposed to be like what Xi Jinping is doing. That's supposed to be what the market reforms in Vietnam and the other, not North Korea, but yes, in my brain wants to say Thailand, but that's not right. Cambodia? Laos? In Laos as well.
They've industrialized their country. They've opened themselves up to international trade. They actually have fair and free elections. Like, I'm not going to say Vietnam's a perfect country, but post-Viet Cong rule, their standard of living has increased.
I don't know why Charlie Kirk would say that Vietnam has fair and free elections. Like, that's just an L on his take. Why would he say that? Is he just saying that because Vietnam is a U.S. ally against China?
So you think
infant mortality has gone down?
Do you think maybe perhaps Agent Orange had something to do with some of the struggles he had? Do you think that maybe the sanctions from the United States of America cutting off supplies to food maybe had something to do with it?
Okay, got it. So America's always the villain. So besides the Viet Cong, which is a new one, I'll be honest, where else has communism worked?
China. Look at China.
Okay, what about China works with...
Aside from the fact that China's the strongest economy in the world right now, there's obviously the fact that average wages in China have tripled over the past decade.
So
thank you, Chairman Xi Jinping, for building communism with Chinese characteristics. It's not socialism with Chinese characteristics. It's communism with Chinese characteristics. Xi Jinping is building true Marxism. Pinkwug, I agree with you. This is a stalemate between two hypocrites because none of them can use the checkmate move of I agree, and that's why both are bad. Yeah, I I feel like this is unironically why democratic socialism is so much easier to argue for in debates like these, because when someone brings up an atrocity, you don't have to just knee-jerk defend it. You can say, yeah, that was bad, and in the democratic socialist systems that I advocate for, those didn't happen, just as they didn't happen in a lot of democratic capitalist countries. I just think they're even less likely in democratic socialist countries, because then there isn't concentrated power among the capitalist few to do stuff like Pinochet, to do a coup backed by the elite few. I don't know, like, democracy is pretty cool, actually. Just defend that. Yeah, Tyrannax is, that sucked. We won't do that. Thank you, Tyrannax, for condensing my 1 minute of rambling to a much shorter phrase. I really just want to repeat on this. Benny Carollo is arguing that China is an example of communism working.
Is always the villain. So besides the Viet Cong, which is a new one, I'll be honest, where else has communism worked?
China. Look at China.
Okay, what about China works with?
Aside from the fact that China's the strongest economy in the world right now, there's obviously the fact that average wages in China have tripled over the past decade.
So before we go any further, do you really want to defend the Chinese Communist Party against me?
Sure.
Okay.
I love Charlie Kirk's smug fucking grin at that. He's like, you want to defend the Chinese Communist Party? Well, little do you know, I think they created the COVID disease.
Okay, got it. So, Uyghur Muslims, how do you feel about them? So you're pro-concentration camp?
No, not pro-concentration.
Okay, so where are the Uyghur Muslims right now?
Do you know what the East Turkmenistan movement is?
Don't change topic.
I'm not. This is the same topic.
Uyghur Muslims.
You don't know that the East Turkmenistan movement was labeled by the United States of America as a terrorist organization.
Oh, got it. Okay, so pro-concentration
inside
camp.
of China.
Got it. What about the one-child policy for 40 years?
No. We need to stop right here because first and foremost, you pushed earlier the double genocide theory, which, by the way, Holocaust scholars have very
You are pro-genocide, but anyway.
No. Stop right here.
Saying no doesn't make it right.
The double genocide theory is literally Nazi propaganda. The whole idea was to say that the obvious, mismanagement of a famine, they're trying to equate that to the invasion and the mass murder committed by the Nazis. They're literally Nazis that intentionally push that theory. Why do you think that Israel, to this very day, actually has tensions with specific people in Ukraine who are pushing that double genocide theory? Because the truth is, a famine and the mismanagement of resources
I'm talking about, in addition, mass graves, gulags, and all that. But let's talk about the CCP.
Genocide.
So let's talk about the CCP.
That would have been a really good argument 10 minutes ago. I feel like I can't follow this debate either because it's like, let's talk about China. Well, let me just interrupt you to go back to the topic 5 minutes ago. Someone needs some debate training, and it's not Charlie, unfortunately.
CCP. So you're cool with the one-child policy?
It doesn't matter what I'm cool with. The reality is...
No. That was a policy of the CCP for years, where they would murder another child if you had more than one kid.
Actually, to do the thing that I just criticized Benny for doing, the argument they were giving is that the East Turkmenistan movement is a terrorist movement, and therefore the incarceration of Uyghurs in West China is justified because it's an anti-terrorist extremist re-education camp movement. That's the argument that they're implicitly getting at. And again, this is the thing that frustrates me so much. Throughout the arguments that you see by Tankies is a justification of carceralism. The argument that the way that we can solve these problems is by mass incarceration of huge groups of people so we can politically educate them, we can re-educate them to have the right politics. And that's like just deeply evil to me. I think if you want to believe in a liberatory movement that people can control themselves, that democracy is basically good in the firm, in society, everywhere, then you should not also believe that we need to imprison millions of people to do so. It is a deeply undemocratic worldview. Back to China.
That was a policy of the CCP for years, where they would murder another child if you had more than one kid.
Look, what we need to understand is that China is a democracy. And they are going to make laws based off of their individual material conditions.
How are they a democracy exactly?
Are you kidding me? Aside from the fact that the central government has a 95% approval rating, which, by the way, before you're like, oh, but
have you been to China?
No.
No,
of course.
Oh, so you must be a subject matter expert.
I'm not.
Yeah. So.
Okay, again, Kirk is a moron. This frustrates me so much. Kirk's like, you claim to believe that China is a democracy? Well, have you even been to China? What kind of argument is that? You don't have to go to China to know whether it is or is not a democracy. You don't need to, by this logic, he can't know whether Canada is democracy if he's never been to Canada. He can't know if Mexico's democracy if he's never been to Canada. Like, how can he know if California's democracy if he's never been there? So dumb. So fucking dumb. I hate that, like, Every time you're getting criticism of like past socialist experiments and all of their very real flaws, you're getting it from the dumbest fucking people on earth. Oh my God. Oh yeah? Well, have you been to Nazi Germany? Jesus Christ, right? That's the logic. Anyway, they're going to talk a little bit more about democracy.
It's interesting. So, okay, so their democracy, do they have senators or congressmen in China?
Well, there's about 1,000 members of their National People's Congress, and then obviously they have a system of local people's
And
congresses.
so you don't think those elections are rigged?
I'm going to test you. What does it take to get on the ballot in China?
What is it? A lot of money, power, and influence, and killing the right people.
Oh, that's weird, because it's actually illegal to spend money on campaigning in China. There's actually a very specific answer to this.
you think that a dissident Chinese person could run up against Xi Jinping right now? So let me ask you a question.
How do you think?
You're pro
How do you
CCP.
think-
So you think it's okay?
How do you think elections work? How do you think elections work in China?
How do you? It's very simple. You're born into the right family. You have connections to the right people.
You can't answer.
What's Xi Jinping's
What
lineage?
does it take to get on the ballot in China?
You have to have the right
You don't
connections.
know the answer.
Yes, I do.
No,
I do know. You can't just all of a sudden pop up.
Have you read the law? Have you read their law?
What happened to Tank Man?
I have actually read through. No.
You think the law actually applies?
Chat. Okay.
So what happened to the Tiananmen Square?
Listen, this is the answer.
This is, again, like watching the constant pivoting that Charlie does, even though he doesn't need to, is so fucking infuriating. He's literally just trying to pivot between things that will make the viewers mad. And yes, Ternax is right. Yes, Benny did say chat, but I'm sure I would do the same in some debates. So I can't hate that one too much. No, so like some of the things that Benny is saying are true. My understanding is that private money is not a big influence in Chinese politics, but there's a double critique of Chinese elections. The first is that at the very high level, it's clear that the party does not allow meaningful opposition movements. So just for an idea of how strong the support behind the leadership of Xi Jinping is, here's the 13th National People's Congress. So this National People's Congress is not all Chinese Communist Party electeds, but it's 80% Chinese Communist Party electeds, as it has been in most of the previous elections. And despite the fact that 20% of the people in the National People's Congress are not Chinese Communist Party members, Xi Jinping received every single vote of 2,970 of the members of that Congress. Not a single person voted against or abstained. I'm assuming that 10 people weren't present on the day of the meeting. Is this a system in which there is immense dissent? Okay, maybe it's 1 year. Well, Xi Jinping got 99.9% the previous year. And before that, Hu Jintao got 99.9%. And what I want to note is that not a single party in China has been founded since 1949, when China won the Civil War. These are the legal parties allowed in China. Note the date of the year founded. We have 1948, 1941, 1945, 1945, 1930, 1920, 1945, 1947. Every single party that holds seats in China was founded before the war because they agreed to be part of the coalition with China, the governing coalition. Not a single party formed since the war has been allowed to exist. So, is this a system which allows meaningful dissent? Lithix asks, can you change the platform of those parties? Does it really matter? The other thing is, those parties get less than 5% of the vote. It doesn't even fucking matter what their party is. I don't know whether elections in China are rigged. It's not something that I've actually investigated deeply enough to know. But what I do know is that you can't start your own party if you think the parties are controlled. Like, one of the most basic democratic principles is that you should be able to form your own grouping with its own ideology. If you can't form an independent grouping, then you are necessarily bound to currently existing power structures. Like, imagine how much socialists in the United States would cry if you couldn't found a new socialist party. If every time a Trotskyist party split, they couldn't found a new party to go along with it. That would be clearly suppression of freedom of speech, clearly. Compare this to Nepali democracy. Yeah, let me actually bring that one up. Nepal, which actually, like, elections there are not particularly free either, but they are certainly competitive, is all I'll say. 1 minute. Nepal. Ooh, 1 minute. 1 second. Nepal. Yeah, I love my elections. Between the Communist Party of Nepal, United Marxist-Leninist, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist Censor, the Communist Party of Nepal, United Socialist, the Nepali Congress, which is a socialist party, the People's Socialist Party, the Democratic Socialist Party, and the National People's Front. Now, there's a lot of problems with Nepali democracy, but this is the ideal leftist electoral system. Okay, we've achieved communism, okay? And your choices are, do I want the left, the left, the left, the center left, the left, the left, the center left, or the left? I will say that the names are a little bit misleading. Some of the communist parties have embraced sort of the NEP or like Chinese market type approaches. So it's not as if they're all like orthodox Marxist-Leninists or whatever. But in Nepal also, there are allegations of election rigging and whatnot. I'm not trying to say that this is like the ideal, but in any real socialist country, you should imagine so many fucking socialist parties. Just within the DSA, there are 8 caucuses that have real power. 8. And that's in a national election to a board that has 16 members. If I can't get 8 parties with real power, it's probably not real democracy. And only one party has real power, even if you believe that the other parties, even though they all vote for Xi Jinping, are meaningful opposition parties, they can't do shit. What's this sliver gonna do? The red wins every time. So socialists are way too disagreeable to ever all vote for one party. We gotta split the party. Unironically, split the Communist Party. Real elections now. Yeah, I don't know. If China was democratic, it would be a very, very different world. If Xi Jinping was pursuing a liberalizing approach and trying to go down like a liberalization of media and trying to allow for increasingly free and fair elections, and maybe even allowing the Communist Party to split into constituent factions, like an openly pro-market faction, an openly anti-market faction, it would be way, way more democratic. Like, at least then you'd know whether the conservative faction of the party, which supports more anti-market policies, is winning, or whether the market side of the party is winning. Instead, it just seems to be whichever party leader has control and happens to win power at the whenever Xi Jinping dies, that's when the next real turning point is going to happen. And then that sucks. That's so arbitrary. This guy's been in power for I want to say 15 years. And he eliminated term limits specifically so that he could keep running and running and running in a Congress where he gets 100% of the votes. There is no chance that this guy gets removed from power. I don't know. My understanding is that local elections in China are actually fairly competitive, but that as you get up the levels, because China has a tiered election system where locals elect a higher level, the higher level elects the next higher level, the next higher level elects the next higher level, next higher, and then you get to the National People's Congress. I believe it's about 6 layers of indirect democracy. And as a result, you get a very high concentration of loyal CPC supporters and party members as you go up the ranks. It just sucks. Because my understanding is there is fairly good competitive democracy at the local level, but if only that was true on the national level, it would be a very different country and a very different world. Because China represents a 4th or a 5th of world economy. It could represent like a 5th of the people online. It would be a very, very, very different world. Econoboy says, I've seen mixed evidence on Cuba's intra-party local elections being democratic. So this is the thing that I actually believe that you can plausibly have. Let me give an example. So take Seattle, Seattle City Council. Seattle City Council is nominally nonpartisan. All of these are stated preferences. None of these are actually official party preferences. When you vote, the party does not appear against these people. So this is a nominally nonpartisan election. And yet it's clearly very free and very competitive, because it's local enough that people can still know what you believe because they can hear you speak, they can research into you, they can know you as a friend. That's where I think it's plausible that nonpartisan democracy could still allow reasonable competition. That's why it's plausible that local Chinese democracy is competitive, but you cannot extend that up to a congressperson or something. It is not possible for one local person to have a deep connection with a congressperson. It's just not. So it's not possible to truly understand what someone stands for unless there's party organizations that like discipline their members into believing certain things. Like the benefit of party structures, in so much as there is one, is that it lets people know what they're voting for without having to personally know the person. And because that doesn't exist at the national level, you know that China is not democratic. Like okay, I don't know how else to put this. Every fucking union that's internally democratic has at least 2 factions. Literally anything that's democratic has faction forms. It's inevitability of anything that's democratic and has dissent. And China is too big not to have dissent, so it's clearly not democratic. Like, those are the options. There's no dissent or there's no democracy. And we know there's dissent, so there has to be no democracy. It's that simple. Anyway, back to the debate.
What happened at Tiananmen Square? Charlie Kirk doesn't know.
So what happened at Tiananmen Square?
Listen, this is the answer.
What happened at Tiananmen Square?
Charlie Kirk doesn't know because he has no idea how democracy
What happened at
works in China.
Tiananmen Square?
You need to get
how about
10
Tibet?
signatures to get on the ballot in China. That's it, 10 signatures. How many people does it take to start a recall in China?
How many temples did they destroy in Tibet?
How many?
So you think...
Something you'll notice here is that Benny's actually trying to raise an argument here. And she's trying to argue that China has really easy access to the ballot, and therefore local elections are fairly competitive. That's the implicit argument here. And Kirk isn't arguing against anything she says. Kirk is literally pivoting to, what about Tiananmen Square? What about this or that atrocity that China did? He literally has no arguments except atrocities. That's why it's so dumb to come in and defend those atrocities as your debate strategy. That is like the worst area you want to get him on. He knows that's good for him. That's why he's trying to pivot to that. He's literally trying to trigger her by mentioning the Tiananmen Square and get her off the election debate and into something that he knows he's unsure what are in.
You could recall Xi Jinping.
How many people do you think it takes to
you
get
understand,
a recall?
I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
Okay, I will actually for once defend the schmuckle because Charlie Kirk didn't respond to anything she said, just kept interrupting her, and then said that she was a dumbass. So literally schmuckling at an ad hominem might have been justified if the rest of the debate hadn't been a fucking train wreck.
Tripled their average wages. They've eliminated extreme poverty. They have amassed popular support in China. They have the strongest economy in the world. And right now, they are...
How many people live in abject poverty in Western China? More people than the population of America do not have access to clean water or toilets, and that's your idea of lifting people out of poverty. Let me ask you...
I did want to note, everything that Benny says as an example of why China is doing based communism is literally just the government does stuff or economic growth. And that's really frustrating because, like, you should know better. Conversely, I did want to raise, before we got too far away from the question of whether China is a communist country, China is one of the most unequal countries on earth. In Piketty's estimates, in 2017, the last year that they had good data, the top 10% had 42% of the income in... Oh, why'd that fuck it up? The top 10% had 42% of the income in the country. And the bottom 50% had only 13% of income in the country. It is a deeply, deeply unequal country. For comparison, let me bring up the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union did a lot of things very, very, very wrong, but the Soviet Union was also an incredibly equal country. One of the areas in which they hewed very close to socialist egalitarian ideals was income equality. Soviet, oh, go back. Soviet. Where is it? Inequality. Yes. So this blue line is the top 10% in Russia. What you'll notice is that before the Soviets come in, it's 45%. Remember, in China today, this is Tsarist Russia, 47%. In China today, it's 41%. Immediately after the Soviets came into power, it reduced to 25%. The top 10% of society got 25% of income. So that was about a halving of the income of the top 10%. China looks more like this end when the Soviet Union collapsed, and immediately after the Soviet Union collapsed, it went right back up to 40%. So all I'm saying is, as the true Stalinist here, as the better Tankie than Ben Carollo, I think that we should want a society where the top 10% don't actually make half of the money in a country. You see the same thing with top 1%. Before the Soviets come into power, the top 1% of society has 18% of the income. After the Soviets come into power, it's 4%. We actually observed the same thing in Sweden. Sweden was the most advanced social democratic country on earth, and Sweden, the top 1%, got about 5% of income. Benny, what did I say? I meant to say Benny, I think. Before the Soviet Union, 18% to the top 1%. After the Soviet Union started, I said Ben. Oh, my bad. I meant to say Benny. Sorry, I keep stuttering over Ben and getting stuck there. I really mean to say Benny. I apologize. Again, 18% before Soviet Union. After the Soviet Union comes 4% for the top 1%, much like Sweden. Every SOCDEM and every socialist country on earth that claims the label before Deng Xiaoping had inequality like this. You can actually see it literally in all the other countries after the Warsaw Pact was established in the late 40s. They all have incomes, the top 1%, around 10 to 15%. They become Soviet satellite states, and the inequality goes down to about 4%. China gives 14% of its income to the top 1%. Exactly like the pre-Soviet countries did. So all I'm saying is that, like, when you look at a lot of these macro level trends, it is true that the state has a lot of control over industry in China. It is true that the CPC, the Communist Party of China, is very powerful. That's not the same thing as powerful in favor of the workers. Remember, we're at 1647. Benny defined Marxism as when the state, way back here, works in favor of the workers. It represses the capitalists, and therefore uses that to redistribute power and income to the poor, to the workers. China is very much not doing so.
People forcibly locked down in Shanghai. Cats are being put into entire bags and murdered. If you have COVID, that's your idea of a good society? 26 million people being forcibly locked down in China at a moment's notice?
How many people are permanently disabled because of COVID in the United States? How many people died in the
I don't know.
United
Ask
States?
the country that designed the virus, your favorite country,
you
the
think
CCP.
they designed the virus?
Where did it come from?
What do you mean, where did it come from? Like, you
Where
gotta be
did the
joking.
virus come
So you're
from?
peddling conspiracy theories. Look, I have
What country did it come from?
I have a master's degree in biosecurity and biodefense.
Oh, so you must be so smart. Where did the country come from?
Okay, again, I love that Charlie Kirk is such a shitty debater, and yet this is still such a shit performance for Benny. Because, like, the smugness level there to be like, I'm pretty sure that I know that China designed the virus, and for Benny to be like, this is literally my academic specialty, is... This is the one case where it's actually okay to cite your academic specialty, is when it's like a specific thing on a specific issue. When your expertise is the exact thing in question. Oh my God.
Where did it come from?
Here's the thing, Charlie. Listen up. Did you know that there were American scientists working in that lab?
Oh, what's the name of the lab?
In the Wuhan
Oh,
lab.
so it came from China.
It came from China? Yeah.
Oh, so it's the Chinese virus.
No, it's not the Chinese virus.
What country did it come from then?
How many strains of coronavirus are there? Like, how many types of coronavirus are there?
There's plenty. There's Omicron, there's COVID-19, there's the original strain, but it was originally developed.
No. See, you've listed 3. The reality is there's different types of coronaviruses that exist in the world. That exist in the world that aren't developed anywhere. Like cats have their own coronaviruses.
Of course, but which one was developed in the lab in China?
Dogs have their own coronaviruses. There's no, like, you think that the American scientists that were working in that same lab right next to those Chinese scientists, you think that they were secretly malicious actors?
No. See, you're putting words in my mouth. Hold on. Did it come from a lab or not? Or did it come from a Himalayan bat lab?
No, of course it didn't come from a lab.
Oh, you think it didn't come from a lab?
No, yeah, because I live in a real world. I live in a real world, okay? I live in the real world.
You understand that every single person worth their salt looks at the strain and they understand that this was bioengineered in a lab. Fauci himself agrees to that.
What do you think?
So, again, this is actually one of the other areas that Benny starts to shine, because Benny isn't just trying to pivot to something else. Benny is chasing down Kirk's shitty fucking reasoning, and they're going to demolish it in just a second.
What do you think would tell me? Because apparently you're the biologist here, right? How do you tell
I do know what a man and a woman is. Do you?
Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference.
Benny doesn't take the bait. Props.
Okay. tell me the difference between, how do you tell the difference between a man-made virus and a non-man-made virus?
There's a lot. Sequencing, everything from how it's compiled, mRNA-type technology.
What type of sequences are you
according to
looking
Anthony
for?
Fauci's own emails to Hugh Albatross on January 31st, on Friday evening, he said, quote, "This has every single marker of a man-made laboratory-created virus." That's Anthony Fauci's own declassified emails to the CDC and the NIH. Not to mention the thousands of other scientists that have looked at the strain, and they say the way that the proteins are correlated, the way that this is put together.
Wait. What do you mean proteins are correlated?
The way that it's put together.
You're just throwing words together.
Hold on.
This is a word
Okay,
soup,
yeah, my
buddy.
language might be a
No.
little sloppy, but the people that
Your
understand
language
the actual
is sloppy
sequencing
because
of
you didn't go to
the
grad
protein.
school
Hold on
and
a
you
second.
don't know what you're talking
Hold on a second.
about.
So you think that, where did the virus come from then exactly?
What do you mean, where did the
No,
virus
tell
come
me
from?
where it came from.
Yeah, well, so this is really interesting, right? See, because the type of virus that it is, right, little RNA viruses, they recombine a lot. That's one of the really interesting things about these types of viruses. And so what happens is when you have a couple of different strains that infect the same species at a time, the way that the way the virus reconstructs itself, which, to be clear, we don't necessarily have a full understanding of how exactly that happens, but the reality is one of the central theories is this random assortment process where if you have multiple strains of a virus that is infecting one thing at a time, which is one of the reasons why bats, in particular, because they're capable
you do
of
believe it
holding
came from a
many
bat.
different, because they're capable
Man,
of
I got a serious
many
question.
different strains
I have a
of
question. Are you on
coronavirus at the
CCP
same
payroll?
time.
Because I don't think like a sane individual could believe this.
I wish.
So Benny offers like a very simple explanation of how bats, due to I believe something about the bat immune system, they're able to hold more strains at the same time, which enables a higher likelihood of recombination of RNA, virus RNA. This is a problem that we actually observe as well in immunocompromised people, which she might have mentioned if she was given time to talk on it, that immunocompromised people are more likely to have combinations of various strains of viruses, which can create spawn that are resistant. A lot of the spawn will be fucking, worthless as is usual in evolution, but some of them may be more resistant. We got a glimpse. Yeah, that's right, Lithix. We got a glimpse of a good argument coming from Benny Carollo, and it was great because she was arguing the point. She didn't pivot because almost every single time when she's been asked on something directly, she's either laughed or pivoted. That's all whataboutism is a pivot. It's to say, I don't want to condemn this, but I want to condemn what your side does. And almost everything that Kirk does is literally just to say something triggering. Like his whole strategy is whenever he gets nailed down on the details to try and pivot to something else. And it didn't fucking work because she didn't take the bait. She didn't take the bait about the anti-trans shit. She didn't take any of the other bait. She just narrowed down on a point. And I actually love it. One of the best moments in the debate. Props to Carollo for trying to stick through on this. One of the very few positives.
You think I got that kind of money?
Oh, he wants to be a CCP agent. Could believe this.
I wish. You think I got that kind of money?
Oh, he wants to be a CCP agent.
I can't hear very well, but I think that Kirk just misgendered Carollo as well. So, fucked up.
You think you think China is funding me? That's so disconnected from reality.
I'm just going to be honest.
That's
like,
so disconnected
no
from
rational
reality.
person could believe the stream of absolute nonsense that you'd have to be paid for this. Like, you're kind of like a walking hologram of insanity.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. But
I just hope it's worth it.
It sounds more like you're talking into a mirror at this point.
No, actually, you're the one that's defending the murderous genocidal CCP and the murderous genocidal Lenin Marxist.
Okay, tell me this then.
Yeah.
What was
just responding to Zumi, they're called here trans Marxist Ben Carollo, which I don't know is like them using the wrong name or what. I think my understanding is that she started to transition. I'm not sure, but it doesn't really matter because it's very clear that throughout the debate that Kirk has intentionally tried to throw. I'm sorry, I was just reading the title. Her name is Benny Carollo. I'm reading the title that was given. So I think that's what Zumi was asking about. What I was trying to say is my understanding is that she came in, gave she her, and Kirk has been intentionally trying to throw her off by like being transphobic throughout the debate, which is why it's so fucked up. So yeah, this is anyway.
was the biggest genocide that ever happened in world history?
The biggest genocide, and it depends how you define a genocide. I would say
No.
Stalin's intentional massacre or Mao's intentional massacre,
So give me the
65 to
numbers.
70,
Add all those
70
up.
million people.
Add those up. 70 million?
Intentional
Ever happened in world history?
The biggest genocide, and it depends how you define a genocide. I would say
No.
Stalin's intentional massacre or Mao's intentional massacre,
So give me the
65 to
numbers.
70,
Add all those
70
up.
million people.
Add those up. 70 million?
Yep.
So again, he's just pulling 75 million up. Now, at least this one, I understand where he's coming from. The 65 comes from the Black Book of Kainism. The 70 is just something that he just added 5 for no reason. I won't get too deep into the weeds on this one because they've already gone over all the defenses Stalin. Basically, I've already done all the defenses of Stalin. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on Mao, but for those who aren't aware, the list of Mao. Oh my God, 1 minute. Maoist. Oh, I have it in here. List of Maoist Chinese mass repressions. First, Maoist China caused the death of about 0.1 to 0.18 million people in the 1927 to 31 repression in the Jiangxi Fujian Soviet, about 0.01 to 0.02 million in the Yan'an Rectification Campaign, about 0.8 to 2.3 million from the Land Reform Movement, and from the campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries. The estimates on the number killed in Chinese forced labor camps basically don't exist. You know how I talked about Rommel earlier and the Black Book of Communism? The only estimates on the number of people killed in the Chinese labor camps come from Rommel, who we talked about is garbage and overestimate the number of deaths in gulags by 33 times, and the Black Book of Communism, which has similar, like somewhere between 2 and 5 times overestimation. So fucking terrible. I say maybe 2 to 27 million for an idea of how large the range is in forced labor camps. 0.05 from the Sufan movement, which was an anti-intellectual campaign. 15 to 30 million deaths during the Great Chinese Leap Forward, which was a famine caused in part by Chinese policy, about 15 million of which seem to have been caused by policy. 0.4 to 3.4 million during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, which was basically, you know how we talked earlier about how the Kulak killing was partially a Salem witch trial? The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution is kind of, what if you did that but for a full decade, from 1966 to 1976. So really fucking terrible time. And lastly, 0.14 to 0.4 million in the Chinese Tibetan repression campaigns. All of those, I think in a reasonable total, add up somewhere between 18 million to 63 million. So 65 million is a reasonable estimate if you take the maximum possible number of estimates in every possible instance, and you include implausibly high estimates for the number of people killed in forced labor camps. I think the highest plausible estimate is probably about 35 million. Based on the research that I've done so far. All this is to say, still really fucking bad. And 18 million is my lower estimate, still really fucking bad. That includes about 4 million people killed intentionally by Mao, and about 15 million dead by famine by cause of Mao's policies. So like, big L's from Mr. Mao, like a lot of mass killing. Anyway, just for context on that 65 million number, since we won't go into details like we did for Stalin.
Yep, intentional death.
What about the 200 million people that used to live?
70 million people.
I don't know, 70 million?
Yep, intentional death.
What about the...
When Charlie says intentional death, this is a big thing that anti-communists love to do. They love to say that all of the deaths involved in all of the communist killings were intentional, when it's very clear from the historiography that like the Great Leap Forward was not intentional to an even greater degree than the 31-33 famine in the Soviet Union. Like it was really, really evil, and the regime created it in part by creating a security culture where people couldn't trust statistics, couldn't trust their neighbors. They couldn't report to higher ups that they were lying on their statistics. There was no whistleblower culture. And there was no democracy. There was no free press, and accounts of famine were brutally suppressed. So I think it's fair to attribute, and studies have attributed about half of the deaths in the Great Leap Forward due to Maoist policies. So like really evil, but not intentional. There's a big difference. There were about 4 to 6 million intentional killings by Mao, which is like pretty unambiguously evil. Yeah, like intentional killing of intellectuals, intentional killing of counter-revolutionaries, which included a lot of people who were just pro-capitalist. Yeah, on and on down the line. Very, very evil stuff.
The 200 million people that used to live on this continent.
Oh, you mean the people that died of natural death?
What about the
massacre?
So
65.
Sorry, I know I'm like constantly speaking. This isn't going to be an incredibly long video, but like Charlie Kirk says, what about the 75 million killed by Mao? And if you're like me and you've done any research into the issue, you're like, I could debunk this directly. I could be way more tanky than you, Benny Carollo. But instead, what does Benny do? Do they, 1, try and respond on the merits? Do they say, that was fucked up and I don't support that and I think we should build a socialism that opposes that? Or 3, do they pivot to something bad that the capitalists did?
To 70 million people.
I don't know, 70 million?
Yep, intentional death.
What about the 200 million people that used to live on this continent?
Oh, you mean the people that died of natural causes?
You think...
Holy
moly.
What 200 million people are you talking about?
You're talking indigenous.
You think there were 200 million people before we came here?
Yeah.
All living at once?
Yeah.
Where on earth do you get that number?
What do you mean? From anthropology?
My understanding is that the number of people living in the Americas was estimated at around 100 to 200. That seems reasonable. Yeah.
Anthropologists.
So you think we killed them all?
From anthropologists. Of course we killed them all.
So we killed 200 million people intentionally?
Yes, you think so. So just to be very clear, right? You're sitting here denying the genocide of indigenous folks.
Well, hold on,
you know who Teddy Roosevelt is?
Oh, you think Teddy Roosevelt?
I actually despise the historical jump here. The mass killing of the majority of natives was occurring before 1900. Teddy Roosevelt and the instances they're talking about here were in the late 1900s, like 1890s to 1900s. This is compressing 4 centuries into one quote to try and give a number that's comparable to the death toll of communism and attribute it to the West or capitalism or something. Very frustrating. Just like completely ahistoric.
Roosevelt's a mass murderer.
Yes, Teddy Roosevelt is a mass murderer. What do you think those Rough Riders did? Who do you think they were killing
They
out
won
in the
the
West?
war in Cuba.
What war?
What war? The war against
No.
the commies in Cuba. You know.
Charlie Kirk says that Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders won the war against the commies in Cuba. Again, maybe this is just a misspeak. Those who aren't aware, the Rough Riders fought in 1898 in the Spanish-American War. There were no commies that were defeated in this war. Neither side was the commies.
You know that
Wait,
Teddy
wait,
Roosevelt.
wait, hold
no,
up. They
you know
won war against communists in Cuba. Who's in charge of Cuba right now?
Well, the communists.
So they didn't win the war then?
I am going to lose my mind. Instead of responding, hey, that was actually 40 years earlier, Mr. Kirk, they just say, I guess the commies won after all.
Well, they won a battle.
They won a battle. Wait, we've gone from a war to a battle.
Well, they won
and
the
you're
Spanish. They
accusing
won the
me
Spanish.
of not living in reality.
They won the
here.
Spanish-American War, and then they won.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question.
But
though.
like, who else did he go to war against?
Well, Teddy Roosevelt actually won a Nobel Peace Prize for brokering peace between
I don't
Russia.
care about the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, you don't care about much. Honestly, that's real.
How are an individual?
Okay, I don't know if Benny got cut off there or what. The argument I think they were going to give was about the Philippine-American War, in which the United States did conduct several massacres of, I think it's estimated thousands to tens of thousands of people. I think that's the argument they're going for. But it's not included. Either they got cut out or Benny did not bring it up. Yep, the U.S. did really evil, really fucked up shit, which again is so frustrating because why pivot? If you're gonna defend Mao, just defend Mao. Why pivot to all the bad stuff the U.S. did?
Individuals' wants and needs represented best in a Marxist society?
Oh, it's
I'll ask the commie.
Obviously through their democratic structure. Like the reality is, right, this is the thing, right? Obviously going back to the role of the state to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalists, which is exactly why people like Charlie Kirk obviously are very unsettled with it, because the reality is that in America, working class people have to worry about the government kicking down their door for doing things like smoking marijuana. But in China, it's not the working class people that have to worry about, the government kicking down their doors. It's corrupt billionaires that have to worry about the government kicking down their doors. Just look, for example, giant tech companies making tons and tons of money in China with very little regulations. Well, what does China do? They put in tighter regulations on these tech companies, and then they take money from these tech billionaires, and then they give it to anti-poverty programs across the more rural parts of China in order to fund schools, food, things like that. Like, for example, China has this really great co-op development program, which is really great. So they combine ecological
I could tell you don't even
restoration.
believe this, by the way.
They combine...
Okay, I want to be clear. The argument here is that socialism is when the government does stuff, and China is doing a lot of stuff. It is literally just welfare is good. Thank you. Great argument for social democracy, Benny. This is not a good argument for the Communist Party of China and its authoritarian rule. Demon Mama reacted, maybe? Did Vosh react to the whole thing? Oh, God. Wait, Shark reacted to this? I'd love to see Shark's reaction. How many people have reacted to this debate? I mean, I do appreciate, I guess, to some degree, like, this debate, more than almost anything else, really condensed down why tanky approaches only work within the leftist in bubble. That tanky approaches are really bad at reaching out to the general public. It's part of why tanky parties are so small. The largest tanky party in the country is generously around 3,000 people. It's really, and I say tanky here just to mean like vanguardist or Marxist-Leninist. And maybe I should just say vanguardist, but whatever. The point is just broadly that this approach of defending like autocrats, red authoritarians, is really, really, really ineffective at recruiting people. People get interested in socialism not because they want to defend the worst things that someone in some far off country did. They want to defend socialism because their job is fucking them over. They want to defend socialism because they want healthcare for all. The main way that you draw people to socialism is the positive demands of socialism. That's why the most successful socialist movements are built on movements around those socialist goals. Like, bluntly, the Democratic Socialists of America got big in part because it wins elections, and those electeds win policy. The Communist Party of America, back in the day, did well because it did a lot of mutual aid, which might sound odd, but they ran a bunch of daycares, they ran a bunch of summer schools, they ran a bunch of workers' schools, they ran a bunch of unions, they ran a bunch of mutual aid and insurance networks, and all of that made people love the Communist Party because the Communist Party actually did shit for them in a time when not a lot of shit was getting done for them. So, I don't know. It's very frustrating to see, like, I know that part of this is intentional strategy by Kirk to nutpick, to pick out the dumbest people, the worst representatives, the nuts of the communist movement. But I just think it's a real representative. This debate is a very good condensation of all of the problems with Tankie messaging, all of the problems with vanguardist messaging. Okay, I will play the meme.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
No copyright.
And it's more socialism the more stuff it does.
No copyright.
And if it does a real lot of stuff, it's communism.
Da 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 da.
Tech companies.
Socialism is not when the government taxes companies. We do that in every Western European country. We do that in every North American country. We do that in every East Asian country. Welfare is not socialism. You can argue it's a step on socialism, but simply doing a lot of welfare is not the same thing as socialism, especially in such a deeply unequal country as China. Welfare is like barely taking a bite out of that inequality.
With very little regulations. Well, what does China do? They put in tighter regulations on these tech companies, and then they take money from these tech billionaires, and then they give it to anti-poverty programs across the more rural parts of China in order to fund schools, food, things like that. Like, for example, China has this really, really great co-op development program, which is really, really great. So they combine ecological
I could tell you don't even
restoration.
believe this, by the way.
They combine.
You've got to be acting at this point.
Why do you think?
And again, this is Kirk is such a pushover. I don't know if any of y'all saw the debate that Kirk had. It was Kirk with Vosh, right? And Vosh just blew him the fuck out because Kirk is a moron. He literally can't argue against anything Benny says. He just says, Kirk just says, "You're dumb." And that's it. That's his whole fucking argument. Benny could just bring up stats. They could just be like, wow, look at all these millions lifted out of poverty. Isn't it so cool that China is doing that? It wouldn't be so cool if America could do that, but we can't do it because you're so busy fighting socialism? Oh my God.
I think I'm acting.
Because
is it because you're acting?
No, it's because the reality is so different of the millions of people in China that are literally forcibly held in their homes, the millions in concentration camps, the people that can't even breathe because the air quality is so bad.
Communism is when air pollution. Great argument.
How about the underground Christians that are murdered in the streets for trying to go to church? So no, continue on your beautiful like co-op in Beijing. Like, yeah, we could grow vegetables in Shanghai, so it's so great. That's kind of the argument, right?
Look, what are we talking about vegetables in Shanghai? You're assuming that this is Shanghai. Obviously, Shanghai is like a giant urban city, right? The cooperative development, which is really cool, by the way. They're combining ecological restoration with these cooperative development. So, and you know, with the schools in there, they have a requirement that the schools buy a lot from the local farms, right? 60% of the food, right, that they serve in the schools basically comes from local farms. So if you talk about meeting people's needs, right, the farmers there have a need for economic development, right? So if you buy from the schools, if you buy the food from those farmers, that puts money into their pockets, and then they literally take that food and give it back to the school kids so that the school kids can have a full belly while they're trying to learn.
Unironically, Benny's actually onto something here. One of the more socialist elements of China is the persistence of cooperative farming, basically sort of a mixture of producer cooperatives and consumer cooperatives. It's a holdover from the Maoist era of the reform to markets kept some degree of cooperatives intact, and it's a good thing. It's one of the good things that helps to keep people in rural China less poor than they would be otherwise. Yeah, so that's good. I will just note that having having producer cooperatives in farming is the most common kind of cooperative worldwide because it's one of the easiest ones to do. You just get a bunch of people who own a small business, their farm, and you get them to do things like share tractors, share train roads, train loads to the center, and so on. Yeah, it kind of always says OG Maoist China was filled with agricultural cooperatives. Yeah, this is unironically one of the better arguments that Benny makes in favor of China equals socialism or whatever. Yeah, and as Lithic says, there's tons of agricultural co-ops in the United States. Co-op is not the same thing as socialism, but it is, I think, again, one of those steps which tends you towards socialism because cooperatives tend to be, because they're owned by common people rather than the very rich, they do tend to distribute income more equally. They do tend to shift things towards an egalitarian control. And you could argue that stuff like financial cooperatives, like banking co-ops, does to some extent constitute people collectively owning the means of finance. But I will just say that cooperatives do fail the other socialist goal of one socialist goal is equality. It's class abolition. I shouldn't say equality. It's class abolition. It's trying to reduce the scope between the rich and the poor to such a degree that there's only one class, and eventually that class is self-abolished. That everyone is a worker. That there's no class divide anymore. But the second part of that is supposed to be that we aren't fully bound to the market. That we want to make history with a greater degree of control over how our economic history goes. I talked at the very beginning of this debate about Marxism holds that the engine of history is our economy, that the locomotive of history is the economy, and we don't control that in a market society. This is one of the arguments of socialists, is that markets pursue things which can be at odds with societal ends. A lot of people have raised critiques of stuff like conspicuous consumption. They've raised critiques of a lot of there's a lot of products that don't have the right to repair that expire really, really quickly. There's a lot of production that society does which is at odds with total social goals. They could put it in neoclassical economic terms. We do a lot of stuff that has huge negative externalities or that actively tries to reshape society to have interests which are at odds with its true interests. Which is sort of the culture industry critique of the modern critical theorists. In short, the argument is that people, men, democracy, need to have control over the market. That men don't make history as they please because we don't control the engine of history, but we should. That's the other socialist argument, that there needs to be some degree of planning to a degree that we do control our own history. We do control where markets go. So an obvious example, I think, is shift towards climate change, shift towards carbon taxes, that the market is doing things which destroy our Earth for us, and we want to control the market in a way which is in favor of whole society benefits. And carbon taxes are the bare minimum. We could do way, way, way more in that direction, but I think these are all steps towards men controlling markets, not markets controlling men. And that's the downside of cooperatives. It's still markets controlling cooperatives, not cooperatives controlling the market.
And this is the reality, Charlie. You got to understand. If you think China's so dystopian, how come the incarceration rate in the United States is so much higher than China?
I hate this. They have the strongest argument in favor of China in the whole video. And what do they follow up with? A whataboutism about the high incarceration rate in the United States. Remind you, they were willing to defend Stalinist Russia, Stalinist Soviet Union. I don't know why I said Stalinist Russia. Charlie Kirk is rubbing off on me. The Stalinist Soviet Union had an incarceration rate that is about 4 times higher than current U.S. incarceration rates. If you're willing to defend this, you can't reasonably critique mass incarceration in the United States. It's just evil.
Because we have a rule of law, and they kill dissidents that break the rule of law. Tell me
where are all these dead people then?
Tell
where
me
all these? They should show up.
Tell me about Foxconn.
What about Foxconn?
What do you know about it?
What about you mean? You mean the crony plot that basically bulldozed an entire town in Wisconsin, kicking people out of their homes for a factory that never happened?
In China.
What about Foxconn?
So do you know they have to put up nets to try to prevent people from jumping out of their buildings?
So an American company was treating their workers improperly.
Hold on a second.
You know they took those nets
Chinese
down,
communist,
right?
A Chinese Communist Party partnership sponsored by Xi Jinping himself and his entire regime. So when you go to China, let me just tell you, you'll drive down the street and you will see dead people laying in the middle of the street. You will see people defecating.
Go to China then. Go to China.
Okay, again, Kirk, dumbest person on earth, and I think that Benny actually has a decent response to this, but like, so fucking dumb. You will not, when driving in China, find a great number of dead people on the streets. You will not find the streets lined with dead people. You might find people defecating because cities are cities and drunk people are drunk people. It's a universal human experience, and also because of I forget the name for it, but there's the Chinese. The type of toilet that's used, which is slightly more visible than like the cubicles that we use. But this is literally like anti-Oriental racism. I don't know how else to describe it. China is not littered with dead bodies, nor is almost any East Asian country.
China, take a video.
Actually,
Bring
you know
these
what?
Cameras. Go to China. Take a video with these cameras. I dare you right now.
Unlike you, my wife lived in China for 6 months, and she'll show you the videos. She'll show you the images. They don't have a regard for human life. They don't value people as the individual.
We're the ones letting people die of coronavirus.
Hold on a second. The reality of China.
Okay, that was actually a decent response. Like the first whataboutism that really nailed the point. And it still pisses me off. Charlie Kirk, didn't respond to all of her points about how cool cooperatives are. He just pivoted to Foxconn. Benny, brought up, hey, the United States also lets people die out of coronavirus, which is an interesting argument. Oh, maybe China lets people die on the street, even if you accept that, but we let people die in their homes. Isn't that evil too? And like, it's asking him to condemn both, right? But what's he going to do? He's going to pivot too, because they're two sides of the same coin of just pivoting.
Is that if you disagree with the government, you disappear, like Jack Ma. Yeah, if you disagree, you disappear.
Oh, because that was his only thing. He just
or
disagreed.
if you're a
he
dissident
wasn't a billionaire,
group, like
right?
the Uyghur Muslims, you get put in re-education camps where we have drone footage of people that are forced to eat pork against their religious conscience.
Are you talking about the East Turkmenistan movement?
No, I'm talking about the Uyghur Muslims that you're trying to spin in some sort of weird way.
We can't even look.
So what do they do to Tibet, though?
No. So the Associated Press,
he even pivots on his own pivots. He pivots over to the Uyghur Muslims, and then during that pivot, he pivots at the very end to Tibet. Oh my God, most frustrating moronic debate partner. I can understand why someone would be frustrated debating him, even though Benny has done an extremely bad job.
The Associated Press actually went to Xinjiang, right? Which, by the way, anybody can go to Xinjiang if you want.
You know I'm not allowed into China, right?
Right. Okay, sure.
No, I'm not.
Right? Then
if I go to China, I get arrested. Great society.
Okay, cool. Then somebody else go, because people did.
Oh,
somebody from the
it's a wonderful
Associated
place,
Press, somebody
but
from,
Westerners aren't allowed.
Look, if you you can. How come the Associated Press went to Xinjiang
No,
and asked
they want the
Muslims,
right journalists to go, but if someone like me were to show up in China,
you think that the Associated Press is out there carrying water for China?
Hold on a second. The Associated Press also wrote in other articles that these were quasi-concentration camps.
Yeah. So like,
yeah,
this is the thing.
yeah,
like,
concentration
no.
camps.
Like, this
great.
is the thing. The Associated Press fundamentally is like this right-wing bias, right? Like that's just ultimately the reality of the Associated Press, because right. Like who are funding Western journalists? Where do Western journalists get money? Is it maybe through capitalist institutions that have like their own?
How does NPR get their money?
Things, right.
So again, this is the debate in a nutshell. Benny's response. Okay, just to follow logic. AP first, Benny says the AP went to China. Kirk says, well, actually, the AP went to China and they found that it was concentration camps. Then Benny says, well, clearly the only reason they found it was concentration camps is because they're funded by private media. That's by capitalist money, by private money. That's like an interesting point. That could be an interesting thing to expand upon. It's literally who's funding Western media. Yes, you're right, Naomi. But in this case, it's not the Jews, it's the capitalists. So it is a conspiratorial response. And so Kirk should respond with that by saying something like, well, there is private funding for media, but if multiple media sources from different perspectives all report the same thing, maybe we can say there's some convergence of truth. Maybe we can escape the epistemological quandary by finding points of agreement. Maybe there's a way out of this quagmire. But instead, you know what he says? He pivots again to who's funding NPR, because he can't fucking defend oh, I'm getting stuff from private media and private media is biased because it's getting funded. Actually, you trust biased media too. It's literally just an endless descent of I'm bad, but you're bad too. It's literally no you, no you, no you. The debate can be summarized as I'm rubber and you're glue. What you throw on me sticks to you. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
So let's think about this for a second. Right? So Associated Press actually goes and they write an article and they talk about it. Because the reality is, we can have, if we want to live in the real world, we can have a conversation about whether or not China was going too heavy-handed in dealing with the East Turkmenistan movement, which is a terrorist movement. But a lot of Uyghur Muslims, even in Xinjiang, are happy that now they can finally drink alcohol without having to worry about bombing attacks and stabbing attacks. Now we can have a conversation about whether or not they were too heavy-handed, about whether or not they're racially profiling.
The propaganda is insane.
The reality is,
let's have a conversation about concentration camps. Like, maybe we shouldn't be forcing them to eat pork against their religious conscience. Murdering a lot of them is probably wrong. There's really not a conversation to be had. Like, you're defending concentration camps. I think they're wrong. And they're evil.
I'm actually going to do a whataboutism here. Anyone who gets mad about concentration camps should be so fucking pissed at what Israel is doing, should be so fucking pissed at the camps that we keep on the border, should be so fucking pissed at mass incarceration. The problem with concentration camps, like concentration camps as opposed to death camps, the problem with it is that you are mass interning people against justice. That's what we do on the border. That's what we do in a lot of our jails. We intern huge numbers of people for insane amounts of time without a societal benefit to it. And it frustrates me that people can't extend this logic. It's why I really despised Benny's defense of gulags earlier. I think it's important to take a principal opposition that, like, it's never okay to imprison millions of people. China imprisoned something like 800,000 people in Xinjiang province, the Xinjiang Autonomous Region. And I think it's important to call that mass internment. It's important to critique that, as you should critique American mass internment. The problem, every time I see this brought up, every single time I see like a Tankie debating a conservative's like, you defend concentration camps, and the Tankie says, well, you defend mass incarceration in America, and both fucking suck. I don't understand how people can raise it as like a problem and not realize it's a problem for both societies. China shouldn't be doing mass internment either. Mass internment isn't the right way to solve terrorism either. God fucking damn it. Because if Benny, like, the classic way to get at this is, imagine if America had gone into Iraq and had incarcerated 800,000 people, right? Had incarcerated just a huge number of people, and we said it was all because we have to stop terrorism. We would rightly say, that's fucked up. That's probably evil. We're probably doing evil shit there. It's unlikely that the mass internment of 800,000 people is a good thing. And yet, that's exactly the logic, the war on terror logic that's being accepted by Benny. Don't accept war on terror logic. Don't accept carceral logic. It is dumb. It is wrong.
A terrorist movement in the United States, how do you think we should respond to that?
A major terrorist move. Well, I can tell you exactly how it happens. Like when the Boston bombers tried to bomb in Boston, they get due process.
That's an individual bombing. Okay.
Yeah. So when ISIS pops up, they still get, if they're American citizens, they get due process rights.
How do you think? Really? The American citizens get due process rights. Tell that to all the Americans that we drone striked in the Middle East.
Hold on a second. No, wait. You mean Americans on American soil? That's what you asked. So it's not like a hypothetical.
Okay, well,
and I'm not going to keep on going down
we get a whole
these
ISIS
weird rabbit holes, right?
Let's say we get a whole ISIS encampment.
I just want to I want to ask what, if they're American citizens, they get due process constitutional rights.
Do they? Really?
So yeah, I mean, Timothy McVeigh got a trial.
Literally, the Supreme Court just took away.
Ted Kaczynski just got a trial. The Tsarnaev brothers got a trial.
People's rights.
Did they not? No.
Literally just took away people's rights to present new evidence in their appeals.
But the Parkland shooter got a trial.
So what sucks here is they're both talking over each other because they can't, like, constructively to come to any, like, Carollo, I don't think has gotten a single point from Kirk that they've agreed on and worked together on. There's been, like, every single time a point is raised, it has to be a pivot. I was laughing at Kirk bringing up, like, I'm not going down these rabbit holes anymore, when all he's fucking done is pivot the whole debate.
Trial. The Buffalo shooter gets a trial. We know that, Marina.
Yeah, because they're white supremacists. Of course, white supremacists are going to get a
trial. What about the Tsarnaev brothers? The Tsarnaev brothers, the Boston bombers, did they get a trial?
Yeah, they got a trial.
Okay, so you just disproved your own point,
Marina. You're talking about individual terrorists.
Where does cultural
off-screen schmuckle killed me? I'm sorry.
Marxism fall under your ideology?
And this will be the last section that I covered. I only wanted to cover up to the cultural Marxism bit, so about 2 more minutes.
Where does cultural Marxism fall under your ideology?
Cultural Marxism is literally a Nazi conspiracy theory. Like literally the Nazis in Nazi Germany invented the phrase cultural Marxism. The fact that you're asking me about it is pretty telling to who you are.
Oh, you think I'm a Nazi?
Most definitely. I mean, at this point, like, you've made it pretty clear.
Why am I a Nazi?
You're asking me questions about cultural Marxism. That's literally, like, so in case...
Okay. It's okay to call people Nazis. At the same time, please do not do so after that train wreck of a debate where you defended every authoritarian action of every authoritarian socialist country. It just makes people think that the term Nazi doesn't mean anything. Like, unironically, this is the conservative straw man. You will defend everything evil the socialists do. You will defend gulags, you will defend mass murder, you'll defend everything, and then you'll call him a Nazi for saying the word cultural Marxism. Like, I agree, that is like a very reactionary thing to say. It might indicate he's more likely to be a Nazi than not, but you can't say that after your performance. Jesus fucking Christ. I will say, actually, in one last note, Naomi mentioned, and then Tyrnax just mentioned, why did, Tyrnax says, I'll just read it, if Kirk is such a Nazi, why did you, Benny Carollo, take money from him to come onto his show? And I actually disagreed with some of the takes that I saw on this one. I don't think it's like blood money or whatever. I actually think there's a moral good of taking money from conservatives insofar as it doesn't affect your politics and you get to withdraw power from them. Like, money is power. Taking power from the conservatives is broadly good. I will just say that I think there's a reason that Kirk paid Penny to come on, and it's because the debate performance was such a clusterfuck. Mr. Kirk, if you would like to pay me $3,000 to come onto your show, I will happily take that blood money. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. I think it's a good thing to take money away from conservatives, but not if you're going to do so in such a bad way that it benefits their cause. That's why they're paying you. The whole point is you have to make it not worth their while.
So let me ask you, who's Antonio Gramsci?
Okay.
Gramsci.
Antonio Gramsci.
Who is he?
Why are you bringing Gramsci into this?
No, but just tell me who he is.
The Italian socialist.
Yeah, so what phrase did he coin?
I don't know, you tell me.
Cultural Marxism.
Oh, okay.
Was he
Antonio Gramsci never said the word cultural Marxism, phrase cultural Marxism. He did not coin it. I know this is simple, but...
Nazi?
Okay. No, Antonio.
Oh, so maybe it didn't come from the Nazis.
Okay, literally. Look.
So why would you say something so false when Gramsci himself came up with the phrase?
Do you know?
Gramsci did not come up with the phrase. Again, I feel like this is one of those things where you should just know that he didn't. For reference, the phrase that they're thinking of, first, just wanted to agree, Benny is correct that cultural Marxism originally comes from the term cultural Bolshevism, originally in German as Kulturbolschewismus. And it was the view that Jewish people controlled culture. They were bringing in Bolshevism from the Soviet Union, and that's why it was okay for the Nazis to crack down on culture. It's the same justification that people nowadays use cultural Marxism for, which I think is the good reason to draw the analogy between now and Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany didn't start with the Holocaust. They started with banning books, like we're doing now. They started with getting people fired. They started small. They started by blaming everything bad on a big bad enemy, wokeism, CRT, it used to be back in the day, SJWs, and cultural Marxism, and every time that it comes up, it's used to demand things like shutting down public schools, to demand things like book bans, because that's the only way we get these cultural Marxists out of our schools. What I was going to say, I think that Kirk, this is charitable to Kirk, I think that Kirk is confusing a Gramsci quote. There is a fake quote from Antonio Gramsci, who is an Italian socialist, or communist more properly, who was jailed by Mussolini and who wrote in his prison notebooks, quote, allegedly, this is what he allegedly wrote, "In the new order, socialism will triumph first by capturing the culture via infiltration of schools, universities, churches, and the media by transforming the consciousness of society." In reality, he did not say this. The real quote that Antonio Gramsci gave is down here, where he said, quote, "Any country grounded in Judeo-Christian values can't be overthrown until those values are cut." He's actually not arguing against Judeo-Christianity per se. He's arguing against Christian socialists. He's literally arguing, this is socialist on socialist violence right now. Socialism is precisely the religion that must overwhelm Christianity. And he's not saying that as like socialism is something that should be worshipped and given a dogma like Christianity. He's saying this from an edgy atheist point of view. He's tipping his fedora as he's saying this. He's saying socialism will crush Christianity. Tip, 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 tip. In the new order, socialism will triumph first by capturing the culture via infiltration of schools, universities, churches, and the media by transforming the consciousness of society. This last bit is not real. This first bit is not real. Only the middle bit, the bit where he's tipping, is the real bit. So anyway, the rest of the quote comes from a far-right person who believes that the Jews and the Freemasons are behind all world events. So yeah, it's a fake quote by a Freemason moron. Do not trust it. Anyway, I'm assuming that's why Kirk thinks that Antonio Gramsci invented the term cultural Marxism. He didn't. Cultural Marxism, I believe, was sort of sporadically used in the academic literature to describe the broader theory of... Where is it? The critical... Where is it? Critical... Oh, Frankfurt School. Broadly, some academics occasionally use the term to describe the Frankfurt School, and then in the 1990s, it emerged as a conspiracy theory out of like Freemason conspiracy theories, that all of this critical theory stuff wasn't just a bunch of dumb commies in the academia saying stuff. Actually, it's a conspiracy to take over society. It's cultural Marxism because they want to take over the culture. Yeah, dumb shit.
You know what the conspiracy theory is around cultural Marxism? Then why it got so popular in Germany in the 1930s?
So let's go back to Gramsci. What did he write about cultural Marxism?
I don't know.
Letters from...
Since he never said the phrase, he wrote nothing about it.
Familiar with all of his
you're not
writings.
familiar because you just keep on spouting out these things that call people Nazis, which is super unhelpful and not true. And so, yeah, Antonio Gramsci from prison said that Marxists must adopt a cultural framework alongside an economic framework in order to get the means of what they want to get done. That's not a conspiracy theory. Just read his book.
Okay, but that's...
There is a kernel of truth in what Kirk is saying. This is a summary of Gramsci, because Gramsci is verbose, like all socialists. Quote, from the SEP, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, a revolutionary project, Gramsci suggested, must first build consent across civil society before taking formal power. That did not mean that coercion would never be necessary, only that its status was diminished in modern states. Hegemony describes a general condition applicable both to bourgeois and proletarian forms of rule. Revolutionary transformation for any class cannot be focused exclusively on the seizure of coercive and bureaucratic power, but must engage the state's wider system of defenses. His argument, broadly, was that the modern state is not simply a military. If overnight an army of socialists took Washington, D.C., we wouldn't win power. Because the apparatus of the state includes stuff like the New York Times, Fox News, the media apparatus, the culture industry. It includes a huge number of professionals all over the country who are ideologically committed to maintaining the country. In fact, every single person in government could lose their lives and it could still continue. That's the whole point of the contingency plans, of the chain of command that we have, that even if huge numbers of people in power in our country are dead due to nuclear blasts, the government will continue, because the government isn't a physical institution, it's not a person, it's an idea. That's the argument that Gramsci is raising, that we need to win ideological power in society, that if people in society don't agree with us, there's no way that we can seize power anyway, that a revolution will fail unless socialism is popular. That's the argument. And so, yeah, to some degree, he is arguing that socialists should take over the culture, but he's saying it in the exact same way that Kirk would say that Christianity should take over the culture. Unless Kirk wants to do so by force, by like shooting people or something, the argument here is just that socialists should use propaganda, should persuade people, should have, he calls it, organic intellectuals that rise up, defend the interests of the working class, and win over people to their politics. And then, the revolution. I don't agree with Gramsci on the armed revolution, but I do agree with him that there is importance of winning popular support for ideas. There's no way that socialism wins if voters don't support socialism. That's not a particularly conspiratorial thing to say. That's just what all ideologies do. Charlie Kirk wants more people to believe in his brand of conservatism. I want more people to believe in my brand of socialism. If that's a conspiracy, everything's a conspiracy. I also have a brief summary of Antonio Gramsci. The ruling class, here represented by SpongeBob, is feeding hegemonic politics through civil society and newspapers, which in turn reinforces its hegemony. Moving back to the debate,
That's different than the phrase cultural Marxism,
How is it
which
different?
is used. What do you mean? How is it
It's
different?
exactly the same thing.
No, it's not exactly the same thing. So what happened is, in Nazi Germany, they spread this theory called cultural Marxism. They literally had this theory that Jewish people were secretly, like, bringing Marxist theory into the mainstream, and literally,
That's
like,
not at all what anybody on the right talks about.
Are you kidding me? What about the guy who literally just murdered a bunch of people talking about great replacement theory?
Oh, you think
You're
he's
telling
on,
me that Tucker Carlson
think-
doesn't talk about that on a regular basis?
Hold on a second. So, first of all, the Buffalo shooter is disgusting and it's awful. And he was more of like a weird leftist than anything on the right. If you actually read what he wrote, he called himself a left-wing authoritarian, which sounds more like you, by the way, than me.
Look,
let me finish talking.
The Nazis pretended to be on the left too, buddy.
Secondly, what is cultural Marxism? Cultural Marxism is developing a cultural framework of deconstructionism or postmodernism to try to break ourselves from the shackles of the Western tradition so that we can embrace the nonsensical economic ideas that you believe in. That's not a conspiracy theory, it's reality. And it was written by Gramsci himself. And if you're
That's so true, Charlie. Gramsci was a postmodernist. That's so true. So true. Do not look up the timelines involved here. It's so true, Charlie.
You're not familiar with those writings, well then you're not really equipped to talk about cultural Marxism. You just keep on like, conspiracy theory. Like, yeah, actually you're wrong. Like, go to the roots.
Sure, buddy. Sure.
Is that your response?
Sure.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, and that's my response to this debate. Because Jesus fucking Christ, I had to end it there because like I just that moment killed me. It was there was so little defense of socialism throughout this conversation. The closest we got to defenses of socialism were 1, gulags were normal prisons actually. 2, maybe the people in the Xinjiang autonomous region should be mass interned. 3, that China has a lot of cooperatives, and 4, that China does a lot of welfare. Those were like the only takeaways from the debate that I think you could constructively get from Benny. There was like no refutation in detail of any of the Black Book of Communism statistics that Kirk was citing, even though Benny intentionally came into the debate, defined Marxism as oppressing the capitalist class, and immediately referred to Lenin and Mao as their preferred types of socialist practitioners. Like, they knew this is what they were fighting for. I hope they know that they were getting into the defending authoritarianism. Can we keep watching, please? No, my voice is going. My lips have dried out. I'm a shriveled husk. But I also want to end here because I didn't have anything else prepared for this part of the debate. I want to end there because I felt like it was a perfect encapsulation, just that bit. And the rest was similarly unproductive, but just repeating the exact same problems. Like, Benny failed to oppose the Black Book of Communism stats. Benny failed to defend, like, even modern Dengism particularly well. And Benny also failed to refute the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory. They literally just gave up on the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory. And it's like, I don't know what you're doing. You spend all your time defending authoritarian countries. Like, they've made videos in defense of North Korea. They've made videos in defense of, like, Stalin. Why do you have so little on hand? Where is the vast repertoire of information in defense of these countries? This is your life. This is your ideology. I don't know. All I want to say as a conclusion is that I can be way more tanky than Benny Carollo. Clearly. More SDL stream, please. I could do one thing that I wanted to do the other day. 1 minute. You know, no, I should end it. I should be going to bed. It's good for regular bedtime moment. Why don't we find someone to raid out to? Yeah, what a tease. Well, so what I wanted to do the other day when I was doing all those Ancap videos, are y'all familiar with Historia Civilis? So they put out this great video, which Hassan actually reacted to, I saw recently, about 3 weeks ago, called Work on the Nature and History of Work. And it was really, really, really good. I only had maybe like 2 critiques of the video, And I was very surprised to see Historia Civilis be so openly leftist in this video. Like, they are openly quoting socialists. They are framing socialist views as the positive ones, and they are arguing that that capitalism is the problem, and that capitalists, in particular, created cultural institutions which trap people in high work, low enjoyment lifestyles. So, like, it literally opens with a quote from a socialist. And I was so surprised to see this. This guy has a million subs. This guy is a huge channel. This got 500,000 views, and it is a radical anti-work view. So I don't know. I want to watch it because, again, I had like 2 critiques, and it's so good. It's such a good video. But you know what we won't be doing tonight is watching this video, because instead I'll be raiding y'all out. That's right. Get teased. Get Epic owned. I think Demon Mama's streaming. Let's see if she's still on. Yeah, let me send you over to Demon Mama. I was hoping in the near future to try and organize something with Demon Mama, a type of like creator call-in stream for the benefit of PCRF, like Vosh and Hassan did, but because Demon Mama and I are tiny, by getting other content creators to come in, bring their audience, and lend attention to the cause. And talk turkey about atheism. That's true. The other thing that I want to talk with Demon Mama, did she talk about this on stream? I saw that she mentioned, I clicked over to that window for like 1 second to close it, and I saw my name was mentioned. I was like, why the fuck? Why are the gods sending me a message about this? Anyway, yeah, I wanted to talk with Demon Mama about anti-theism, because I felt like her views were slightly too weak in the anti-theist direction. So I need to ever so slightly adjust her. I also wanted to talk. Oh, actually, speaking of upcoming debates, I was going to do a gun debate with Xander Hall. I was going to maybe try and talk with ContraPoints. Not sure about what. Not ContraPoints, counterpoints. The angry man, not the aesthetic woman. Sockdon Left mentioned. True. Where's my drinking meme? She mentioned it a little, but it wasn't at length. All right, well, I'll have to DM her about it. Yeah, I'd love to talk with Zan about it, because actually I've seen Zan in 2 or 3 videos arguing the like pro-gun lefty takes, and I tend to disagree pretty strongly with that. I tend to think that like earlier in this video I called Millet far right for supporting the mass purchase of guns. Oh, it's true. I was also going to talk to Mr. Burns, to Dylan Burns. Maybe I'll see. I don't know. I can't tell what I want to defend in that one. It's. I feel like I don't know what the right's route forward is. No matter how much I've researched into it, I can't tell whether I'm right or I'm wrong in my beliefs about it. So about Ukraine and the right path forward. Xander Hall is getting better over time compared to 2 years ago. He's heavily improved. He's good in feminism and has a pretty sharp cultural analysis. Oh, I want to be clear. I am a huge fan of Xander Hall. The gun thing is like an intra-left thing. His defense of guns is actually, one argument I would give is that right now his defense of guns is the conservative defense of guns. Xander Hall's defense of gun ownership is that it is a pro-safety, pro-defense, and pro-freedom stance. And I think that the only stance of that can survive leftist scrutiny is possibly the pro-freedom stance. The argument that guns provide safety, the argument that guns provide self-defense, is not borne out by the data. It seems that societies which have more guns lead to more injuries and the same amount of crime. So it simply leads to more deaths as a result of violent crime. So I think those arguments, they've got to go. And in fact, when you investigate the citations that lefties pull from those ones, they're routinely citing conservatives. So I think that like the conservative analysis is wrong on the merits, and also it's wrong ideologically, because it leads to a view that safety is an individual project, that if you just trained well enough, if you just had the right guns, then you would be able to defend yourself. You would be able to keep you and your family safe. And that's just not true. Safety is a social choice. It's not an individual choice. You cannot protect yourself. Only society can protect yourself. Can protect everyone. No matter how good your self-defense, you can always be a victim. And that's why it's important to build a safe society, not safe individuals. Because fundamentally, the latter does not work. I think the only argument that really remains for guns is the possibility of rupture as a defense of freedom, of a group pushed to the breaking point, which has to pursue an action which puts it at odds with the government. And that's possibly the only defense of guns. And intriguingly, that's the defense of guns which does not demand that guns be owned by individuals in their households, but in fact demands communal ownership of guns and strong local democratic institutions. So again, I think it's the leftmost defensive gun. Anyway, I'm going to raid y'all over to Demon Mama. I can't do it on Twitch, but on YouTube, I will, or on the site, I will be sending y'all over. A second. Host, or on the site, admin. Terrible voice. Hate that guy. And Demon Mama. Host. Save. Bye. Yes, Roxy, I literally hate you. The Roxy, the worstest. So true, Queen.
Live under that expectation.